Chapter 321. Break the jar and break it. I was struggling just now. Couldn't you see? Now that everything is known, what else is left to explain? He has already suffered a loss, and has an attitude of breaking the pot. He had no idea how serious consequences his actions would have on the world. So when Mulu saw Shangyang Luoshua's attitude, he felt even more angry. Why should he be like this? Now that you know what the consequences will be if you let these things out, why are you still hesitating? I didn't expect you to be such a selfish person. When the hat was knocked down, Mu Li's expression changed. He already knew that this guy wouldn't look good on him after admitting it. So what? I am what you call a selfish person. Shouldn't you have understood this a long time ago? They have known each other for such a long time. Did Shangyang Luoshua realize that he is such a person until today? Seeing that Mu Lu was clearly wrong and still refused to repent, Shangyang Luoshua became even more angry. At this time, Mukin was controlling the situation next to him. Seeing that those animals were about to chase him, something seemed a little wrong. Seeing the two of them quarreling, Mukin couldn't help but said, "What time has it been? You are still taking care of this. Anyway, the door is closed now, so I don't have to worry about that. The most important thing is to think about how to deal with these animals." After hearing this, Shangyang Luoshua's expression softened slightly. But at this moment, Mula fell down in front of them. The sudden change frightened several of them. Even Shangyang Luoshua didn't react. What was going on? Are you blackmailing someone or something? I didn't move anything just now. Don't do this. Mukin glanced at it and said immediately, "It's because Mu Li's ability has been exhausted. He spent a lot of time on this just now." No wonder Mula had been reluctant to close the door just now, because at that time, Mula was almost unable to support it. After realizing this idea, Shangyang Luoshua's expression also changed. He didn't expect it to be like this. Is this true or false? Is this really the case? Then why don't you make it clear? There was hope. He didn't expect that he would misunderstand Mulu. But now that the bloody facts were before them, he had no choice but to believe it. Shangyang Luoshua couldn't help but curse. This is true. Couldn't you have told me earlier? Mukin sighed. He still had to fend off these monsters, so he had no time to pay attention to Mulu. Mulu can only be handed over to Shangyang Luoshua. Shangyang Luoshua, you have to take good care of Mulu. I think something is not right with him. Shangyang Luoshua nodded. Even without Mukin's instructions, he would definitely take good care of Mulu. Mu Li's current situation is really not good. What do you think we should do now? Just watch. Those animals had already chased them back, staring at them eagerly. It looked like he was going to smash them through and then walk out the door. Mukin naturally would not give them this chance. Mukin looked at them defensively. If you want to go out through this door, then you'd better give up. I won't let you pass. The animals looked very ferocious, obviously not taking Mukin's threat to heart. Every set of animals here expressed their dissatisfaction with Mukin, and their attitudes were very fierce. It can be seen that at this time, each of them showed resistance to Mukin. Mukin looked at them helplessly. Little dragon girl, go help me negotiate with them. Under this situation, it would not be good for them if they just hit hard. Even if Mukin didn't like these animals, he couldn't ignore the overall situation at this time. There are defeated soldiers everywhere on their side, and if they really start fighting, something might happen. Mukin was most worried about women, mainly because if something happened to Mulu, Mukin would feel like he didn't want to live anymore. Xiao Longnu was a little reluctant. He hated these animals very much. If he really negotiated with these animals at this time, he would have no way to persuade these animals. You entrusted me with such an important task. Do you know? What price will we pay if we fail? Mukin smiled. I know. That's why I gave this task to you. This mission can only succeed and must not fail. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous, and they wouldn't be able to afford anything if anything happened. Xiao Longnu sighed after hearing this. It was not that he didn't know the situation in front of him. I just feel disgusted with these animals. Since there is no way to solve it now, if you don't come forward, then no matter how dissatisfied he is, he can only show up. If that's the case, then I'll go over and give it a try. We don't think our negotiations will be successful, but at least now, we are more popular than Mukin. If Mukin went to talk to them now, he would definitely be rejected. He might still have a chance. After little dragon girl passes by, try to treat these animals with any attitude. But Mu Li's gentleness is also gentle. Not far away. Looking at Mu Li's look, Mukin couldn't help but smile. He was not gentle at all. He was just trying to kill someone. That is to say, the tone of voice is softer than before, and the expression is still the same, not restrained at all. But no matter what, all hopes now rest on Mulu alone. Mulu finally put down his arrogance and went to negotiate with these animals. No matter how much he disliked these animals, he did not show it. However, these animals were very unwilling to give. When Mulu heard what Mulu said, they just laughed there. Are you kidding? You stupid humans. Do you think we will accept your negotiations? Listening to these guys' words, Xiao Longnu couldn't help but frown. That's why he hates these guys. Obviously, there is nothing more stupid and simple-minded than them. Even those with well-developed limbs dare to talk nonsense here. As long as it was in the past, Xiao Longnu would never let them go. However, due to the current situation, Xiao Longnu had no choice but to go back and tell Mukin about the situation here. Xiao Longnu said calmly, "Okay, I've done everything I need to say. They rejected my proposal and don't want to cooperate with me." Chapter 322, Direct Combat. Then there is nothing you can do. Mukin nodded after hearing this and asked Xiao Longnu to go over and talk. It was just a delaying tactic. He really didn't want to fight with these guys. But if these guys pressed harder, there was nothing he could do. Okay, I understand what you said. I've worked really hard on you just now. Please go to the side and take a rest first. Xiao Longnu sighed. He knew that Mukin was going to deal with these animals, so he was still a little worried. Be careful when you go there alone. Mukin nodded. After all, the lives of everyone here were in his hands, so of course Mukin would be careful. But this does not mean that Mukin will let them go. He looked at these guys and sneered. If you think you have the ability to fight us, then come and give it a try. Let's see who is stronger. Although these guys have well-developed limbs, their brains are not very good. When fighting them, Mukin still had the upper hand. It didn't take long for Mukin to knock down a giant lion. The lion in the plot was beaten to the ground by Mukin and could not get up. Mukin's movement suddenly shocked the people next to him. To be precise, it should have shocked the animals next to it. They didn't expect Mukin to have such strong strength. The lion is already considered a very powerful character here. There are few here more powerful than the lion. But Mukin actually defeated the lion in 3 strokes. 5 divided by 2. So they were worried. Seeing Mukin's mighty appearance, they didn't dare to get close. They just stared at Mukin defensively, fearing that Mukin would attack them. Seeing the cowardice of these guys, Mukin sneered. How dare you come to trouble yourself? I think you better be smart and take a good look at what you are all about. Think again about whether you want to come to me or not. After hearing Mukin's domineering words, they did not dare to say anything more and took 2 steps back cautiously. As the fight continued, Mukin defeated some of the leaders among them. The people next to him were also beaten to pieces. In fact, they were really afraid of Shengyang Luoxue, unless a few particularly powerful warriors dared to come up. The remaining animals did not dare to approach. After such a fierce battle, Mukin still gained the upper hand and defeated the 3 enemy leaders. Seeing those animals falling to the ground, Mukin was quite proud, although he also had some scratches on his body. Fortunately, at this time, they were safe. Seeing Mukin's appearance, Xiao Longnu quickly pulled him over. Didn't I tell you everything? I told you to be careful when you act. Why didn't you listen? I was careful enough just now. Okay. If I wasn't careful, would so many of them have died? Although the wounds on Mukin's body were deep, they were not serious. Just some superficial injuries. Mukin was on guard when he acted just now, so nothing would happen to him. Mukin knew these things in his heart, so he didn't pay much attention to them. On the contrary, Mula hadn't paid attention to these things yet, and his face was already very ugly at this time. Because what happened just now, Mula still didn't want to talk to Yang Luoxue. Shengyang Luoxue looked at Mula with some reluctance. He didn't mean to quarrel with Mula. Okay, you two should stop arguing for now. We all know how complicated this situation is now. Think about what to do next. Muchinjio looked at them helplessly. How long had it been? And they were still caring about their own little contradiction. The top priority is to solve the current predicament first. Otherwise they will never be able to leave. Shengyang Luoxue nodded. He thought the same thing. Yes, we can't stay here forever. We have to find a way to leave. But they had just encountered such a thing, and no one dared to continue to ask to leave. I have to stay in this forest for a while. So it's really an annoying thought. The bottom line is, they have nothing here. Just staying here alone like this. What should I do if I encounter danger? I don't want to fight with those animals anymore. It's okay that Mukin is here now. What if Mukin isn't here? Mukin is the only one here who can win. If something happens to Mukin, let alone them, I'm afraid it will be even worse by then. No one here wants to experience those situations anyway. Mulu also nodded. He thought so too. And his brother was actually in danger. Looking at the scratches on his brother's body, Mulu felt a headache. He didn't want to see it. Brother, can you tell me if something is really going on? I'm really scared. Can we find a way to get out of here? Mulu said with some regret. Mukin wanted to raise his head. I am afraid that it will not be easy for them to leave here in a short time. If this is the case, they will have to worry about other things. Xiao Longnu was the first to accept the fact. Although he didn't want to stay here, he also knew that there was no other way now. If we don't want to leave here, we have to find a way to spend the winter here. Winter is coming soon here. Just by looking at the weather here, Xiao Longnu knew that winter would come here soon. If they didn't have any winter equipment at that time, it would be really cold here today. Hearing what Xiao Longnu said, everyone's faces turned ugly. They were already cold enough now. If winter comes and there is another snowfall, they will not be bitten to death by those things. He would probably freeze to death due to the conditions here. Xiao Longnu sighed. He had been advocating leaving these past few days, just because he was thinking about this matter. What would they do if something here really froze to death? So now if we don't leave, we have to find the flame here. Only by finding the flame can we be safe. And just flames are not enough. If they want to live here, they must find an eternal fire. If we can find eternal fire, we can also use it to deal with those beasts and withstand the winter here. While everyone was quarreling, Xiao Longnu had already arranged their next itinerary. And then they were going to find tinder. It's just that it's not that easy to find the fire. At least more difficult than they thought. Chapter 323, Follow. The savage followed Tang Xian to the entrance of the cave. Although this number didn't do anything, it was always waiting there. It also made the three of them feel creepy. Although there is no action for the time being, no one can guarantee it. After the three of them fell asleep, would the savage still move? Mulu said. What's going on? Are you just here and not leaving? Mulu was also a little surprised. The attack index of this savage was too high. They really couldn't ignore such a big thing. After thinking about it, Mulu walked over and talked to the savage. But it seemed like the savage couldn't understand what they were saying. So Mulu took the initiative to drive him away. In fact, Mulu didn't intend to hurt him. She just didn't want him to stay here. After all, they still have to rest here. If this savage shows up at night, they may be in danger as a result. So this is what makes Mulu feel a little worried. But just as Mulu made a move, the savage immediately started fighting with Mulu. Now that Mulu was injured, he was definitely no match for this savage. Soon Mulu was beaten down by this. If Shangwan Luoxua hadn't rushed over, the savage would have continued to attack. Fortunately, Shangwan Luoxua came down in time. It seems that this savage's fighting ability is also extraordinary. With the current fighting prowess of the three of them, it would be difficult to fight against the savage. Shangwan Luoxua said to Mulu, Don't worry about him for now. Let him stay wherever he wants. Anyway, the three of them can't defeat the savage now, so they might as well let him go. And this savage doesn't seem to be that aggressive towards them yet. If they take the initiative to attack, the final effect may be even worse. Mula nodded, knowing that he was no match for this savage. I don't want anything else to happen. No matter what, let's keep our distance from this savage first. We can't let him get too close to us, Shangwan Luoxua said. Now they are not sure whether this savage is harmful or not. So this savage still has to keep his distance from them. Otherwise, if you get too close, you might get hurt. Mulu and Tang Xian both nodded. The origin of this savage is unknown, and they cannot leave this savage alone. Now I still hope that this savage will not hurt them. Give them a little more time to think. Mukin on the other side was also very confused about the identity of this savage. I have never heard that such a thing would happen in this test before. I don't know where this savage came from. What on earth is this savage? How could it be like this? Mukin asked. It seems that a lot of things coming out of it make Mukin feel a little confused. For example, the savage in front of them had no intention of leaving even though he had been at their door. But it seemed like he didn't intend to hurt them. It was such a thing that they didn't know how to deal with it. Xiao Longnu kept staring ahead without saying anything. It was probably because he was afraid that Mukin would find out about this matter, and offered to help them. In order for them to pass this test, Mukin had spent countless efforts. If there are still obstructions, this test may not go smoothly. Xiao Longnu said to Mukin. A person naturally has his or her own destiny. It's up to them to decide what they want to do with this matter. Although this test is very difficult, it is not impossible to pass. Mukin knew that they had interfered with it many times now. Even if you want to help them at this time, you can't. Don't worry. I know I won't meddle in your own business. But I still want to know what the identity of this savage is. Mukin asked. This savage stood there all the time, making people feel very dangerous. However, some people have no intention of taking the initiative to move forward. This reaction still made them feel a little strange. Mukin also wanted to know what the savage was doing. I have never heard of such savages in this forest before. I don't know what to eat to survive. Xiao Longnu sighed after listening to Mukin's words. This test is really too serious. Very few have been able to pass through the past. Xiao Longnu said. Tests in general are just tests. But this test can indeed cost someone their life at any time. One can imagine how difficult it is. And in the most important test, emergencies may occur at any time. People don't know what to do next. So what? Mukin asked. This savage you saw. It's the people who failed the test here before. Xiao Longnu said. After hearing what Xiao Longnu said, Mukin was even more shocked. I didn't expect it to be like this. Now the savage couldn't even speak. There is nothing human about it from the outside. If this is the case, it means someone who has not passed the test before. Doesn't that illustrate once again how difficult this thing is? Are what you said true or false? Is this test really so difficult to pass? Mukin asked. Of course Mukin's ability should not be underestimated. Even if Mukin is allowed to enter here, it will be very easy to get out. But that doesn't mean it's so easy for others. The abilities of other people are very limited. In addition, this place is so dangerous. If they want to pass here, it will be more difficult than climbing to the sky. When Xiao Longnu mentioned this savage, she sighed inadvertently. Yes, these people are quite pathetic. They have been trapped in this place for I don't know how long. Xiao Longnu said. Mukin didn't know until Xiao Longnu explained it. There are also some savages imprisoned here. These savages have minds of their own. But because they failed this test before, so I couldn't get out smoothly. And I also had a spell secretly placed on me. Although they have minds of their own, they cannot speak. Nor can I communicate with others. I can only live endlessly in this difficult place. I have never been able to escape. And because they failed the test, so there is no way to get out of this place. They have been living in this forest for so many years. You can imagine how hard life is. Life here brings only endless despair. But there is no other way. Because the spell on them has already been determined. They can't get out of here. Chapter 324. Never miss an opportunity. Mukin was a little confused after listening to what Xiao Longnu said. And his mind was in a mess after just waking up. What does it mean? Make him a mess. Xiao Longnu looked at Mukin's confused eyes, and raised her forehead helplessly. Sure enough, Mukin didn't understand. You didn't wake up? Yes, a bit. Why don't you say it again? Maybe I'll understand. You? Mukin pulled his lips. A little embarrassed. But he really didn't understand. Xiao Longnu was so angry that she could only retell the story again. If Mukin didn't understand this time, her aunt would not serve her anymore. Do you understand now? I understand. I understand. Take your fist back quickly. Mukin looked at Xiao Longnu's clenched fist and felt a little frightened. This thing was a dragon's claw, and it would be ineffective if hit on the body. Xiao Longnu then let go, and it was a bit funny to see Mukin like this. You mean there's something glowing on that savage? Maybe he can lead us out? It stands to reason. But I only saw light. I don't know the details until I take out the thing. Okay. You can't miss the slightest opportunity. Wait. I'll give it a try. After Mukin said this, he stood up. The killing power of the savage should not be high. He had just woken up and his abilities had not yet fully recovered. But he also recovered to some extent. Just because he was afraid that this savage would be stronger. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. But it's always better to talk about it. Seeing Mukin approaching the savage, Xiao Longnu had an ominous premonition and didn't know if Mukin could get it. Mukin looked at the savage hiding in the corner and cautiously approached him. But he seemed to be scared. A pair of eyes stared at him, preparing to attack. He was all dirty. And he was wearing clothes with no visible color. There are still holes all over it. And the mud just filled them up. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a savage. Mukin first tried shouting twice to see if he had any reaction. Hello? But there seemed to be no reaction at all. And the savage shrank deeper and froze. He was always on guard. As if he was afraid. Mukin swallowed, took a piece of grilled fish, and tried to hand it to the savage. The Nazavans couldn't help but salivate when they saw the grilled fish. But they still didn't dare to take it. Mukin had no choice but to comfort him softly. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Just eat." But the words didn't seem to be of any use. The savage couldn't understand what he said at all, and he still stared at the grilled fish. Mukin had no choice but to place the grilled fish on a cleaner stone and took 2 steps back. The savage relaxed, but only for a moment. He quickly took the grilled fish and squatted back quickly, regardless of the fish bones. He spit out the big ones and chewed the thin ones directly in his mouth and swallowed them. Everyone looked on with fear, fearing that he was stuck. Even if he died, wouldn't the hope of returning back be slim? Mukin moved slightly, trying to prevent the savage from paying attention and directly take out the light. But as soon as his hand was halfway extended, the savage quickly realized that he didn't want the fish anymore and hit Mukin. Mukin's eyes opened slightly. He wiped his fingernails and stepped back. The danger was just a moment away. Mukin was about to be grabbed by the savage's chest. But it wasn't over yet. Seeing that the attack failed, the savages fought against Mukin again. Muchin had not recovered originally, but now coupled with the savage's attack. Blood oozed from the wound again, and it looked horribly tight. But he still dodged the savage's attack and found the right moment to punch him. The savage didn't get any benefit from this, so he retreated to the corner, always observing everyone's actions. "Don't forget to bite into the grilled fish in your hand." Mula hurriedly stepped forward to support her brother, seeing the blood oozing out of the wound. She was furious. This is her brother, and this savage dares to hit him. "Brother, don't worry. I'll beat him to death to vent your anger." Mula said that he was about to rush forward, but Muchin was too weak to stop him. Mula let go of his brother and hit the savage. The savage instinctively protected himself. The two quickly twisted together. Shangguan Luoxue was so angry as she supported Mukin. Why is this girl so fond of loyalty and making troubles? While bandaging Mukin's wounds, he looked at the battle situation. But with just a few glances, she noticed that the savage's waist was glowing. So it seemed that that was what she was looking for. "Light! At the waist!" her mother shouted excitedly, which attracted everyone. Little Dragon Girl was even more impatient. She looked at the savage's waist, and it was indeed glowing. Really? That's what she thought. This savage really did exist. "That's right. This is it. Come on. We can get out. Real or fake?" "Really?" Xiaolongnu was so excited. It was really that kind of thing. Now it was better. She finally had hope of going out. "Muchen! Really? We can go out!" After Mukin heard this, he looked up at the savage, a little confused. This savage can go out. Why not? But I have lived here with this thing for so long. He didn't want to think too much, so he could only comfort Mulu before observing carefully. "Mule, come back. Stop fighting. I'm fine." When Mula heard this, he glanced at Mukin, a little unwillingly, as if he had not heard Mukin's words. Shangguan Luoxue was speechless. Is this Mula stupid and still so stubborn? Mukin frowned. "Come back. Mula, don't you listen to your brother?" Mulu was unwilling to give in. He was angry and struck harder. He spoke to the savage again, but he was talking to Mukin. "Brother, do you just forgive him like that? This thing didn't do it lightly or harshly. If it hurts you, you have to pay the price. Come back here. How can we get out if you beat him to death?" Mukin held his forehead and spoke in a heavier tone. Only then did Mula retreat and look at the savage. Although there were no injuries, he didn't know the situation. Mainly it's the thing about him. "Forget it. I just reluctantly forgive him." Mula retreated and found a few words to help her step down. Otherwise, what would happen if her brother beat her up? When the savage saw her leaving, he took small steps back to the corner and ate the fish in his mouth. "Why doesn't he go out? Since there is a way out." "I don't know. He can't understand the words now. I'm afraid he has lost his ability to express himself. I'll go get him something to eat. He looks like he hasn't eaten in 800 years. The three-headed dog said, taking a skewer of grilled fish and fruits and handing them to the savage. "It's better to put it on that stone. Otherwise the savages won't take it. If you are wary enough, you may be used to living here." Chapter 325, Recovering Sanity. The savage saw the food on the rocks not far away and hesitated to step forward. It wasn't until the three-headed dog retreated that she quickly took away the food. He accidentally missed one on the road, so he ran over and picked it up funny. Then he returned to the corner. His hands were not idle, and he enjoyed eating bites from left to right, as if someone was trying to compete with him for food. He kept watching to see if anyone was coming over while eating. Seeing that no one was moving, he started to wolf down his food again, looking extremely ugly. The three-headed dog choked. It must have not eaten for hundreds of years. Not that bad. Although there are many wild animals and tigers here, it is still very simple to eat some wild fruits or something. How could you be so hungry? Mulu was shocked by this scene, and then said in surprise, "What's going on? Are you so hungry? You can't eat like this." Shangguan Luoxue was also puzzled. Why did the savages say they were humans before? They shouldn't be like this. Mukin guessed that this savage probably really had no mind. Otherwise he wouldn't be like this. Everyone was surprised. But Xiao Longnu was quite normal. As the name suggests, savages are savages, and they need to explore on their own to eat, drink, and eat. This savage probably hasn't learned yet. And there are so many wild beasts here. It is difficult to pick some fruit, because the price you pay for eating the fruit is a fight with a wild beast. Although the savage is very skilled, he will not avoid harm. She had already seen it from the fight with Mukin just now. He would only attack blindly. He didn't know how to dodge. So the tatters on his clothes were probably from being beaten by wild beasts. And underneath the clothes, there was scarred skin. He probably has no mental capacity anymore. He can neither hide nor distinguish what is edible or not edible. I don't know what's going on, but he seems like a pure wild man now. Everyone was speechless after hearing what Xiao Longnu said. What on earth made her become like this? There may also be some stimulation or man-made things. In short, these are just guesses. What made him look like this is unknown. What do you think, sir? Mukin thought for a while and asked Shangguan Luoxue again. Shangguan Luoxue was stunned, not expecting that he would come to ask her. But she still said whatever she thought. How should I put it? He has forgotten what he used to do. So we have to remind him of it. We have to get out. Take him out if we can. But if he doesn't want to get up, we won't be able to get that thing. If we don't get that thing, we won't be able to get out. You have to ask him how to take it out. But he looks like this now. Shangguan Luoxue looked at the savage worriedly. She didn't know how to stimulate her memory. Mukin nodded and felt that this was correct. First of all, we still had to help the savage restore his memory. Let me do it. I can hypnotize you, Mukin said, walking towards the savage. Mulu was not happy when he heard this. His brother was injured just now. Why did he go again? That savage might even attack my brother. No. Brother! You? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Longnu. You come back first. I'm a little drugged. If you put it in the grilled fish, he will be half awake and half asleep. Come on, three-headed dog. You go. Xiao Longnu gave the medicine to the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog was also very obedient. He took the medicinal powder and sprinkled it into a grilled fish, measuring it very carefully. If there are too many, the savages will sleep to death. If there are too few, they will attack them. So of course you have to make good use of it. Mukin nodded, waiting to give the savage the medicine. The three-headed dog took the roasted fish that had been drugged and placed it on the stone as before. The savage quickly noticed it and took it back quickly. After all, meat is much more delicious than fruit and can fill you up. He seems to understand this principle of eating. Everyone watched him eat the grilled fish excitedly. Apparently, the savage seemed to understand what they meant. I started eating it quickly, and it was very delicious. It didn't take long for the medicine to take effect quickly, and he hadn't finished half of it yet. The man was already dizzy, but he seemed to be very stubborn about eating, and he ate the whole fish despite being dizzy. Everyone was stunned, originally thinking that the medicine would not be effective enough if the savages did not finish the grilled fish. Now it's okay. I sold myself out, which is really smart. Don't look at me. I'm shocked too. Brother, he's not so hungry after eating so much. Come on. You must have fainted. Right? Then I'll go. Everyone said that Mukin had passed. The effect of the medicine has all evaporated, and the savage now feels that the sky is dark and the earth is dark. And he is extremely dizzy. Seeing Mukin approaching, he instinctively wanted to attack. But his feet were weak and his hands were too weak. It was so soft that he couldn't lift it at all. It was strange. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't move at all. I can only feel that my whole body can move except for my head. Plus, I am so full that I can't move even if I don't want to. Myukin was very satisfied when he saw the savage's reaction. Only in this way could he be hypnotized without being attacked. Myukin squatted down next to the savage, and the others followed him, fearing that Myukin would be harmed. Brother, be careful. I'm here to protect you. Don't worry. Shoo. Be quiet. Myukin scolded Mula. The most taboo thing about hypnosis is making noise. Mula quickly calmed down and stayed aside quietly like the others. Soon, Myukin began to hypnotize. He placed his necklace in front of the savage and began to shake it slowly. The pendant kept dangling in front of the savage, and the savage was quickly fascinated by this strange thing. He started staring at the pendant, and gradually, the savage's eyes began to lose focus. Myukin then began to ask in a low voice, Who are you? How did you get here? Why are you here? Where are you from? Who are you? Why are you here? Just a few simple questions made the savage fall into his own thoughts. He began to wonder who he was and where he was. The purpose of this is to quickly allow the savage to find the answer in his heart. Seeing that the savage was about to remember, his eyes began to focus slowly. Mula stepped on a stone, slipped and almost fell to the ground. Just because of these noises, the savage went crazy. His eyes were focused on Mula, but Mula didn't have time to react. The savage had already stood up. He didn't know how he got up. He had obviously taken so many drugs. The savage relied on his whole body's strength to stand up and hit Mula. Shangwan Luoshua's pupils widened, and she stood directly in front of Mula. As expected, she was slapped by the savage and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 326, Gradually Waking Up. Myukin immediately beat the savage. This savage was no match for Myukin. It was extremely easy for Myukin to do whatever he wanted to do to him. Myukin then took out the things from the savage. Maybe it was because the savage also knew that Myukin was difficult to deal with. So he stayed on the sidelines and did not dare to move. Tang Xian on the other side suddenly found a medicinal herb on the ground. This herb grows very strangely, and there is light on it. It looks very nice. Most of the things in this forest are extraordinary, not to mention such a table of beautiful herbs. Subconsciously, they knew that this herb must represent something very important, so they don't want to waste this herb. So Tang Xian picked this thing up and asked, Come over quickly and see what this is. Tang Xian asked quickly. Tang Xian doesn't know medical skills, so he stayed here for so long. I don't know anything about this thing either. It would be better to ask Shengyang Luoshua about this matter. Shengyang Luoshua knows a lot about this kind of thing. You may know more about what this herb is used for. After Shengyang Luoshua saw this herb, I quickly took it over and took a look. Shengyang Luoshua has always been very interested in this kind of thing. It's just that this thing is long, but it's too strange. Even Shengyang Luoshua didn't know what it was for. This thing looks so good. Could it be poisonous? Shengyang Luoshua said with some uncertainty. Shengyang Luoshua's medical skills had always been very good, but he didn't expect that what Shengyang Luoshua said now would have some inexplicable meaning. Don't you even know what this thing is for? Tang Xian asked quickly. The person who knows the most about medicine here is probably Shengyang Luoshua. If even Shengyang Luoshua didn't know about it, then probably no one would know about it. Shengyang Luoshua shook her head helplessly. I really didn't know that the things inside are too bizarre. I have never seen them before. It was not like Shengyang Luoshua had never seen anything before. But everything in this forest made Shengyang Luoshua feel strange. Even if there was something, Shengyang Luoshua knew what it was for. But only in a few. More things in this forest are handed down from the past. Even if there are some things, Yang Luoshua knows what he does. It can only do some simple functions, and doesn't know the real reason for this thing. Myukin said after taking a look. Most of the things in this forest are from ancient times. Think about it. Are there any important things that look similar to this one? Shengyang Luoshua has seen a lot of losses before, so I know more or less about medical matters. After Myukin's reminder, Shengyang Luoshua suddenly felt that this was very similar to something in an ancient book that he had seen before. I remembered. This seems to be something called soul-returning grass that I saw in ancient times. Shengyang Luoshua said. Many ancient things have been lost now. Take this soul-reviving grass for example. When I was reading a book before, Shengyang Luoshua, I feel that things are very magical, but many of them can no longer be found now. After being reminded of this thing, Shengyang Luoshua realized that it was exactly the same as what he had imagined before. He didn't know if it was true or not. Then what's the use of this thing? Tang Xian asked quickly. Anyway, now they don't know what the thing is for. As long as there is a clue, They will take it as true. It would be great if this thing is really the soul-returning grass. We can give this and eat it. Maybe he will regain his previous memory. Shangyang Luoshua said. The reason why it is called soul-returning grass is because this thing had extraordinary effects in the past. As long as it is a person who has lost his mind. After eating this food, you will feel better immediately. Hence the name. But now Shangyang Luoshua doesn't know whether this thing is what he knows. If this wasn't a poison, wouldn't it be bad? Tang Xian couldn't care less, since they had no better choice anyway. Besides, let this savage continue to suffer in this forest. It would be better to give him a poison directly to relieve him. Why do you care so much? It's better to just give this thing to him. You'll know after eating anyway, Tang Xian said. After that, he didn't care if they stopped Tang Xian. He immediately put this thing into the savage's mouth. After the savage ate the grass, he immediately felt a splitting headache, started rolling on the ground. At this time, Shangyang Luoshua was also a little panicked. I wonder if I gave someone the wrong medicine. If the medicine was really taken by mistake. Shangyang Luoshua still felt that he was responsible. What's wrong? Do you feel a headache? Let me help you think of a solution quickly. Are there any painkillers? Shangyang Luoshua was a little anxious. While anxious, Shangyang Luoshua rummaged through the pile of medicine next to her. She did turn over a lot. But look at this woman's violent attitude. She still didn't know how to give this medicine to him. Just when Shangyang Luoshua was anxious, the savage gradually woke up. After the savage woke up, his eyes seemed to be clearer than before. The three of them looked a little defensive. Who are you? The savage actually opened his mouth. Although the words spoken were very hoarse, they could hear them clearly. Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian were a little surprised. It seemed that they had got it right. The thing they got before was indeed the resurrection grass. This is also after eating and regaining consciousness. I remembered what happened before. It's just that I'm a little vague about what happened recently. That's why it's like this. Who are you, and what are you here for? Are you coming over to spread the beans? I have to leave quickly, and don't stay here. This savage's mind is still a little unclear. Soon, the savage came to his senses again. He hit his head hard, and seemed to be in pain. Mukin spoke at this time. Don't worry. We don't have any other intentions. We just have the same purpose as you, Mukin said. Their purpose, and that of this savage, are indeed the same. The final goal is not just to pass this test. There is no other purpose than this. Mukin nodded and said, Please calm down first. We have something to say to you later. You have just recovered, so take it easy for now. The savage had been unconscious for so many years. Chapter 327, Able to Converse. Now that he suddenly woke up, he probably couldn't say anything. So they all stayed farther away from the savage. Give him some time to himself and let him think. At this moment, Tang Xian suddenly shouted, Shangyang Luoshua, come here quickly and take a look. What is this? After hearing what Tang Xian said, Shangyang Luoshua immediately changed her mind. I found a very beautiful stone lying on the ground around here. This stone is very conspicuous, and it emits yellow fluorescence. Very pretty. They were sure they had never seen this thing before. Now suddenly appears in this meadow. Then, they felt a little strange. Shangyang Luoshua also wanted to know where this thing came from. What is this thing? It's so beautiful. Could it be a herbal medicine? Tang Xian asked quickly. Although I have been in this forest for such a long time. But Tang Xian didn't seem to be very clear about the rules of this forest. Tang Xian still felt that this might be a kind of herbal medicine in this mountain. But Shangyang Luoshua immediately refuted. How is that possible? You can tell it's a stone at first glance. No matter where people are from. How could they use stones as medicine? Shangyang Luoshua smiled. If this is a turtle SHL, it might be used as traditional Chinese medicine. But this thing is obviously an ordinary stone. But why is this stone so beautiful? I've never seen that before. Tang Xian picked up the stone and said. When Tang Xian saw this stone, she couldn't put it down. If this thing is made into jewelry, it will definitely look good. Tang Xian also felt a little strange why it had come to this time. I am still thinking about this question. Mukin also felt a little strange. Mukin had never seen this thing before. Now Mukin also wants to know what this is. Just when the three of them were confused, the savage on the side seemed to notice this thing. It was just the first time I saw this thing. The savage immediately screamed. Run! Run! Don't stay here! Take me away quickly! The savage screamed. When this man spoke, his tone was full of panic. It seems that he is really afraid of this thing. So Myukin and the others felt a little confused. Shangyang Luoxue quickly asked, "What is this thing supposed to do? Is it poisonous?" To be honest, it's just a rock. If all these things are poisonous, then it can only be said that people who are not poisoned are too powerful. Even Shangyang Luoxue himself couldn't poison a stone. Unless you boil this stone into soup and drink it later. But after the savage saw this stone, he couldn't say a word, so he could only let them leave, without waiting for them to speak. The savage ran away alone. These people were a little confused, and they were afraid that this savage would get hurt if they went out alone. After all, it took them a long time to wake up the savage's mind. There are still many questions to ask next. If we just let him go like this, what if something happens? Then it would be too late for them to regret it. Although she didn't know why the savage ran away, Shangyang Luoxue still said, "We'd better follow him quickly." After saying that, they immediately followed the savage. When the surrounding area was completely quiet, I confirmed that there was nothing there. Then the savage also stopped. The four of us were out of breath after running for such a long time. But the savage still looked around, wondering if there was any danger. He still looked very frightened. Shangyang Luoxue walked over gently and touched his back. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Shangyang Luoxue asked. Although Shangyang Luoxue didn't know why this savage would be in this state, but he looked really frightened. The savage immediately huddled into a ball. "What's going on? Don't be afraid. I won't protect you. Is it because of what you saw just now?" Shangyang Luoxue accepted and asked. Although the savage was not very sober before, he was still calm. But since I saw that stone, the savage's expression immediately fell into a crazy mood, or even left directly from that place. They had to wonder what this stone must represent. Otherwise, this savage would not be in this state now. "Is it that beautiful stone? You saw it. Why are you afraid of that beautiful stone?" Tang Xian asked. When Tang Xian saw this stone, she felt nothing in her heart. "I just think this stone looks good. Although it looks good, it makes people feel a little weird. When I watched it at the time, I didn't think much of it. But looking back on it later, I felt more and more weird. And the most important thing is that this stone never appeared in front of them before. Otherwise, such a dazzling stone would definitely be discovered by them soon. If this stone suddenly appeared, where did it appear from?" Coupled with the strange attitude of the savage now, they all felt a little strange. But it is considered commonplace here. After all, nothing has happened in this forest. Just at this time, in front of him, a big lion suddenly came out of the woods behind him. Although their reactions were relatively quick, they quickly evaded the lion. However, the shock just now still left them a little shaken. "Is this forest a little too dangerous? I have never been to such a dangerous place before," Tang Xian said while breathing heavily. Mainly because the things in this forest are really a bit too dreamy. Some dangers are direct, and some dangers are indirect, catching them off guard. Shangyang Luoxue still hasn't forgotten about the stone just now. "Don't worry. It should be safe around here now. Can you tell me what that stone is for?" Shangyang Luoxue was very curious. Shangyang Luoxue especially wanted to know how powerful this stone was. How could the savage make such a big noise? Now, this person seemed to believe them. After all, when the lion appeared just now, if it weren't for them, I'm afraid some people have been eaten by lions. "It's nothing, except that this thing represents a curse. It is very possible that this place is facing disaster," the savage said in a hoarse voice with some pain. Chapter 328, Encountering Danger. Although they all know that this stone represents something extraordinary, but no one thought that this thing meant disaster. This thing is really a bit too strange. Not to mention appearing out of thin air. It would actually bring disaster. What's more, this place was originally good. How could a disaster suddenly happen? Everyone was a little skeptical of Yuntian's words. After all, Yuntian is currently in a state of confusion. He may not know what he said. But looking at Yuntian's appearance, it didn't look like he was lying. At this moment, the perfectly matched eyes were looking at the place where they left just now. There was also deep fear in his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction where Yuntian was looking. Only then did I realize that a thick black smoke had started to rise from that place. It seemed that the original place was already on fire. How so? That place was safe just now. They had only been away for a short time when the man suddenly caught fire in that place. And the most important thing is that except for a few of them, there was no one else in that place just now. How did that happen? Everyone felt a little shocked. But just relying on shock now is definitely useless, Mula said. Why did it suddenly catch fire over there? But Yutian just kept shaking his head. The fear in his eyes has not receded yet. But he just couldn't explain why. The fire over there is getting stronger and stronger. Is it really because of the disaster caused by this stone? The forest they were in now was indeed bizarre. But there are still traces of everything here. Suddenly there was such a big fire in that place, which made people feel very strange. It is not difficult to think that this thing is probably a fire deliberately set by someone. I think this job shouldn't be that easy. It's very likely that someone set him free, Mula guessed. The surrounding conditions are very humid now. Even if there is sudden flexibility, it shouldn't happen so quickly. That's why Mulu was wondering. Did someone set a fire there deliberately? You can only act like this if you are pretending to be a ghost. But looking at Yutian's appearance, I don't think he is lying, Shangyang Luoshua said. None of them believed in Yutian, because Yutian is unconscious now. It cannot be denied that most of what he said is the truth. After all, Yutian stayed in this forest for a long time. You know much more about this forest than they do. If they want to leave this place, they will definitely need Yutian's help. Otherwise, let's find a way to take a look, Mula said. Mula really wanted to know why it suddenly caught fire that day. If this place suddenly caught fire, Mula would definitely not believe it. Mula believes that there are not so many bizarre things in this world. Even though they have encountered so many things, Mula can all explain them using normal principles. But the place they passed just now, there is still water all around. How could it suddenly catch fire? Apart from someone deliberately setting the fire, Mula really couldn't think of any other possibility. Yeah, let's go over there and take a look. What if the fire over there comes over? Shangyang Luoshua said. Shangyang Luoshua was also a little anxious about the situation over there. The jobs here haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean they won't continue to spread here in the near future. You know, it's very windy here. If the fire over there comes quickly, they may not even be able to escape. But Yutian was very afraid of that side. As soon as he heard that they were going that way, Yutian kept backing up. It's like that place is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. If you don't go, I won't go. Don't go to that place. People will die, Yutian said anxiously. They could tell that Yutian was definitely not pretending to be like this. But what if Yuntianjin really happened there? Why don't you tell them clearly? For example, after arriving here, they saw these things. Yuntian should know everything. But he just doesn't tell them clearly. The more this happens, the more curious Mulu and the others become. And they must find out why. Now that we see this savage like this, we should wait a little longer, Mukin said with a frown. Mukin is not afraid of what will happen. But it doesn't mean that Mukin can be indifferent to things here. Yuntian's current appearance is definitely not groundless. Moreover, Yutian knew much more about this forest than they did. Since Yutian's reaction now, it means that there may indeed be some secrets in this forest that they have not captured. But there's a fire over there. We can't just ignore such a big fire, Shangyang Luoshua said. Now the fire over there is getting bigger and bigger. Although some may have been extinguished in the river. But there was still thick black smoke coming out of it. It looks like the situation here is very dangerous. Shangyang Luoshua didn't want to just sit back and watch. Moreover, Shangyang Luoshua also wanted to know what the connection was between that stone and the fire. The stone appeared suddenly, and so did the fire. Now is the best time they can explore this secret. If this time is missed, it is very likely that they will never be able to subsidize this secret. The more this happened, the more anxious Shangyang Luoshua became. Shangyang Luoshua is not a particularly curious person. But in the current situation, Shangyang Luoshua cannot afford to think too much. Shangyang Luoshua felt that if she didn't go there this time, she would probably get further and further away from what she wanted to know most. Mulu also said, Yes, the fire over there is getting bigger and bigger. Let's go over there and take a look. Mulu is not afraid of danger. Mulu encountered countless dangers along the way. Compared to the unknown dangers, Mulu still wanted to know those secrets. If they want to pass this test, they must first understand everything here clearly. If they don't even know what's going on in this forest, so how can we leave this place? How about this? The three-headed dog and I will go take a look. And you guys wait here, Shangyang Luoshua said first. Of course, they couldn't let Shangyang Luoshua do such a dangerous thing alone. Tang Xian immediately said, Actually, I really want to go there and have a look. Otherwise, let's go together. Both of them have said this. So the final result will naturally be decided. Mulu, Shangyang Luoshua and Tang Xian went there to see what happened. Mukin and Yutian stayed here. Judging from Yuntian's current state, he definitely couldn't continue walking. So might as well just stay here. Chapter 329. Sudden Disappearance. If that's the case, then go and hand over Yuntian's side to me, Mukun said. In fact, Mukun didn't think this place was very dangerous. After all, it was just a fire. How difficult could it be after what had already happened? They had encountered so many dangerous things before, most of which were the various strange animals in the forest. As for the fire that broke out in this place, it was most likely man-made. It would be enough for the three of them to go. So Mukun didn't think much about it. If that's the case, then go ahead. I'll be waiting for you here, Mukun said. After the matter was decided, the three of them went in the direction of the fire together. Mukun and Yutian were left here. Yuntian's condition is better than before, but he kept mumbling these things. Mukun didn't understand these things very well, but I could vaguely hear something about death. It sounds scary. In addition, this place was so dangerous. So the three of them left. Mukun was a little worried. So Mukun walked to the edge of Yutian and asked, "What are you talking about? People will die in that place." "Really, people will die," Yutian said. Yutian has been talking to himself. It wasn't until Mukun got closer that he heard what he said clearly. Now Mukun could imagine it. Probably because what he said was very scary. He might be saying that the place the three of them are going to is particularly dangerous now. There is a high possibility of life-threatening situations there. That's why the savage is here to say these things. Originally Mukun hadn't thought that much. But I heard that Yutian has been talking to himself here. He will definitely think more about it too. "Are what you said true or false? What is in that place?" Mukun asked. Now it seems that that place is really not as simple as they thought. Once you get to that place, your life may be in danger. So no matter what, Mukun couldn't let the three of them continue to take risks. But looking at Yutian now, it seems that he has no intention of saying it. And Yutian's mind is not that clear. Mukun also knew not to say so much. While waiting here, Yutian kept talking about this. Almost 3 hours passed. Shangyang Luoxue and the others haven't come back yet. Mukun became even more worried. The current situation is definitely not right. Logically speaking, if he just checked the situation, he should have come back long ago. No matter how far the journey over there is, there are some dangers along the way. Now, it's time to come back. How could it be that this has been delayed until now, and there is still no news at all? You don't need to think about it to know that you must have encountered something difficult. They can't deal with it themselves. That's why I didn't come back. At this time Mukun couldn't sit still anymore. Mukun said to Yutian, "What on earth do you know? Tell me quickly if something has happened to them. This place has too many secrets for them." Yutian is the person who knows the most secrets here. So Mukun could only ask Yutian. "Yes, they are already dead." "Already dead?" Yutian kept repeating. Mukun then became even more worried. "I really can't sit still," Mukun said to Yutian. "In that case, please come with me." So Mukun planned to take Yutian to that place to have a look. But Yutian said nothing. Mukun had no choice but to say to Yutian, "If you don't go back, I will kill you right here." Originally Mukun had no intention of scaring him. But now there are many things that are no longer the final say of Mukun. He had to hurry over and see what happened to Shangyang Luoxue. Only then did Yutian have to follow Mukun there. After arriving here, I found that the fire here had stopped long ago. All was thick black smoke. The surrounding area had already been burned to ashes. But after arriving here, Shangyang Luoxue was nowhere to be found. You know, this place is only so big. It shouldn't be difficult to find Shangyang Luoxue. But I just don't know why I can't even find Shangyang Luoxue's shadow. None of the three of them. Mukun shouted here for a long time. But no one answered. "What's going on? Do you know where they went?" Mukun was a little anxious. This place is still too dangerous for them. So Mukun didn't know whether they were in danger or not. If nothing happened, we couldn't have arrived. We still can't find anyone. But if something happened, there should be news now. Even if a person dies, there is no way there will be no body. Right? Yutian kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't hear what he was saying. Mukun didn't focus entirely on Yutian. No matter what, Yutian's current sanity is not so clear. Although I could sometimes talk to them, most of what I said were incomprehensible to them. If you want to ask Yutian Neil about their movements, it should be difficult. So Mukun immediately contacted Xiaolong Nu. "Do you know where Mulu and the others went?" Mukun asked. Mukun now regrets a little. If they had known this would be the case, they should have walked together just now. It's not like we still have so many things to do now. "I don't know. What's wrong? Are you separated? Xiao Longnu said. It seemed that Xiao Longnu didn't know much about this place. No. This place was on fire before. And they came to look for me. And when they came back, they couldn't see me. Mukin quickly explained the situation on their side. But it doesn't seem to work well. After Xiao Longnu found out about this, she felt a little helpless. I don't know this either. I don't know what happened here at all, Xiao Longnu said. Although Xiao Longnu knew about this test, she had no way to intervene. What's more, there are many things in this that even Xiao Longnu has no way of knowing. If you want to focus on Xiao Longnu, it is probably useless. But I feel like someone has invaded your place. You can find a way to take a look, Xiao Longnu said. This is the most news Xiao Longnu can give them. Mukin frowned. Unexpectedly, someone invaded this place. Such a situation has never happened here before. So I don't know whether this thing is true or false. But now I can only give it a try. Mukin asked Yutian. Do you know where they are? If you know, you must take me there. Now Mulu and the others are likely to be in danger. So Mukin was particularly anxious. Chapter 330, Impressed. Mukin originally did not expect this place to be so dangerous. Otherwise, Mukin would not be able to let them go no matter what. Their abilities are not that high, and they may not be able to escape danger if they go alone. Maybe it was also because what Mukin said was too sincere, that Yutian was moved by Mukin's words. Finally nodded. It means asking Mukin to follow him. It is estimated that Yutian should know this forest very well. Otherwise, it would not be possible to know its location so easily. At this moment, a big bird suddenly flew over on the road. This bird's wings are spread very wide, and it seems that it can flap them very far with just a slight flap. Mukin was the same. He didn't expect this thing to appear suddenly. Although Mukin dodged easily, Yutian was still walking in front. Since regaining consciousness, it is difficult to detect, and Yutian's sensitivity is not as high as before. There were many times when Yutian seemed unable to hear the sounds outside. This should mean that this matter is capricious. There are two possibilities. It was precisely because of this that Mukin was very anxious. In desperation, Mukin had no choice but to move to the front and push Yutian under. This time Yutian barely managed to avoid being taken away by the bird. But because of this, Mukin suffered some injuries. Although it was not particularly serious, Mukin's bones could still be seen. After reluctantly standing up, Mukin ignored himself. How are you? Mukin said. Yutian was a little shocked when he saw Mukin like this. He didn't expect it. You would actually sacrifice yourself to save me, Yutian said. This is the longest sentence Yutian has said. Before, Yutian always used the word, self, to describe himself. Mukin didn't think so much. Just now Mukin just thought that if he didn't go over, Yutian might be taken away. After all, in a place like this, it was better for them to be careful. So I didn't take this sentence seriously. I just saved you. You don't have to mind so much if it were someone else. I would have saved you. Now I hope you can quickly take me to where I want to go, Mukin said. Now Mukin is particularly worried about Mulu and the others. I don't know what kind of danger Mulu and the others encountered there. Even now, there is still no movement at all. Therefore, Mukin cannot rest assured. And what he hopes most now is to rush to their place to help them. You saved me. I can't just let it go. If you don't care about me, I will repay you, Yutian said. Yutian struggled to speak. Maybe it was because he had been delirious for a long time, and now he finally regained consciousness. It would be impossible for him to be the same as before immediately. Mukin was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect what kind of reward he was talking about. And I always hoped to get to that place right now. So Mukin walked forward alone. Yutian on the other side followed behind. At this time, Yutian patted Mukin. This is my reward for you, Yutian said. Only then did Mukin realize that what Yutian had given him was a medicinal herb. But Mukin had never seen this thing before. And it doesn't seem to fit in well with this place. So Mukin felt that this place should not be produced in this place. Mukin frowned and asked, What on earth is this? Take it first. This thing will be useful to you in the future, Yutian said. Yutian didn't say what exactly this thing did. But the words he said were enough to make Mukin suspicious. Mukin didn't know what this thing was used for. Xiao Longnu said, This thing is not a product of this forest. Xiao Longnu also knew something about the things in this forest. Of course he knew that the thing that Yutian took out was definitely not from this forest. But if this is the case, then the problem arises. Where did this thing come from? Where did you get it from? Mukin asked again. Mukin is actually a little wary of Yutian now. Mukin didn't know what Yutian was thinking. So he just put the things he took next to him, which made Mukin feel uneasy. What is your identity? Mukin asked next. Only now Mukin felt that Yutian seemed a bit abnormal. It would make sense to say that Yutian understood the things here because he stayed here for a long time. But now that Yutian can take it out so easily, isn't the previous thing a bit strange? And this thing doesn't grow in this forest at all. Just conjuring this thing out of thin air made Mukin really wonder whether he could understand it. Don't worry. This thing is not used to harm you. It will help you in the future, Yutian said. After recovering for a period of time, Yutian's speech was much more responsive than before. But even so, Mukin couldn't believe it easily. After all, Mukin also knew how dangerous this place was. No one knows what this savage is thinking. If you don't tell me the origin of this thing, it's impossible for me to take him with me, Mukin said seriously. Mukin is a very cautious person. What's more, it's in such a dangerous place. He was holding such a dangerous thing and had no idea what it was. How could Mukin be reassured? Yes. Tell us quickly where you got this thing. I know it didn't come from this forest, Xiaolongnu said. Xiaolongnu also knew something about this place. Of course, I knew it was impossible for such a thing to grow in this place. But now, he doesn't say where this thing comes from. Xiaolongnu also felt confused. I brought this thing here before I got here, Yutian said. Yutian also stayed here because he failed to pass the test before. But I don't know how many years I have been staying in this place. They didn't expect that a medicinal herb from so many years ago would be retained by him until now. Although I can't understand it a bit. It shouldn't be a big problem. What's more, Yutian said that this thing was left for Mukin to repay his kindness. Although Mukin was a little doubtful, he still accepted the thing. After arriving at the location where Yutian brought them, they searched for a while. Found still no one. Just when Mukin was about to continue searching, Mula suddenly came out. He was panting and had an unusual expression. He looked serious, which was very scary. Mukin quickly walked over. Only one person is seen now. Chapter 331, I will kill you. Mu Chen and others came to the front and saw Mula running towards this side. I don't know what happened to Mula. He ran in a panic. He seemed to have seen Mu Chen, so he ran faster. When he came to Mu Chen, he was still breathing heavily. Mu Chen frowned and asked him what was wrong. Lei, what's wrong with you? Why are you alone? Where are Tang Xian and Luo Shui? Brother, don't worry about it. It's too dangerous here. Let's leave. Mula felt a little guilty after hearing this, and just wanted to urge Mu Chen to leave quickly. She didn't want Mu Chen to know about it. Mu Chen was a little confused. Was it dangerous? Dang Ji's glance penetrated Mu Li's thoughts. It seemed that Luo Shui and Tang Xian were definitely in danger, while Mula probably had a lucky escape. Tell me, are Tang Xian and Luo Shui in danger? Tell me. Mula was a little aggrieved by her brother's cruelty. But it wasn't her fault. Seeing Mu Li's whining, Mu Chen had a premonition that something was not good. With her look like this, something must have happened to Tang Xian and Luo Shui. He waved his sleeves and hated the iron. Why was his sister like this? Leaving Mule behind, he ran forward. He couldn't let anything happen to Tang Xian and Luo Shui. He just hoped that it wasn't Mule who caused them. Upon seeing this, Yuntian and the others immediately followed him. Mule bit his lips and was so angry that he died. But in this situation, she couldn't do it without going. So Mule had no choice but to stamp her feet and follow her. Mu Chen in front suddenly stopped. Yun Tian was confused and looked forward. He finally knew why Mu Chen stopped. A few meters away is a giant spider. Its whole body is dark purple. The darker the color of the spider, the more poisonous it is. Not to mention such a big one. He didn't understand why Mu Chen didn't turn around and leave, until he saw clearly what the spider was holding in its mouth. It was clearly a person. What was going on? Tang Xian! Mu Chen's eyes turned red, and he shouted to Tang Xian. Tang Xian raised her eyes and saw Mu Chen. She seemed to have some fighting spirit after originally planning to give up. Using his hands quickly, he gathered a light wave and threw it into the spider's mouth. The spider was frightened, and Tang Xian took this opportunity to turn over and jump down, and then ran towards Mu Chen. The spider behind him was shocked because he closed his mouth and allowed the light wave to exert greater energy. Mu Chen quickly took Tang Xian over and looked down at Tang Xian's injuries. Tang Xian put his hand away and patted his clothes. Why is this person making such a fuss? It's okay. We have to go rescue Shengwan as soon as possible. Mu Chen frowned even more when he heard this. What happened to Luoxue? Where is Luoxue? I only saw Mula just now. And I saw you when I came here again. Where did Luoxue go? Tang Xian paused and didn't know where to start. But it seemed clear to Mu Chen. He didn't believe what he was thinking. How could it be possible? How could a girl like Luoxue be so powerful? Tang Xian looked at him like this and told him what happened. The three of us came here together. And we were attacked by this spider from behind. We had to fight. But in the process, Shangguan was swallowed by a spider. I had no choice but to save her. But unfortunately, I was also caught. I told Mulu to leave quickly, and you will be here later. Mu Chen had a gloomy look on his face after hearing this. How could it be possible that Shangguan was swallowed? To be more clear, he is already dead? How is it possible? Why? How could she be swallowed by such a powerful girl? The spider was very poisonous. Shangguan made a mistake, and was swallowed so fast that he had no time to react. Tang Xian shook her head. She had no choice. No! She must still be alive. I have to save her. No matter what happens, I will avenge her. After Mu Chen finished speaking, he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Mulu. What are you doing? Brother? Do you know that you are going to die? Since Shangyang Luoxue is dead, we must live well. Mu Chen glanced at Mulu. The fire in his eyes was burning. And it even burned her. Mula had no choice but to let go. His expression was very ugly, and he also blamed himself. Mu Chen drew his sword, seemingly determined to fight the spider. Tang Xian looked at him from the side, feeling a little sad, and also released her spiritual power to help Mu Chen. The spider hadn't recovered yet, and it seemed that it was stunned by Tang Xian's light wave. But what was suspicious was that he seemed to be doing something and kept roaring. It seemed to be very painful. But Tang Xian's attack just now was not enough to cause such great damage. Mu Chen darkened his eyes. This was a good opportunity. Just when he was about to raise his sword and go over, the spider roared and someone actually fell out of its stomach. Mu Chen opened his eyes. It was Shangyang Luoxue. Tang Xian was also a little shocked. Shangguan was not dead. Great. She laughed. Mulu was a little stunned when he saw this. He's not dead? After Shangyang Luoxue came out, it seemed as if she was venting her anger again. She was swung by the spider again before she came out. As soon as Shangyang Luoxue came out, he saw Mu Chen not far away, who was still drawing his sword. She blinked, a little confused, but got over it. What are you doing? Shangyang Luoxue stopped next to Mu Chen. A little confused, Mu Chen came back to his senses and was pleasantly surprised. Great. He knew that Shangyang Luoxue would be fine. But this feeling in his heart made him extremely excited. Raising his hand, he actually hugged Shangyang Luoxue. Shangyang Luoxue fell directly into Mu Chen's arms. She was stunned. What was she doing? But the temperature of my face seems to be turning faster than my brain. After she came back to her senses, her entire face turned red, and she pushed Mu Chen away in shame and anger. You, what are you doing? I'm going to be strangled to death by you before I'm dead. Really? Mu Chen also realized what he was doing, and the tips of his ears suddenly turned red. He said something unfamiliar and confusing. I'm just checking to see if you still have a heartbeat. That's all. Seeing as you're running around so much, you should be fine. Shangyang Luoxue was stunned for a moment, then raised her lips and smiled. This is not how this person makes excuses. If she had no heartbeat, how could she come out? Tang Xian raised her eyebrows. These two people are really enough. Give them a chance and worship directly. Mula felt very uncomfortable seeing these two people like this. Everyone was happy that Shangyang Luoxue was okay. Except for one person. Yuntian. Yuntian's face was pale, and he didn't look happy at all. His memory told him that he didn't seem to live much longer. This spider is a kind of group animal. Although they don't live together, they will never stop coming when their companions are in trouble. It's over. It's over. We are all finished. It's all you. Do you know that you made it angry? It's okay now. We don't want to go out. Chapter 332, Giant Spider. Everyone was busy rejoicing. But suddenly, they were a little puzzled when they heard Yuntian's words. Mukin looked back at him. Why do you say that? Isn't it a good thing that the spider's belly is split? Yuntian's face turned pale, and he looked at the spiders in panic. Seeing that they were all staring at him, he had no choice but to explain. Spiders will transmit signals and each spider will never be too far away from its companion. They can sense the position of their companions, and the spider has already sent a signal. If nothing else happens, they should be arriving soon. After saying this, Yuntian's face couldn't help but turn a little paler, because the ground was shaking violently at this time. And if nothing else happened, they were almost there. Everyone was stunned. It was really over now. Even a single spider couldn't be defeated. What's the point of talking about a group of spiders? The answer is obvious. The best way at this moment is to run. But it's already here. It's too late. Behind the purple spider, a dozen more spiders came in one after another from the grass. They are all huge and come in different colors. But none are light and all dark. What does the dark color represent? The more toxic it is. Muchen frowned. The spider had so many legs that it couldn't run away. Now he could only fight with all his strength. Even if you risk your life, you can probably live longer. If you try to run away, the spider webs will be thrown at you one by one. Shamyang Luoxue was stunned. She couldn't handle just one spider. There were so many. It would be better to commit suicide quickly and still have to suffer the pain of spider poison. However, he also suffered internal injuries. How should he fight? Everyone here probably has some injuries. None of them are in very good physical condition. If they were at their peak, they might still be able to fight. But Tang Xian looked at these spiders. Her tongue was a little knotted. Forget it. When Yule saw this, his legs were trembling even more. He was finished. He might be told here today. How are you doing? Can you fight? Mu Chen asked everyone. After all, everyone had some injuries. Do you think I can be beaten? If I don't fight, I have to explain it here. If I fight, I might be able to live longer. Tang Xian blew her hair. Maybe Puchen's mind was not clear. Shunyang Luoxue also nodded. Anyway, give it a try. We can't get out now. Well, that's all. Mu Chen nodded. In an instant, he pulled out his sword, and everyone behind him showed off their weapons. Mu Chen took the lead and stepped forward with his sword in hand, and started fighting with the three spiders. Tang Xian also worked hard to contain two spiders, one each from Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Lu. In this way, the division of labor is obvious. Mu Chen hit three with one hand. The three spiders had more or less scars on their bodies, but he himself had no injuries. Tang Xian could barely pinch two, and the three-headed dog could also handle two. Shangyang Luoxue looked very weak in the fight. After all, her internal strength was injured and she couldn't fight at all. She was soon pinned to the ground by a spider that was just about to swallow her. Mu Li's eyes behind her saw it, and finally couldn't resist the remorse and shame in her heart. She closed her eyes and launched a fierce attack on the spider, finally saving Shangyang Luoxue. Because of her fierce attack, her spiritual power was obviously not enough to withstand the spider's attack. Shangyang Luoxue was taken to a tree in the distance by her, and now she faced two of them. Mu Chen finally noticed the situation on his sister's side, and in the blink of an eye, it was the scene of Mu Lu being attacked by a spider. He really couldn't turn around, and there was already a scar behind him. He was furious, swung the three spiders away with one sword, and ran towards Mu Lu. But it was obvious that he was too slow. Finally, Mu Lu lost strength and was swallowed by a spider. Mu Chen just watched Mu Lu enter the spider's belly, and his heart was filled with fire. He was eager to save his sister, and after quickly getting rid of a few spiders, he flew towards the spider. The spider seemed to be stupid and opened its mouth directly to him. This was exactly what Mu Chen was thinking, and he rushed into the spider's mouth with one swift step. Before the spider could shut up in a hurry, Mu Chen had already slid down his throat. The whole place was like a tunnel, and it was very crowded. I didn't know whether the people behind me were touching my throat or my stomach. Finally stopped. Mu Chen opened his eyes. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He stood up and wanted to take a few steps, but because he couldn't see anything clearly, he didn't dare to move rashly. Mu Chen stood there for a while, waiting for his eyes to fully adapt, and then looked around. He looked around and vaguely saw Mu Lu. Mu Lu? Lei, say something. I can't see you. Mu Lu was about to faint, and vaguely heard someone calling me, and based on the timbre, he recognized that it was my brother's voice. Has my brother come to save me? It's true, but I am in the belly of this spider now. How can I hear my brother's voice? It's an illusion. My brother is not here. It's so dark here. Elder brother. Mu Lu subconsciously called him brother, but that was the word brother. Muchin already knew Mu Li's location. He stared in that direction and slowly groped towards it. Everything under his feet was eaten by spiders. And he stepped on a few bones. Probably human or animal bones. Finally seeing Mu Li, Muchin hurried over and took the unconscious Mu Li into his arms. Mule, are you okay? My brother is here. Don't be afraid. Mu Li's frown relaxed slightly, and she opened her eyes. She couldn't see anything, but she felt that she was being held in someone's arms. Who is it? Is he my brother? Brother, I'm afraid. Shh. I'll take you out. Don't be afraid that my brother is here. Muchin put Mu Li in a relatively clean place. Then I went to look around the spider's belly. It was too dark. So Xiaolongnu flicked a flame, and the surroundings suddenly became brighter. Muchin took advantage of this and quickly glanced at Mu Li, and felt relieved when he saw that she was fine. What the hell is this? It disgusts me to death. Xiaolongnu covered her lips and waved her hand in a cooperative manner. Muchin also agrees very much. There is anything that can be said here. The two of them turned around in the spider's belly and suddenly discovered something. What is that? Actually took root in the spider's belly? So weird. Muchin asked Xiaolongnu what this thing was. Do you know what this is? I don't know. I never knew. And it's still taking root in my stomach. It's so weird. Xiaolongnu really had never seen such a thing before, and didn't know what it was for. TSK. Will this affect my going out with Mu Li? I feel like it should have some impact. Muchin frowned and looked at the thing, and didn't know what to do. He had to get out quickly. Mu Li didn't know what was going on now. Then how do we get out? Leilei's situation is not good. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen this happen. Chapter 333. Is it still corroded? Xiaolongnu waved her hand, saying that she couldn't do anything. This was too strange. Who knew there was something like this growing inside this spider? I've never seen it before, let alone a solution. Okay. After hearing this, Muchin was silent for a while, thought about it, and decided to find out if there was any mystery in that thing first. After thinking about it, he got closer to the thing. It looked disgusting when he took a closer look. It looked like a small sapling, but the branches on it were not leaves. They were all disgusting tentacles, short and covered with corrosion from the spider's belly. Muchin became more and more disgusted as he watched, but he still resisted the urge to vomit. Xiaolongnu was not as perseverant as him, so she jumped aside and vomited. Why does this thing look so weird and so disgusting? I vomited. You have lived so long and have never seen anything. Why is your mental quality so poor? Muchin observed and did not forget to complain to Xiaolongnu. Xiaolongnu simply ignored his words. As the saying goes, if the ears don't listen, the brain won't bother. It's so strange. How did Xiangyang get out? Little dragon girl wondered. Could it be that it wasn't this spider that swallowed her? Muchin also recalled it carefully. But he was not in the belly of the spider that Xiangyang Luoxue was swallowed. So he didn't know how she came out. Have no idea. I'm so annoyed. What on earth is in this spider's belly? It's actually corrosive. Xiaolongnu was surprised and said that she had never seen such a plant growing in the human body. It was extremely strange. Muchin was stunned and looked at his shoes. Sure enough, the corners were really corrosive. Fortunately, the material of his shoes was very good, so it was not completely corroded. We need to get out quickly. Muchin frowned and said, if you continue to stay here, sooner or later it will become fertilizer for this plant. I know. But how are we going to get out? Can't you think about it after living so long? I haven't seen anything like this in my life. What do you blame me for? It's true. I don't want to quarrel with you. Let's talk after we go out. Of course it couldn't be better. Huh? Muchin curled his lips. This man had a really bad temper and got angry easily. Xiaolongnu was even more speechless. Why did this person love to find trouble so much? She was not omnipotent and omniscient. You really feel like I know everything, right? Thinking that Xiangyang Luoxue came out directly from the spider's belly, Muchin planned to give it a try. He drew his sword and walked towards its belly again. I just wanted to touch this belly to see how thick it is, and how long it will take to open it. But as soon as he put his hand on it, something seemed to stick to Muchin's hand. Weird. There is actually mucus on the belly wall. What are you making all the fuss about? Isn't this normal? Xiaolongnu was observing the sapling, and when she heard these words, she responded without raising her head. Everyone knows whether Muchin has common sense or not. No. This slime can move, Muchin said, quickly shaking off the mucus on his hands. But as soon as he shook it off, The mucus crawled up his legs from the soles of his shoes. Xiaolongnu impatiently wanted to turn around and scold Mukin. But who would have thought that she would actually see the mucus crawling up Mukin's body? His expression suddenly became serious. It was so weird. Are you okay? What do you mean? You still don't believe me. Look at this thing. It's so disgusting, and it's still moving. Mukin complained while shaking off the slime. But it seemed to have taken root. Death clung to Mukin's body motionless, as if he had settled down. Seeing the seriousness of the matter, Xiaolongnu stopped inking and sprinkled a handful of powder on it. Mukin didn't know what the prescription was, but the effect of this prescription was particularly powerful. All the mucus fell away automatically. Mukin was overjoyed and immediately moved away from the belly wall. The two of them still can't come to their senses now. Anyway, what happened here is too weird. It doesn't give anyone any room to think. It's defenseless. And this slime is even more outrageous. It's actually alive. Mukin was still scared. But Mula had already woken up. It hurt her to be moved. Her hands and feet were aching. And she was totally awakened by the pain. The first thing she did when she woke up was to check her body to find out what was wrong with her being in so much pain. But when she looked over, she was stunned. Half of her arm was actually corroded. Mula blinked, feeling the severe pain in his hand, coupled with the fear that came with it. He burst into tears, seemingly frightened. Ah! My hand? Woo! How could this happen? My hand is gone! I really don't have it anymore, brother. Woo! Mukin heard Mu Li's voice and hurried over, only to find that half of Mu Li's arm was actually corroded. His brows furrowed for a moment. No. If this continues, they will really die in here. Lei, don't be afraid. Brother is here. Brother! Woo-hoo! Mukin held Mula in his arms, comforting her and observing her injuries. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the spider's belly, and Mukin looked at it. It's actually a crack. It's them who come to the rescue. Mukin took a look and found that it was Shangyang Luoshua's sword. He was instantly overjoyed, and tried to talk to Shangyang Luoshua. Luoshua! Is that you? Shangyang Luoshua obviously heard Mukin's voice, and was very surprised. It's me. Are you okay? It's okay. Thank you for coming to save us. Are the others okay? Well, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. How could it be? Shangyang Luoshua was shocked. How could it be possible that her sword was corroded? How can this be? This spider still has the ability to corrode? No way. There wasn't that one before. Isn't this the same species? Of course Mukin and Xiaolongnu could see clearly inside. It didn't take even a minute from the time Shangyang Luoshua's sword was inserted into the sword to corrode. And it was actually corroded into a stream of soft iron. Xiaolongnu reminded Mukin in time. Hurry up! Use your sword to split this open so that we can get out. At this time Mukin also came to his senses and gave Mu Lu to Xiaolongnu to hold. He raised his hand and pulled out his sword, gathering his strength just to open the crack. There was a sudden shaking, and Mukin and the others almost lost their footing. What did this spider do? Why is it so shaky? It's okay, Lei. Be careful. Mukin reminded Mu Lu and asked Xiaolongnu to help Mu Lu. Just as he stood firm and prepared to strike at the crack, he was suddenly startled when he saw it. How can it be? Has the crack healed? Still heals quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The area in the spider's belly was greatly reduced. And then Mukin understood. But he didn't expect that this spider would be so strong that it could just close its belly to heal the wound? How is it possible? It can still be like this. Chapter 334. It's finally over. Do you know what's going on? Mula may not be able to hold on if this continues. Mukin frowned, bent the sword in his hand, and put it down again. This spider still has the ability to heal, so I'm afraid it won't be able to get out. What's more, this spider has become a little smaller, and the skin on its belly is probably thicker. Xiaolongnu shook her head. It was the first time she saw this situation, and she didn't know how to solve it. You look at your sister first, and then I'll look at the sapling. Xiaolongnu handed Mula to Mukin and went to observe the sapling. At this time, the battle outside was extremely fierce, and Shangyang Luoshua split open the spider's belly. Unexpectedly, his sword was corroded. I thought that Mukin would be able to split open his stomach and fall off with one more sword strike. But who would have thought that this spider actually has the ability to heal? It actually shrunk a bit, and the crack on her belly healed. TSK. This spider is so troublesome. As Shangyang Luoshua spoke, he waved another braided weapon to resist the spider's strong attack. After Mukin killed 3 spiders with one hand, they killed a few more. There are only 5 left here now. But there are only 2 of them. Her and the 3-headed dog. Originally, she wanted Myukin and the others to come out just now. But the spider turned out to be so powerful. It is estimated that the strength is also higher than the other 4 spiders. So it may be even more difficult to win. 3-headed dog. How are you? Shangyang Luoxiu waved his whip, whipped the 2 spiders, and asked how long the 3-headed dog could last. Myukin and the others won't be able to get out for a while. And if this continues, we will be swallowed up. The 3-headed dog had already recovered itself and started fighting with the 3 spiders. I don't know. I'm afraid I don't have much strength left. Now I can only hold on and wait for Myukin and the others to come out. Otherwise we will be eaten by this spider. The 3-headed dog gasped and said, This spider is too difficult to deal with. But Mu Qin and the others are not here yet. Shangyang Luoxiu had gritted her teeth after hearing this. She had to wait for Myukin and the others to come out. Even if they risk their lives, they can't give up. Otherwise the spider may take them to the spider swarm. It's even more dangerous there. Not to mention the corrosive power in the spider's body. I'm afraid they will be devoured before they can retreat. 1 beast and 1 person resisted like this. And both of them were injured due to lack of physical strength. Shangyang Luoxiu was injured before. But now she is at her limit. Myukin! Tang Xian called Myukin. But her mind had not turned around before. Although I have tried to use violence to cut down this sapling before, so that the spider will not be affected by its power and become stronger. But she didn't think of this, because the sapling couldn't resist this corrosive power. Therefore, the mucus next to the sapling is lifeless. And the skin here is more fragile. As long as they split this place open, maybe they can get out? Myukin hugged Mulu and tilted his head to look at Tang Xian. Did she discover something? Myukin thought and walked towards Tang Xina. What's wrong? What did you find? Look, the slime here won't move. That means the sapling is safe. I guess its defense capabilities are not good. Plus, look at the swallowing food next to it. Some of them have not been completely corroded, which means that the ones here are incapable of corroding. There is no corrosion ability next to the sapling, and there is no protection here, Tang Xian said, and scratched this area with a knife, and blood oozed from that area instantly. What's even more strange is that the wound is not healed. Myukin's eyes lit up. What Tang Xian said was true. Myukin quickly handed Mulu over to Tang Xian's care, while he gathered his strength and swung his sword. A big crack immediately opened where the sword pointed, and he hugged Mulu. He jumped down first, followed closely by Tang Xian. As soon as the 2 left, the spider roared as if it was in pain. Tang Xian hugged Mulu and quickly moved away from the battlefield. She didn't rush back to help until Mulu was placed in an open space. As soon as Myukin came out, he saw the scene where Shangyang Luoxiu was about to fall into the spider's mouth, and he suddenly felt like wind under his feet. He raised his sword and struck the spider on the head, and the spider's blood immediately poured out. With quick eyes and hands, Myukin hugged the rapidly descending Shangyang Luoxiu and placed her in a safe area. Shangyang Luoxiu was exhausted. Now that she saw Myukin coming out, she felt relieved and leaned against the tree. Panting, Myukin looked at her, burned with wildfire, and killed her again. Tang Xian looked at the spider and sent a message to Myukin to find the medicinal herb behind the spider. Spiders are also afraid of something. As long as the herb is found, these spiders will not survive. Then he told Myukin what the medicinal herb looked like. After hearing this, Myukin quickly rushed towards the back of the spider. Of course, the spiders also knew what Myukin wanted to do and wanted to stop him. But they were all stopped by the 3-headed dog and Tang Xian. Soon, Myukin picked it back and threw it to Tang Xian. Tang Xian took the medicinal herb and quickly left the battlefield to tinker with the medicine. Myukin quickly took over, and the 2 of them fought with the 5 spiders while waiting for Tang Xian to get the medicine. After a while, Tang Xian put the medicinal powder into the bottle and waited until the spider opened its mouth to spin silk. Sprinkle this medicine into the spider's mouth again, and you will win. Tang Xian wiped the sweat from his face and threw a bottle at both the 3-headed dog and Myukin. The 2 quickly understood and took the medicine. Most of the spider's skills are spinning silk, so if you want to seize the opportunity, it is very fast. Myukin quickly took care of one of them, and the other 2 were not to be outdone and took action one after another. The 5 spiders quickly turned into 2, and after a while, Myukin killed the last one. TSK. It's over now. It's really difficult to deal with. Go and see how Luoxiu is doing. Mukun said, walking towards the two of them. Tang Xian took out the medicine and applied it to Mu Le and Tang Xian. Where's Yuntian? The three-headed dog looked around, but did not see Yuntian. So he asked. Only then did everyone remember that Yuntian was missing. Mukun asked the three-headed dog to help here, while he went to find Yuntian. Yuntian? Where are you? The spiders are all dead. Come out. Yuntian? Yun. Mukun looked for him and shouted, and finally saw him in a corner. When I got closer, I realized that Yuntian's face was pale, and he was still talking about something. Mukun got closer and understood that what he was shouting was, don't kill me. Help! Help me! Help me! Mukun frowned, patted Yuntian's shoulder, and coaxed him softly. Yuntian? Look at me. Nothing is wrong anymore. Yuntian's eyes gradually focused, and he felt relieved when he saw Mukun. Thinking of what happened to him just now, he could only explain what happened before. It's hard to imagine why he survived alone while the others all died. Yuntian thought about it, but didn't know where to start. Chapter 335, I was scared. Muchen didn't need to think about it to know that this matter was definitely not simple. So many things happened, but only Yuntian survived. What exactly is going on? A bad premonition arose in Muken's heart. He wanted to ask Yuntian clearly, but now Yuntian's reaction was particularly indifferent. No matter how Mukun talked to Yuntian's reaction there was always indifferent. To be precise, Yuntian didn't even give Mukun any reaction. He just sat there stiffly, looking at Yuntian's appearance. Mukun felt a little sad. What happened? Yuntian, calm down first. Don't worry. It's safe now. No one will hurt you. Yuntian shook his head stiffly. He didn't even realize where this place was. Looking at Yuntian's confused eyes, Mukun sighed. The little dragon girl on the side was also sitting next to Yuntian. It seems that Yuntian has experienced some terrible things. Otherwise he wouldn't be like this. Yuntian's appearance is quite sad. Mukun thought so too. This was the last thing he wanted to see. It's just that he didn't know what happened at that time. But even just thinking about it, I knew that what happened at that time must have been tragic. Otherwise, how could it be so ugly? Yuntian must have been greatly stimulated. Otherwise he wouldn't know that he is in a trance now. Mukun sighed. Tell me, what should we do now? Xiaolongnu gave a helpless smile. How could he know? I feel like if we want to know what happened, asking this guy is the only way to go. There seems to be no other way besides this. But if they really want to ask Yuntian, they must let Yuntian recall what happened at that time. This is really too cruel for Yuntian. He didn't know what Mukun wanted to see. Mukun tentatively asked Yuntian what happened at that time. As a result, just as Mukun opened his mouth, Yuntian seemed to be stimulated by something. He kept hiding to the side, looking at Mukun with a horrified expression. Seeing Yuntian like this, Mukun was also shocked. What happened to him? Yuntian, are you okay? Just calm down first. Yuntian didn't hear what Mukun said at all. His eyes were full of surprise. It was as if he really saw something. You must keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. They are coming soon. What did you say you came here? What did you see? Mukun immediately became nervous after hearing his words, frowning and staring at Yuntian, hoping that Yuntian could explain to him. But no matter how Mukun felt that Yuntian had no voice, he just kept repeating those words. What did Yuntian see? That's why it became like this? Mukun tried to ask for a while, but Yuntian's mood was still unable to stabilize. He just huddled himself in the corner and held his head. Seeing his pitiful look, Mukun felt very sad. Seeing that their once lively and cheerful companion had become like this, it was strange that Mukun was happy. But now there is another problem before them. That is, he must investigate clearly where Yuntian went before, and why he became like this. They can only solve this matter if they ask clearly. Otherwise they will never be able to explain it clearly. Forget it. There is no point in forcing Mukun to force Yuntian at this time. Let's wait until he calms down. It was Shangyang Luoxue who reacted first. Shangyang Luoxue also realized that Yuntian was mentally unstable at this time. If they force Yuntian at this time, the effect probably won't be what they want to see. Mukun could only sigh. If only my family Yuntian had been sick at that time, this would not have happened. Mukun still felt quite guilty. If he had been there at that time, Yuntian would not have been threatened. Now is not the time to talk about this. Weren't we all here at the time? If they were still there at the time, there would naturally be nothing to say. But now that things have happened, they have to think about how to deal with these things. Mu Chen, Tell me, what's going on with Yuntian? Will we be in danger? Mukin shook his head, and he unconsciously thought of the spiders he had seen before. Looking at Yuntian's current reaction is very similar to his reaction at that time. Mukin always felt that these things might be related to those spiders. When he expressed this idea, Xiao Longnu reacted instantly. To be honest, this thought flashed through my mind before. Do you think it's like this now? Is it them? Xiao Longnu never thought of it before. But now the more she thinks about it, the more she feels it is possible. But even if they have this, they may not have evidence. And they don't know where to find those guys. It was because of this that Mukin felt a headache. Then what do you think we should do now to save this guy? Xiao Longnu cried and laughed helplessly. How could he know? I think those things must be controlled by someone. Otherwise it would be impossible to make them look like this. Xiao Longnu's tone was very calm, and he could almost be sure that those things were controlled. Mukin had always had this idea before, but he just didn't say it out loud. Now when I hear Shangyan Luoxue say this, I feel that Shangyan Luoxue is quite smart. I have to say that many times we can still think of going together. And I think so too. But if those things are really manipulated, then who is the person controlling them? Is it because Yutian became like this because he was frightened by those things? What is the purpose of those things hurting Yutian? What is the purpose of the person behind it? All of this was a mystery, making Mukin feel like there was a cloud of fog above his head, making it difficult for people to see through it. There are really more and more gifts in front of us now. When will we be able to figure it out? Shangyan Luoxue sighed. At this time, she and Mukin were thinking almost the same thing. Don't you also want to figure these things out? But how can it be that simple? Let me think carefully about what I should do about this matter. Chapter 336. There is a noise. At this time, Mukin vaguely heard some noises coming from outside. He immediately perked up and looked outside. Shangyan Luoxue and Xiao Longnu also noticed it, and they immediately looked over there. And Yuntian's reaction became even more intense. He kept shrinking inside, for fear of being caught by those things. Mukin was shocked when he saw that. He had already made some guesses before, and it was very likely that something was following them. Mukin had been guessing that that person might be someone with evil intentions. But when he saw that thing, Mukin still overturned his understanding. Because this is a very large and strange-looking animal. So what does it mean that he looks strange? Because this guy looks a bit different. He has the trunk of an elephant, but the body of a peacock. Moreover, his body is very huge, and he does not look as beautiful as an animal. On the contrary, it looks a bit strange at first glance, especially when his unconventionally big nose hangs on his body. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. When Xiao Longnu saw this, she was completely surprised and even wondered if she had seen it wrong. Oh my god! Am I still dreaming? What is this thing? Mukin looked at this guy with a deep expression. He knew without thinking that this guy was definitely not simple. Are you the mastermind behind those spiders? What are you? Originally Mukin wanted to say who you are. But when he saw this guy, he swallowed back his words. Mukin even felt that using things to describe this guy was a bit inappropriate. If you really want to say it, this guy should be a monster in the perception of ordinary people. The monster snorted coldly when it saw Mukin, and stared straight at Mukin. Are you the person named Mukin? Why do you have to stay here to let me out? Mukin was really shocked when this guy spoke. What else could this guy not know? Mukin really didn't expect that this guy could speak human language and understand what he said. There are really all kinds of strange and weird things in this forest, many of which Mukin has seen before. However, when he saw this, Mukin couldn't help but feel shocked. This was really unbelievable. Mukin stayed there for a long time and didn't realize what was going on with this guy. He just stared at this guy with wide eyes. Did you not hear what I said or something happened? Come out. He looked at Mukin coldly. After saying that, he strode out alone. I've made it clear to you. If you dare not come out, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at this guy's appearance, Shangyan Luoxue felt scared. He couldn't help but grab Mukin's arm. Mu Chen, look at this guy. This guy is too scary. What should we do? Mukin sighed softly. Then let's go out and have a look. If they really start a fight with this guy at this time, Mukin can be sure that they will not gain the upper hand. If that's the case, there's no need to resist this guy. If they had fought back in the past, they might have had some chance of winning. Anyway, that's what Mukin was thinking. Xiao Longnu couldn't help but swallow her saliva. He looked at Yang Luoxue and then followed Mukin. Since Mukin had already said that he would deal with this guy, they could only give it a try. No matter whether you can catch this guy in the end or not, you still have to try. Xiao Longnu held hands with Mukin. And then the two of them walked out of the cave together. Before he could go out, he couldn't help but scream in surprise. Oh my god! Isn't this thing a snake? Xiao Longnu looked at the snake on the ground in shock. Only then did he realize that there was already a crowd outside their cave. These things gathered outside their cave, as if they were not afraid of them at all. Xiao Longnu was very scared when she saw these things, with fear written in her eyes. Mukin also frowned. What on earth is this? Who are these guys? Mu Qian didn't know all of this. Xiao Longnu looked at Mukin with a painful expression at this time. He was really too scared. Mu Qian, tell me, what should we do now? I'm really afraid of these guys. It wasn't just Xiao Longnu who saved Mukin, who felt a little frightened when he saw these things. He frowned as he looked at these, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. For a while, directly or accidentally, I will stay here to delay them. You have to find a way to get out of here. Do you hear me? Shengyang Luoxue immediately refused after hearing this. How can that be done? Of course we want to be with you. If something happens to you, we won't feel at ease. Mukin sneered. Don't worry. I still have confidence in my own strength. Nothing will happen to me. If there is really someone who can take care of things here, then this person must be Xiao Longnu. And they must ensure the safety of Yutian. Yutian's look was really unsettling. They had to find a way to take Yutian away. If Yutian were to see this situation outside, Yutian would definitely cry in fear. After listening to Mukin's words, Shengyang Luoxue could only nod in agreement, no matter how reluctant she was. Now that Mukin had already said this, it seemed that it was not his turn to be unhappy. Then Mukin, you must be careful yourself. If anything happens, notify me in time. Do you understand? Mukin clicked a little. And naturally he still knew these things. Don't worry. I know these things well. You just need to protect yourselves. Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. He was still not willing to let Mukin stay here alone. But I just feel a little scared. Xiao Longnu must know that if she really deals with these snakes, she will definitely not be their opponent. Maybe I will become a drag on everyone by then. Even if it was for Mukin's sake, he couldn't force himself to stay here. Otherwise something would happen. Mu Qian, the two of us will leave in a moment. If you stay here, you must take good care of yourself and take care of your safety. Mukin nodded, his eyes always staying on the big peacock. Mukin wanted to know where that big peacock came from. He couldn't be the king of the forest, right? Chapter 337, all caught. No matter who this guy is, he must ensure everyone's safety. After thinking about it for a while, Mukin suddenly laughed, and then started to attack this guy directly. Mukin used a sneak attack and went up to the big peacock before it could turn around. Did his classmate realize that Mukin would make a sudden move? He was startled by Mukin's movement. Mukin smiled coldly. It seemed that this big peacock wasn't that powerful. That's all. You don't want to provoke us. Come here to see who is stronger between the two of us. It was obvious that Mukin's actions had completely pissed off the big peacock. As soon as the big peacock chirped, it pounced towards Mukin. He did this on purpose, just to let the others go. When other people saw this scene, they were very grateful to Mukin. Shengyang Luoxue wanted to take everyone away quickly at this moment. But at this time Yutian was unwilling. Mulu was very anxious when he saw his brother teasing the big peacock. If you want to leave, you can go by yourself. I must fight with my brother. After finishing speaking, Mulu walked to his brother and looked at his brother seriously. As soon as Mukin turned around, he saw Mulu beside him. Didn't I tell you already? I asked you to take everyone away quickly. Why are you still here? Brother, I will never give up on you. Let's deal with these guys together. Mukin felt very sad after hearing this. He didn't need it now. At this time, ensuring your safety is more important than anything else. So hurry up and leave. Xiao Longnu didn't want to leave Mukin behind and leave alone, seeing that Mukin's sister was already like this. Of course he himself would not leave. Xiao Longnu looked at Mukin with a firm face, and then took out her own weapon. He fought side by side with Mukin. And even though his fighting ability was not strong, he was still a help. Your sister is right. I don't want to leave you here alone. We need to go together. Looking at the looks of these people, Mukin only felt a headache. If there was really a way to get everyone to leave together, why would I bring everyone to this place? Didn't I tell you already? You go ahead for a while, and I'll be there. If you don't want to leave, let's go together. I won't leave you here. And neither will your sister. Shengyang Luoxue also nodded and must fight against this big peacock with Mukin. Looking at their appearance, Mukin could only sigh helplessly. If that's the case, Then I have to give it a try. After saying that, Mukin followed these guys to fight against these big peacocks. But the big peacocks were much more powerful than they thought. It didn't take long for all these people to be wiped out. And they were all knocked to the ground by the white peacock. When the peacock knocked down several of them, he was still unwilling and put them all into a cage. The others were quite happy and felt that they could be with Mukin. Mukin felt very speechless. Originally, I thought it would be great if we could escape. Why do you want to throw yourself into a trap? Looking at the appearance of these people, Mukin only felt a headache. Didn't I tell you already? I asked you to leave as soon as possible. Why didn't you listen? Don't we value friendship and justice? If we weren't worried about you, we would be willing to stay here. Shangyang Luoxue still felt very unhappy. Mukin was a genuine person. He came to help out of kindness. But this person still had such an attitude. Looking at their appearance, Mukin could only sigh helplessly. It's not that he doesn't want these people to come and save him. But it's really not necessary now. But now it seems it's too late to say anything. Now that it has reached this point, he can only accept it. Okay, I know everything. You guys should think of a solution first. Everyone has fallen to this point. So we can only start to think of solutions. The method you pointed out is very simple. He thinks they can find a way to applaud this big peacock. If they could get along with the big peacock, maybe the big peacock would let them out. Muchinjio felt that this method might be feasible. He saw Little Dragon Girl. If they really wanted to get along with the big peacock, Little Dragon Girl might be their best hope. Little Dragon Girl, what do you think? Do you think you can talk to this big peacock? This big peacock is connected by blood with a Little Dragon Girl. Although the big peacock can also speak human words. But Mukin still felt that the two of them would be more happy after chatting for a few days. Xiao Longnu smiled softly. Of course. I think there is no problem. Let's find a way to get out of here first. He took several things from himself and Yutian and made a dagger. This dagger can cut open this cage. The Little Dragon Girl never took it out because she was afraid that the big peacock would notice it. But now it seems there is no need to worry. If they really want to get along with this big peacock, they must find this big peacock. Before that, we have to leave this cage. And we will talk about the rest later. Mukin felt very magical when he saw the knife in Xiao Longnu's hand. When did you have such a sharp knife in your hand? I didn't even know it. And you didn't bring it over to show me. Xiao Longnu smiled sheepishly. It's not that I don't want to show you this thing, but it's very difficult to make. Xiao Longnu wouldn't have taken out this thing if she hadn't been forced to do so. If we have this, we can unlock this lock, and then we can leave this ghost place. Xiao Longnu really didn't want to stay in this place at all, and he was eager to leave immediately. The same goes for the people next to him, especially Mukin, who wanted to get out the most. They still have a lot of things to do, so how can they stay here? Mukin said. Okay, if that's the case, then the two of us can get out if we work hard. When Xiao Longnu made the knife, she breathed a sigh of relief and saw that Xiao Longnu looked confident. Xiao Longnu smiled at the two of them. Don't worry. Leave it to me to go out, and leave the rest to you. Chapter 338, Facing Danger. After running for a short distance, the group stopped panting. What should we do now? Yeah. I don't know if there will be anything that's scary next. I don't want to watch it a second time. Everyone was talking to each other one by one, and Mukin felt that one was as big as the other. He doesn't know either. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't be forced into this situation. So he could only helplessly spread his hands. I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't thought of a solution yet. Then what do we do? Someone asked again. Mukin didn't know what to say and answered his question directly with silence. Don't force my brother. He is helpless too. If it weren't for him, we might have been killed by the peacock before. Otherwise, keep running forward. The further you run, the greater the chance of success. Someone mentioned it again. Mukin nodded and ran forward first. But who would have thought that at this time a ferocious-looking big spider appeared with fangs exposed. He had many legs, crawling quickly on the ground, heading in their direction. What is this? It's terrible! The first person to see the spider screamed, fear spreading through the crowd like a tidal wave. Am I going to die? Okay. Stop talking and calm down. There is always a solution. Isn't there? Mukin waved his hands. He was actually beating a drum in his heart. But as the leader of this group of people, he couldn't show any fear. Otherwise, these people will only become more frightened, and things will not be solved if they panic. How can we calm down? We are almost killed. Don't jump to conclusions before you figure out the origin of this thing. What happened next made everyone know where this spider came from. You ran away pretty fast, making it easy for me to chase you. A creepy voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and it was clearly the peacock with an elephant trunk. Myukin trembled for a moment, then forced himself to pretend to be calm and said, "Do you really think you are powerful? It's nothing in my eyes." Peacock was furious. "Say it again." Myukin frowned and said, "I said, you are just a piece of trash who only bullies us humans." Peacock sneered twice. "My ability is not great, but my tone is not bad." As he spoke, the peacock opened his mouth and sprayed flames towards the group of people. The flame burned very quickly, and it was about to burn the person standing at the front. At this time, someone complained about Myukin. "You shouldn't be so rude. You see, you have made him angry now. What should we do? You just have to bear the consequences yourself. Why are you dragging me along?" Myukin remained silent. His behavior just now was indeed inappropriate. But how could he endure the provocation from Peacock? It's just a beast, and it's all being bullied by humans. The fire was burning more and more fiercely, and everyone had no choice but to keep retreating. Myukin had countless thoughts running through his mind. But for a while, there was no result. He eagerly picked up the stones on the ground and threw them at the peacock, who knew that the peacock's trunk, as long and thick as an elephant, would catch those stones and throw them back to the crowd. Many people were hit, screamed in pain, and then showed angry expressions towards Myukin. She was clearly complaining about him. Myukin felt a little sad in his heart. He thought about these people so much. But he got this result. It really made him feel a little chilled. Everyone kept retreating. But who knew that there was a cliff behind them? If they retreated further, the final result would be that everyone fell off the cliff. You don't need to look at the cliff to know how deep it is. If they fall, whether they will survive or not depends entirely on God's arrangements. And they cannot afford to take the risk. What should we do now? Some people even cried. He was really desperate. Is he going to hand over his life here today? Myukin was just silent at this time. Although there is no sure path for everyone. Looking at the current situation, there is really no solution at all. What should he do now to save all these people's lives? Ha 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 ha! The peacock looked up to the sky and smiled, obviously amused by the funny looks of these people. "Young man, don't you feel very guilty when you see that your arrogant words have caused your accomplices to look like this? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe I can give you a way to live." Myukin spat on the ground. "If you want me to beg you for mercy, then wait until the next life. You look so weird. No one will take you seriously." Peacock became angry because he didn't expect Myukin to say such things under such circumstances. The fire intensified for a while, and even burned the hems of some people's clothes. They tried their best to put out the fire. But the fire was too urgent, and kept spreading. Just when they were about to fall off the cliff, Mulu suddenly picked up a plant on the ground and threw it towards the peacock. He used a lot of force. That plant hit the peacock directly. The peacock backed away as if it was electrocuted, with a frightened expression on its face. Myukin's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this scene. The peacock is scared. He was just afraid of the plant thrown at him. What is so magical about this plant? It can make the peacock, who is still quite capable, look so scared. Maybe this is the breakthrough. "Everyone, hurry up and pick up plants like this on the ground and throw them at him," Myukin said loudly. Everyone is very conscious in the face of life danger. There are a lot of this kind of plants in this place, and everyone pulls them out of the soil with quick eyes and hands. Then he threw it at the peacock, and the plants hit the peacock one after another. He showed an expression of great pain and screamed several times. Myukin said proudly, "I seem to have found a solution. Let's find more of these plants quickly so that this beast can't have an easy time." Myukin then said to Shangyang Luoxue, "Go look for more plants like this. There are almost none here." Shangyang Luoxue nodded and flew away. Seeing that these plants had been pulled out, the fear on the peacock's face were completely replaced by anger. "You are so brave. You dare to attack His Highness like this. Don't you know how to write the word fear? Then I will let you know now that if you piss me off, nothing will come of it." As he spoke, the peacock spit out flames again. Chapter 339, A Different World. Myukin saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly drew his sword and stepped forward to fight with the peacock. But who would have thought that the peacock's elephant-like trunk would suddenly grow longer and thicker, and hit him? Myukin was accidentally hit in the back, and fell off the cliff. "What should I do now? He fell and our backbone was gone. Is this guy going to kill us all?" The crowd burst into noise. They had not understood Mjuken's importance before. But now when Mjuken fell off the cliff and disappeared completely, everyone started to panic. They feel like something important has left them, leaving only themselves where they are. Mula even shouted, "Brother!" He even wanted to jump off the cliff and leave with Mjuken. "What are you doing? Something may have happened to him. And you just watch him die." A voice rang out. And it turned out to be Xiaolongnu holding Mula from behind. She said word for word, "Calm down. Now is not the time to do stupid things. You know what kind of person your brother is. And he can't die so easily. There must be other ways. Now we have to consider how to avenge him and kill this beast." Mula calmed down a little. She warned herself countless times that nothing would happen to her brother. So many dangers before have turned into disasters. Not to mention that this time it was just a small note on the road. Thinking of this, Mula cheered up again. Now there was no time for her to think wildly. The situation was so urgent, and she had to solve the current situation quickly. But Peacock didn't give them time to react. And the nose that knocked Mjuken off before was waving casually again. He hit the group of people with great force. Even if these people tried their best to resist, they could not escape the fate of being beaten. Screams came and went. They were all so scared. It seemed like the end of the world was coming. The last thought that many people have before they fall is that it is completely over. If they are still alive on such a high cliff, it is because of the blessing of Bodhisattva. Thinking about it, you know it's impossible. But the expected pain did not come. And they did not lose consciousness. Instead, I felt that I had fallen on a soft spot. When I opened my eyes, I realized that there was a soft grass beneath me. There are also unknown wildflowers growing on it. The air is filled with the refreshing fragrance of flowers, which makes people feel very happy. Where is this? I'm not going to die. Am I? Is this really not a dream? We're still alive without me seeing you. For a moment, everyone felt lucky to have survived the disaster. They thought that nothing happened, and that they were really lucky. This place is so beautiful. Like a dream. Yes, fairyland is nothing more than that. There are mountains and water. It is simply the place where I dream to live. Many people lamented. You are right. This place is indeed beautiful. A voice that everyone was very familiar with came over. It was Mjuken. Mjuken walked out slowly and glanced around everyone. Then someone said, "Sorry. It was our fault just now. We shouldn't have said that to you." One of Mjuken's people stood up and spoke. As soon as these words came out, several other people also showed shameful expressions and apologized to Mjuken one after another. Mjuken just waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care about it. It's okay. It's understandable if you're in a hurry. Those people were even more ashamed. With Mjuken's big belly, they were somewhat petty. Mjuken's eyes finally rested on Xiaolongnu. Do you know where this place is? Xiaolongnu was so familiar with this place, so she probably knew about this little corner. But Xiaolongnu just shook her head and said, I'm sorry I can't help you, because I don't know either. Although I have lived in this place for so long. This is my first time here. Maybe this is the wonder of the world. Mjuken sighed. It doesn't matter. It's best if we don't die anyway. There will be another chance in the future. Look at these plants on the ground. Aren't they the ones we just saw above? Peacocks are very afraid of this plant. If we collect more, will we be more confident when we confront him next time? Mulu said. Mjuken nodded. Then let's collect it quickly. Mjuken said. The situation in this place must be caused by that monster peacock with an elephant trunk. Because these plants are specifically grown to scare peacocks. Naturally there is a law of selection. That is, a certain kind of creature will not be allowed to flourish for too long. Xiaolongnu added at this time. I feel the same way. Maybe this place was opened not long ago just to deal with that monster peacock. Okay, let's not worry about so many. The most correct choice is for us to collect more. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to pull up the plants on the ground and stuff them into their pockets. After collecting a lot of this kind of plants and almost pulling out all the plants in this place, bursts of crunching sounds suddenly came over. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and were surprised to find that many spiders that the peacock had just sent were crawling towards them. These spiders look very scary. If you see them at night, you will probably be scared to death. Everyone trembled. Someone said with a trembling voice, Aren't these spiders the ones we just met above? What should we do if there are so many of them? If we are bitten by them, can we really survive? Mjuken was also thinking intently. These spiders looked very scary. And they were so large in number. There is no way for one of them to deal with one of them. And these guys are very capable of action. If you climb on them and attack them, there's really no way you can do it. What to do now? Mukin looked at Xiaolongnu for help. And Xiaolongnu lowered her eyes and shook her head. After living in this place for so long, I only discovered so many strange things recently. Even I, a native, don't know what to do. Do any of you have anything to do with this spider? For example, are there any similar herbs? Mukin turned his head and said quickly. And everyone shook their heads in unison. If they had already figured it out when they were up there, why wait until now? Mukin sighed, drew his sword and planned to attack those spiders. Be prepared. There may be another fierce battle later. Chapter 340, Attack. Just when Mukin was about to attack, but they found that the spiders did not attack them when they encountered spiders before, let alone not attack them. I'm afraid not all of them are strong enough not to eat them directly. But now these spiders are just watching them. It was as if Mukin and the others were not enemies, but small animals passing by. What is going on? Could it be that these spiders are different? Mukin said doubtfully. Shangguan Luoxue thought for a moment. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. I do have an idea. With that said, Shangguan Luoxue walked towards the spiders. When Shangguan Luoxue approached, these spiders even took a few steps back. It is obvious that although these spiders have no intention of attacking, they are still defensive. Looking at the actions of these spiders, Shangguan Luoxue became more sure of his guess. But looking at the types of these spiders, they are basically the same type as the spiders above. There is not much difference. But they have two different personalities. If this happens, there is basically only one possibility. That is being controlled. The same ethnic group, but different personalities. There are only two possibilities for this to happen. One is that these two groups of organisms are far apart, and different environments have an impact. But now it is obvious that this is not the case. One is on the cliff, and the other is under the cliff. The distance between them is no more than 10 miles. So it is absolutely impossible for this situation to happen. Another possibility is to be controlled. This can only happen if it is controlled by other creatures. The spiders above were controlled by the peacocks, so they attacked us, Shangguan Luoxue said. Mukin was very surprised when he heard Shangguan Luoxue's words. That ugly peacock actually has this ability? That means these spiders are not controlled by the peacock? Mukin asked. Shangguan Luoxue nodded. And that was probably what happened. But it has to be said that peacocks can control so many spiders. The study of his abilities is also very thorough. Yes, this is obviously not under control. Shangguan Luoxue nodded and said, to be honest, with their strength, it is not particularly difficult to deal with peacock. But the really difficult part is the spiders above. A large group of spiders surrounded them, and they couldn't touch the peacock at all. But if you can get rid of those spiders, it will be very easy to deal with the peacock. So the only problem before them was to solve the spider problem. Let's go! Let's go find the plant from before. Maybe we can use that plant to kill the peacock, Mukin said, glanced at the spider next to him, turned around and left. After all, if you stay here, you can't find a way to deal with the spiders above. The plant that was thrown down together has not yet been found. Just when Mukin wanted to leave, he was stopped by the group of spiders. Looking at these spiders that suddenly stopped them, Mukin's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that he was leaving the tiger's mouth and jumping into the wolf's den? But that's not right either. These spiders had not moved for such a long time. So why are they stopped now? Just when Mukin was confused, a road suddenly separated among the group of spiders. A larger spider came out. Looking at the spider leader, Mukin firmly protected Mulua. Shangguan Luoxue also stared at the spider leader warily. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The two sides seemed to be about to fight at the next moment. At this moment, the spider leader spoke. We have no intention of attacking you. Mukin and Shangguan Luoxue were all shocked when they heard the spider leader speak. This spider leader can actually talk. But what does it mean to not let them go without attacking them? What? Still want to keep them here? What do you want to do? Mukin asked warily. Although the spider leader said it had no intention of attacking. Who knew what it was thinking? What if you attack them while they are not paying attention? After all, the creatures here are so repulsive to outsiders. I need your help, the spider leader said. Mukin was shocked when he heard this. This spider actually wants to ask them for help. This was the first time since they entered this forest that they encountered a creature seeking their help. You are even stronger than us. How can I help you? Mukin asked doubtfully. To be honest, if these spiders come together, tens of thousands of spiders can kill them all in sheer numbers. But now Spider actually wants them to help. He really doesn't know what he can do to help them. I know you probably don't believe me, but I'm telling the truth, the spider leader said. Even if what you said is true, let me ask you, what good can I gain from helping you? Mukin asked. Just kidding. Who would do this kind of thing without getting paid? He is not a saint. If the Holy Mother came, she might help it without asking. We can't give you anything, but we can help you leave this forest, the spider leader said. Can you help us get out of here? Shangwan Luoxue said in surprise. To be honest, she never imagined that these spiders could have such abilities. Yes, there are many of my kind in my tribe, and we can explore the entire forest, so I can take you out, the spider leader said affirmatively. After hearing what the spider leader said, Mukin called him a good guy. If there are more people, you can really do whatever you want. But even what the spider leader said was true. But Mukin doesn't even know what the spider leader wants him to do now. Even if we want to promise you, you have to tell us what exactly you need us to do. Right? Mukin asked. The reward was very attractive, and Mukin was very excited. But everything must be done according to one's ability. If the spider leader asked them to do something they couldn't do, wouldn't it be embarrassing? I want you to help us deal with the peacocks, the spider leader said. As soon as these words were spoken, Mukin and Shangwan Luoxue looked at each other. He never thought that this was what the spider leader wanted them to help with. Even if they didn't talk about dealing with the peacock, they would deal with the nasty peacock. But the problem now is that we can't deal with the peacock. If they could deal with the peacock, would they still be reduced to this? Absolutely impossible. Let me think about it. Mukin didn't think much about it. After all, he had already wanted to do this to Peacock. But the problem now is that we can't deal with that spider. Chapter 341. The Leader Speaks. While Mukin was talking to the spider leader, Mulu looked at the spiders. There are crystal stones on these spiders, and she seemed to have seen this crystal somewhere before. But for a while, I couldn't remember where I had seen it. After recalling it for a long time, Mulu suddenly remembered. Isn't this the formation crystal that Mukin talked about? Mukin once said that these crystal stones are the key to unlocking a formation somewhere in the forest. Brother, look at the crystals on those spiders. After Mulu remembered it, he quickly pulled Mukin and said. After hearing his sister's words, Mukin looked at the crystal on the spider's body. After seeing the crystal, Mukin recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the crystal that activates the formation? I didn't expect that these crystals would come from these spiders. He hadn't observed these spiders carefully before. But now, he took a closer look and discovered this. Yeah, but it's the same crystal. Mukin nodded and said. When Mulu saw his brother nodding, he wanted to reach out and touch the crystal stones. But he was stopped by Mukin. If these crystals were on the ground, it would be fine if my sister touched them twice. But these crystals are now on the spider's body. If the spider is angered, just give it to your sister, and it will be over. I promised you, Mukin said after thinking for a long time. Xiao Longnu was very moved when she heard Mukin's words. This forest was originally left by the predecessors of the Dragon Clan, but now it has been ruined by the peacock. Mukin's agreement to deal with the peacock was tantamount to protecting the forest. Thanks, Tang Xian said, holding Mukin's arm. Mukin possessed him and stroked Tang Xian's hair, who made him so soft-hearted. Since Mukin has agreed to deal with Peacock, Mukin will not delay any longer. Start looking for the way back. That Peacock might be doing something up there to harm the forest. It's easy to get down, but hard to get up. The cliff is so high that it must be impossible to climb up. At this time, the spider leader played its role. There are groups of people scattered throughout the forest, and they are definitely the creatures that know this forest best. Under the guidance of the spider leader, Mukin quickly found the way up. Following this road, Mukin returned to the cliff in less than half an hour. Back on the cliff, Spider soon discovered Mukin. Not long after, the peacock came around with a large group of spiders. Peacock was very surprised to see Mukin alive. At first, when the spider told it that Mukin was not dead, it still couldn't believe it. This cliff is so high. How could human beings like Mukin without wings possibly survive? But it had only been a short time before Mukin had already come back. And it came back intact. You humans have a really hard life. Peacock looked at Mukin with disgust and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. There are even more disappointing things. Mukin said with a smile. Want him to die? There is nothing so simple. He just fell off a cliff and still wanted his life? Just kidding? Humans, life is just a bit tougher. Do you really think you can survive when you come back? Peacock said angrily. This time, It must let this human being die without a burial place. If you can't kill him by falling off the cliff, then kill him yourself. Kill me! Do you think it's possible? On the contrary, I feel that your life is coming to an end, Mukin said easily. If it had been before, Mukin would not have dared to speak like this. But it's different now. The spider leader is already on his side, with backup support. Why is he afraid of a little peacock like him? It was just a joke on him. Kill me! Ha ha ha, you humans are so funny. Peacock burst out laughing when he heard Mukin's words. This is the funniest joke it has ever heard. Mukin was chased everywhere by him before, and even jumped off a cliff. Now he came back on his own and threatened to kill him. It's like a baby saying it's going to beat up an adult. Just nonsense. Laugh more. I feel like you will never laugh again, Mukin said confidently. You sure? Peacock said, waving his hand to his side. Groups of spiders emerged from the forest and surrounded Mukin and the others. All the spiders looked like they were ready to move. I'm sure. And are you sure you can do anything to me just with these spiders? Mukin asked. This time, he wanted to mock the peacock vigorously. Try to let the peacock fight with yourself. He has great confidence that he can win the peacock. But the peacock always hides behind the spider and does not take action. So no matter how confident he is, it will not help. Only these spiders? Are you looking down on me? When Peacock heard this, his anger surged again. This human actually looked down upon his strength. What do you mean by just these spiders? My own strength was actually ignored by this human being. Who can bear it, and who cannot? He must let this human being see what true strength is today. Human, you succeeded in provoking me. Today I must let you see what true strength is, the peacock said, slowly walking out from behind the spider. When Mukin saw the peacock coming out, Mukin knew that his sarcasm was spot on. However, what makes Mukin a little anxious is why the spider leader has not come out to help him at this time. Could it be that he was stopped? Nor should it. When going up the mountain, he came up unobstructed. The spider leader must not be stopped by other creatures. You want to fight me alone? I advise you to drag these cannon fodder with you, Mukin continued to mock, in order to prevent the peacock from calling out to the spiders around him. Mukin did not stop taunting him. Instead, it became increasingly harsh. Oh, by the way, you can't say that about these spiders. After all, you are about the same strength as these spiders. Suddenly, I feel like these spiders are much prettier than you. Mukin's mouth now turned into a taunting spell machine gun, talking non-stop. Peacocks are not human, and are not good at words at all. Now that Mukin was ridiculing him like this, his anger kept rising. But he didn't know what to say to fight back. You guys get the other humans for me. And you, I will kill you today, Peacock said, waving to the spider next to him. Under the command of Peacock, the surrounding spiders gathered around one after another, shrinking the circle of encirclement. Before coming, Mukin had already made an agreement with Shangwan Luoxua and the others that they could just hold on under the attack of these spiders for the time being. Chapter 342, Quick Solution. As for the peacock, he will try to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The battle is about to break out. Surrounded by spiders, Shangwan Luoxua and the others soon fell into a fierce battle. Mukin was confronting Peacock in the middle. The battle between Shangwan Luoxua and the others did not affect Mukin. Die! The peacock swung its long tail, accelerated its body suddenly, and rushed towards Mukin. Mukin did not retreat but advanced, raised his fist, and struck directly. The peacock's claws collided with Mukin's fist, making a collision sound like metal. At this time, the angry peacock continued to attack Mukin without any pause after the attack. Its long trunk turned into a flexible arm, and together with its wings and claws, it continuously attacked Mukin. Although Mukin wanted to get rid of Peacock as soon as possible, he knew that now was not the time. At this time, the peacock was in an angry state, although this emotion made the peacock's attack unorganized. But similarly, the peacock's attack is also the most rapid. He only needed to wait a little longer, and wait until Peacock was exhausted before he could fight back. He can even kill with one hit. The real battle is not that if I am tougher than you, I will win. Instead, avoid the edge and attack the vital points. The circle in which Mukin and Peacock fought gradually expanded. The surrounding spiders also consciously avoided this person and beast. Weren't you crazy just now? What are you hiding from now? Peacock said as he attacked. After attacking for such a long time, this human did not dare to confront it head-on. The beating made it feel very angry. Ha ha! You're trash. You can't even touch me. How dare you make such a fuss? Mukin mocked. The peacock, who was already angry, exploded when he heard this. The feathers on his body were shaking. Mukin could clearly feel that the peacock's speed had increased by 20% at this time. But that's exactly what he wanted. Speed up the attack? It's just accelerating your own death. As time passed, the peacock's attack gradually began to weaken. Its physical consumption is really too great. Attacking with all its strength without reservation brings huge physical consumption. On the other hand, Mukin still looked relaxed at this time. There was no sign of physical exhaustion at all. Isn't this? Okay. Since you are not. Okay. Then it's my turn, Mukin said with a cold snort after receiving Peacock's attack. He could clearly feel that Peacock's attack had weakened a lot, compared to the beginning. It's not even a little bit worse. Isn't this the time he has been waiting for? For a moment, one person and one beast exchanged offense and defense. From the beginning, Mukin kept dodging. And now he has the upper hand. And the situation is gradually improving. As long as you get rid of this guy Peacock, the rest won't be a problem. However, Mukin himself could hold on. Shangwan Luoxua and others on the other side were not so comfortable. Besieged by a huge number of spiders, Shangwan Luoxua needed to avoid attacks from all directions. And it was really difficult to react. Shangwan Luoxua was already breathing heavily after kicking away a spider biting him. Facing such a huge group of spiders, their physical exertion is no less than that of the peacocks. Just when Shangwan Luoxua was tired, by accident, I was bitten by a spider. Ah! Shangwan Luoxua let out a soft cry, kicked away the spider in front of him, and kept retreating. At the wound, the flesh and blood were no longer flesh-colored, but had a strange purple color. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. After being poisoned, Shangwan Luoxua soon felt that the scenery in front of him began to become blurry. Immediately afterwards, Shangwan Luoxua felt her head feel dizzy. Not long after, Shangwan Luoxua fell heavily to the ground and passed out. Mukin, who was fighting Peacock, also noticed this situation. I couldn't help but be distracted and check Shangwan Luoxua's condition. He was distracted, but Peacock had no intention of being distracted at all. Caught off guard, the peacock's tail brushed against Mukin's leg. Being hit on the leg by the peacock, Mukin felt that his body's center of gravity was unstable, and he thought about falling to the ground. After hitting the target with one blow, the peacock took advantage of the victory and pursued it. And its ugly trunk suddenly attacked Mukin's back. Mukin, who was originally preparing to straighten his figure, had no chance at this time. Being hit by 2 consecutive attacks, Mukin's body fell heavily to the ground. After Shangwan Luoxua was injured and controlled by the spider, Mulu followed closely. One after another, they are controlled by spiders. Even Mukin has not escaped the fate of being controlled. Human, weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep calling me! Peacock stared at Mukin fiercely and said, now that things have come to this, Mukin naturally won't go back and say anything more. He knew very well that he just said those mocking words just because he didn't want Peacock to attack other people. If he continues to say this now, he may be seeking death. At this time, the spider leader, who had agreed to cooperate with him, appeared. Behind him, there were a large group of spiders. But much to Mukin's disappointment, the spider leader was not here to help him. Instead, it is more like a loyal subordinate of the peacock. Seeing the compliment from the spider leader, Mukin felt very regretful. Why should I believe what the spider leader said? He could have gone looking for a better way to deal with the peacock. But where is the chance now? Maybe my life will be decided here later. Humph. Can you beat me in a single fight? Mukin said. Just kidding. If there hadn't been an accident on Shangwan Luoxua's side, this ugly peacock had already been pressed to the ground and rubbed by him. Where will it be its turn to be arrogant in front of itself? What? Didn't we fight alone just now? Peacock said with a cold snort. Human beings are really trash. Just some of the same kind that reproduce and reproduce. And it's because of this kind of same kind. And put yourself in crisis. If it were him, even if his own kind died, he would not be affected in any way. So you'll never know what it feels like to believe in someone else and be believed in, Mukin said with a cold snort. It is obviously impossible among humans to ignore the people around you. If there is, it only means that this human being is unqualified. Your Majesty, are you going to lock them up or kill them directly? At this time, the spider leader standing next to the peacock said. When Mukin heard this, he felt even more uncomfortable. It was all because of himself. And now everyone must die with him. If he had known this earlier, he might as well have come here in less of a hurry. Wouldn't it be nice for him to honestly find a way to deal with the peacock? Chapter 343. Obey. Looking at everything happening in front of him, Myukin felt anger coming from his heart. You must know that the premise of all cooperation is based on mutual trust. But when Myukin saw the attitude of the spider leader he had cooperated with before towards Peacock, the rationality in my heart seemed to be gone. What the hell is going on? It was not just Myukin who felt deceived, but also some of the people who were traveling with him. Moreover, after getting along with Myukin, everyone has developed the temperament and character to speak out when they have something to say. Perhaps it was for this reason that when they saw everything in front of them, they couldn't help but complain. The spider leader seemed to have heard something, and turned his head slightly towards Myukin and his group. But he didn't give any explanation, and he didn't even give them a look. Myukin's hands, originally hanging at his sides, gradually clenched into fists. He seemed to want to use this method to slightly relieve the boredom in his heart at the moment. Mu-chen, I think this situation is not a good sign. In fact, he is the person with the worst empathy in the team, and he could also feel the dissatisfaction of his teammates around him at this moment. He wanted to do something for his companions, but after opening his mouth, no words came out for a long time. After struggling for a long time, I finally just said this. The person who had a better relationship with Myukin gently patted the person's arm and gave him a look. After receiving such a reminder from his eyes, the man nodded repeatedly, as if he had just realized something. It seemed that he was very afraid that Myukin would start to vent his anger on him because of similar things in the next second. So the man took a few steps back cautiously, as if he wanted to stay away from Myukin in this way. After all, no one knows exactly how a person who is angry will vent his anger. Who can know what kind of accidents may occur during the process of venting emotions? Myukin tried hard to adjust his breathing. He hoped that everything he saw was just an illusion. But when I saw the spider leader facing the peacock, his absolute obedience didn't seem like a disguise. Are you still in the eyes of the leader? Why don't you suppress them all quickly? The spider leader seems to have been in this territory for a long time, and he is quite trusted by the peacock. Because when the spider leader gave such an order, the surrounding peacock's men escorted Myukin and others out very naturally. Such a small detail further confirmed the thoughts of Myukin and others. They could only take a fierce look at the place where the spider leader was before leaving. They had a lot to say in their hearts, and wanted to question the spider leader. Why did he do this? I want to ask him if everyone's cooperation these days is just child's play or an act. But in the end no one spoke, and they had nothing to say to the betrayers. The turning point came again. When night fell, the spider leader suddenly appeared at the place where Myukin and others were imprisoned. I'm here to get you out. Maybe I'm worried that others will notice me if I speak loudly. So when the spider leader said these words, his voice almost appeared in the form of air currents. Facing the sudden appearance of the spider leader Myukin and the others, he was actually very wary. The spider leader seemed to be aware of it. Myukin and the others shook their heads with a wry smile at the redefinition of his state. He did not continue to explain, but directly used actions to prove his current position. Why are you doing this? Myukin frowned involuntarily as he watched the spider leader open the door of the room where they were imprisoned. You must know that just a few hours ago, the spider leader in front of him was still groveling to the peacock. But now, he immediately did something that violated Peacock's regulations. This had to make Myukin and others feel very confused, worried that this was a conspiracy. How do we know if this is your new trap? If Myukin was relatively tactful when expressing his thoughts, then the words spoken by the following people could be said to be heartfelt. The spider leader opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain something. But in the end, he just sighed helplessly. I hope you can understand that everything we have experienced before is not made up. Although the spider leader did not clearly express its significance to Myukin and others from the front. But when he told his sentence, his eyes could be said to be very sincere. Myukin is a very soft-hearted person, so he has already forgiven most of the person in front of him. After seeing that Myukin's attitude gradually improved, Spiderhead began to tell the reason why he did this. We also have our own difficulties in surrendering to the peacock. When talking about this, the spider leader seemed to be very afraid to speak. Myukin and the others did not rush, but slowly waited for the spider leader in front of them to recover from the emotions just now. The peacock holds something in its hands that can make our spider family completely obey it. The system commander did not continue to describe all the events that followed, but Myukin and others could already roughly guess it. And the reason why he is unwilling to continue describing it is nothing more than a leader's pride. After all, he was once the leader of many spiders, but because of an unknown thing, he was threatened and ordered by a peacock. If this were to happen to other tribesmen, It would probably be a very shameful thing. Don't worry, since you regard us as your own, and it is indeed because of your own difficulties that you had to betray us. When Mukun said this, the look in his eyes was very firm. Don't worry. We will help you get that thing back and prevent you from being controlled by Peacock again. After Mukun said these words, the spider leader's eyes flashed with light. Really? Isn't this too much for you guys to do? After Mukun thought for a while, he finally came up with a theory of his own. Make preparations first. Chapter 344, Whereabouts Exposed. With the current manpower and material resources alone, there is no possibility of success. Although he had agreed to the spider leader Jin in front of him, Mukun was actually very self-aware of his abilities. And if they fight to the death according to their current situation, it may not actually be impossible to win. But Mukun is their group after all. And the leader at this moment must ensure the safety of everyone in his team. Due to various considerations, waiting for Shangyang Luoxue to be rescued was the safest way to deal with it. The spider leader did not object to his approach, but waited quietly. After thinking for a while, Projection finally came up with his own solution strategy. Maybe we can work with each other. In fact, what Mukun was waiting for was his words. Because Mukun was completely unfamiliar with the things here. If you act rashly, it is likely to cause the opposite situation. I help you rescue Shangyang Luoxue, and you help me get the thing that can control us. When Peacock said these words, he seemed to be very excited, and even his voice was trembling slightly. Just relying on such a situation, he could already imagine it. For such a long period of time, the situation of the spider family being controlled by the Peacock was so tragic. After seeing Mukun and nodding his head to agree to this cooperation between the two of them, the spider bracelet seemed to have let go of a worry. He took a deep look at Mukun in front of him, then turned around and left the room where the two of them were. Not long after, this acquaintance came back again, and he didn't come back alone. Shangyang and Luoxue. Mukun was very excited to see Shangyang Luoxue again, but even in this case, he did not forget the agreement with the spider leader. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. Since you helped me rescue Shangyang Luoxue, then I will definitely complete what I promised you. Two completely different species looked at each other, and there was trust in each other's eyes. Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue sneaked back to Peacock's location together without any of their subordinates noticing. Shangyang Luoxue directly dodged into a room exclusive to Peacock, and very skillfully cracked all the organs in it. I don't know if it is exactly this, but I have noticed that the Peacock preserves it very carefully every time. When Shangyang Luoxue appeared again, he had a small machine in his hand. It can be said that such a machine is completely inconspicuous, but it is such a thing that has humbled the spider family for so long. It should be this thing. Since Peacock attaches so much importance to it, it can at least mean that it is something very important to him. Because the current situation cannot be said to be completely safe. That is for this reason. Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue did not stay in that place for too long. Now that they had obtained something that might control the spider clan, they immediately left as quickly as possible. In fact, what Mukun was thinking was that since this thing was very important to Peacock, then even if it is not a machine that controls the spider family, it can still be used as a threat and a condition of exchange. Although I don't know if this is what you are looking for, this is the most important thing we can find. When Mukun brought the machine back to the spider leader, he saw a very surprised look in his eyes. This is the thing that controls our clan. The spider leader was obviously very excited, and his eyes were fixed on the machine in front of him. At that time, when I saw the reaction of the leader in front of me, I knew that I had done the right thing this time. She smiled softly, and then threw the machine box in her hand to the leader in front of her. After all, you are being controlled, so I think it's better for you to resolve this matter yourself. Although this leader was in darkness, Mukun could still see the emotion in his eyes at this moment. Mukun did not speak, but smiled slightly, using this method to show that he didn't care at all. After getting the machine, the spider leader carefully took it apart. A crystal clear gem suddenly appeared in front of everyone, slowly glowing even in the dark. If the function of this gem were aside, Mukun would most likely say that he was actually very beautiful. But now that he knew this function, Mukun couldn't say a word of praise. After Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue looked at each other, they both saw the same thing in each other's eyes. Compared to Mukun, Shangyang Luoxue actually preferred such a crystal clear thing. But looking back at the leader's reaction, after he got the gem, even his breathing became much heavier. Even in the darkness, Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue could not clearly see the bright expressions in front of them, but they were still able to deduce from such details. The gem glowed in the dark, and its gleaming light gave off a chilling feeling. Click! After a crisp sound, Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. It turned out that the boss had crushed the gem into pieces. Some of the fragments of broken gems have even been found and are in the hands of the leader, but he seemed to have no feeling at all, watching all of this very indifferently, as if nothing had anything to do with him. It's okay. Just relax. You are free from now on. Shangyang Luoxue realized that the leader in front of him was very emotionally unstable. He groped in the darkness and took 2 steps forward towards the Preqin dynasty, using this method to shorten the distance between the two people. Even as he spoke these words, his voice was very soft. It seemed like he was afraid that if his voice was louder, he would scare the people in front of him. The leader's condition gradually improved, and his breathing gradually became calmer. This change in feeling made both Mukun and Shangyang Luoxue breathe a sigh of relief. I must kill him! Peacock had already found this place, and when he confronted the spider leader, the spider leader showed strong murderous intent. Chapter 345, Find a Way Out. After communicating with Mukun, he realized that so many things had happened here. You mean that Peacock was already disliked before? Right. Spiderhead nodded. He knew that this matter might not be very acceptable, but it was true. Yes, that Peacock was a pretty good person before he came to the forest. But after he came here, he was ostracized by others, because that Peacock looks really too flashy. So after coming here, the Peacock was immediately opposed. Those animals thought that the Peacock was not a good person. So with all kinds of deception, he also forced him into the forest to live without water. The Peacock was forced to leave the forest. As a result, a jade stone was discovered at this time. This jade stone is something that can control spiders. Mukun suddenly realized at this time. No wonder this was the reason why the Peacock was under control. That means this Peacock was a persecutor who was bullied before. Right. Seeing how arrogant he looked, Mukun really didn't expect that he actually had such a past. Spider nodded, although he didn't want to admit it. But it was the truth. Yes, it is indeed like this. The people in this forest are not too nice either. Of course, it's definitely not bad. They just hate the new people. If this matter were someone else's, they might just find a way to get closer to these people. After a long time, they will naturally be able to chat together. But this Peacock is also an extremely sensitive person. So after encountering this incident, some changes in my mood quickly occurred. After getting the jade, he started doing all kinds of bad things. Spiders are not so bad, but they don't want to be controlled like this all the time. Every time they are controlled, they feel that they can't help themselves and cannot do what they want to do. Therefore, everyone disliked the Peacock very much. But there was nothing they could do about it. That is, seeing Mukun now, they were able to express their feelings to Mukun. Mu-chen, you know now, these things are not what we want to do, but we have to do them because of that jade. Mukun nodded. The words he communicated with Zhu Zhu today had already subverted his understanding of spiders. To be precise, it should have subverted his understanding of the forest. Mukun really didn't expect that there were so many stories in this forest, which he didn't know before. The reason why I tell you this matter is that I hope you can come up with a proper solution. The spider leader looked at Mukun quietly and said, I know you don't want to stay in this place anymore. Right. Mukun smiled. Of course. Did he have any other ideas? Am I going to like this ghost place? Of course, I have to find a way to get out of here. If that's the case, then I hope you will take this jade out at all costs. And you can't let them stay in the forest anymore. If this one continues to stay in the forest, it will most likely destroy the rest of them. At that time, the bidder will control the spider after getting the jade. If that was the case, there would be no way out even if they defeated Peacock. So Mukun could only let Mukun target others. So I can comply with your request. The only condition is that you change direction and target other people, so that I will let you go. Mukun was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he really wanted to throw the jade away. With our own strength, we cannot take this piece of jade out of the forest, so we can only rely on you. The spider leader was very sincere, and his calm voice made Mukun couldn't help but believe that what he said was true. These were just words. Muchinjio felt that contentment had not deceived them. After all, this guy had no reason to lie to them. If they wanted to take out this jade, there was only one way. And the most important thing is that there is only one way out in front of them now. If they refuse, They will be killed by spiders. Now I hope you will cooperate with us. He took it out and nodded, pretending to be all ears. As long as you are willing to take this jade out, I can help you leave this forest together. If they can get Jishu's cooperation and help, it will be much easier for them to leave here. Happiness came so suddenly that Myokin didn't even realize what the spider was talking about. Are you telling the truth, or are you lying? Can you really help us get out of here? If you are willing to take out the stone, then helping you is also helping ourselves. So I hope you can agree. Myokin smiled. It must be a good thing for them now. So Myokin had no time to understand the accuracy of this statement. If what you said is true, then of course I hope you can help us. Myokin knew very well that they were exhausted after staying here for this period of time. He now wished he could leave this forest and leave this strange place immediately. But Myokin also knew that their strength was too weak, and it would be difficult for them to do it without the help of others. So Myokin could only place his hopes on these spiders, hoping that these spiders could help them. If you are willing to agree to our words, then we can set off now, and I will take you out of the forest now. The spiders at the bottom of the spider leader said a few words, and then the spiders automatically made way for Myokin. I believe that as long as I leave this place, you will be able to leave the forest. When the time comes, you must keep this jade as far away as possible. Myokin nodded. He understood. Okay. I know. Don't worry. After saying this, Myokin walked along this road with the spider leader, and the spider next to him automatically opened the way for them. Myokin always felt that this matter was not that simple. If it was really like this, wouldn't it be too easy to win? What's wrong? What are you still doubting now? Are you doubting the authenticity of what I said? You don't believe what I say? Myokin smiled, but he didn't mean to disbelieve it. Chapter 346, Being Able to Leave. Myokin immediately shook his head after hearing his words. No. I just feel that happiness comes too suddenly. So I am wondering whether this thing is true or false. Until now, Myokin didn't think this thing was true. Instead, he felt it was a little scary. If it was really like this, wouldn't it be too easy? Did they get out so easily? With the escort of spiders, other animals would naturally not dare to hurt them anymore. It seems like no one here would do anything to them. That's why Myokin felt very strange. He couldn't help but ask Xiaolongnu, do you think our test is over this time? Can we really go out like this? Xiaolongnu smiled. I don't know either. I have to follow the instructions at night. Xiaolongnu didn't know how to deal with these matters. However, he believed that after nightfall, the ancestors would naturally respond to them. Hearing what Xiaolongnu said, Myokin could only nod his head. And now he couldn't say anything else. What should be done about this matter? I should be able to share it by the evening. At night, Myokin saw some stars appearing in the sky over there, and Shangyang Luoshua's body also shone brightly. Myokin couldn't help but open his eyes wide when seeing these strange sights, because he had never seen this kind of situation before. Myokin didn't know what was going on. Now Shangyang Luoshua, can you tell me what's going on? Shangyang Luoshua looked at the light on her body with some confusion. Even now, Shangyang Luoshua didn't understand it. How do I know? I have never seen such a thing. So how can I possibly know the mystery inside it? Thinking of this, they had no choice but to put it on Xiaolongnu. Xiaolongnu knew better, and should be able to answer the question. Xiaolongnu smiled at them and said, it should be with the permission of our ancestors. Otherwise such a change would not have happened. If they got the promise from their ancestors, does that mean that what they know now is true? Then can we leave this ghost place now? Is it true or false? When she said this, Shangyang Luoshua felt a little excited. It would be great if she could really leave here. Xiaolongnu smiled and nodded. Anyway, according to the profession, this is how it is shown. As for what is going on, they have to investigate it themselves. Anyway, according to our explanation, you should have passed the test. As long as you leave this place, you will be safe. Myokin and Yang Luoshua looked at each other and smiled. They had been taking risks here for so long, and now they were finally fine. Oh my god! You don't know how worried I was during this period. Fortunately, the problem has been solved now. Myokin smiled softly at them. And at this moment some monsters suddenly attacked them. Those things ran very fast, and it didn't take long to reach them. Even though Spider was escorting them, they still turned a blind eye, and the only target was Myokin. When he saw these guys coming over again, Myokin's pupils shrank sharply, and he didn't realize what was going on with these people. Shangyang Luoshua smiled coldly. They really knew how to stir up trouble. If that's the case, then kill these guys first. and then go out. Now it seems that there is only one way. Myokin looked at these things quietly, and found that they all seemed to exude some strange smell. And they also look very scary. They have trunks that look like ivory, but they look like porcupines. It looks very disgusting. These guys obviously came here deliberately to stop Myokin. So when they saw Myokin coming, they all stared at Myokin eagerly. He kept attacking Myokin, as if he wanted to stop Myokin at this place. But now victory is in front of Myokin, and nothing can stop Myokin. When he saw these guys coming, Myokin just sneered. How dare those people who overestimate their capabilities dare to come and demonstrate against him? Little dragon girl, can you help me kill them directly? Anyway, we have already reached this point, and there is no need to stress about whether to fight or not. Myokin had been fighting all this time, so he was already very tired of fighting. If it could be solved, he certainly hoped that Xiao Longnu could directly help him solve these guys, so that he could go out. After hearing what Myokin said, Xiao Longnu nodded, and then directly released her divine power. Originally, these guys were still enthusiastically attacking the friends and Myokin around Myokin, trying to block them in the forest. But after Xiao Longnu showed her power, each of them was so intimidated by the divine power that they did not dare to move. Xiao Longnu had such an ability. Seeing these guys coming over, Xiao Longnu stared at them coldly. Seeing that these guys had all calmed down, Myokin breathed a sigh of relief. He was really going to leave, and he still did this. To be honest, I really don't want to bring this Lish place anymore. If it hadn't happened like this, I really wouldn't have to stay here anymore. Xiao Longnu smiled apologetically. He didn't know where these guys came from, and why they appeared at this time. I'm sorry. I didn't think that these holidays would come suddenly. Did they bring you a bad experience? Myokin shook his head. If it was a bad experience, then everything they brought along the way was a bad experience. And Myokin didn't care about it. Myokin just felt that the things here were really troublesome, and he felt a headache after looking at them. To be honest, I really don't like the things here. I feel disgusted when I look at the things here. When can we leave? I really want to leave. Not only does he have this idea, almost everyone here has this idea. Right? They have been running around in this forest for too long. And naturally they don't want to stay here any longer. The spider was always watching. As long as these people left, he would be free. Now that we have defeated those monsters, what are you waiting for? If you don't leave quickly, why are you continuing to waste time here? Myokin smiled, a little unsure of what to do. Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. Right. Maybe if they really leave this ghost place, they will never be able to come back again? After all, there were still many of their friends here, and Myokin still felt quite sorry. Chapter 347, Encountering Danger. It would be nice if I could stay here and talk. Moreover, Myokin just remembered what happened when Xiao Longnu scared those guys away. I tore off the heads of those monsters, and they were still able to continue attacking. But Xiao Longnu just released her power, and was able to scare those guys away without even controlling them. That's why Myokin felt very curious. What kind of trick did Xiao Longnu use just now? And it was so powerful. Little dragon girl, what tricks did you use just now? Why did you do this? Xiao Longnu smiled a little embarrassedly. If she really wanted to say it, what he just used was not a trick. It was just some abilities. This is a unique ability of our dragon clan. Our clansmen naturally have a deterrent effect on these animals. After all, he is a member of the dragon clan, so there are naturally some things they don't know. Xiao Longnu has never shown it before, just because she doesn't want everyone to treat her differently. But seeing everyone leaving, Xiao Longnu still felt it was a pity. Only then did he tell Myokin and the others about the spells he knew. After listening to this, Shengyang Luoshua's eyes became a little more exciting. No wonder there weren't a few monsters who hurt Xiao Longnu along the way. It would be great if I had such a superb spell as him, so that I could walk sideways here. By the way, Myokin, you are right. If you leave, you may not be able to come back. How about staying here for a few more days? If you stay here for a few more days, you might be able to continue practicing. Look at how abundant spiritual energy this place is. After you leave, you may never encounter a place with such abundant spiritual energy again. Myokin thought the same way. What he had been hesitating about just now was if this matter really went away. It is not easy to encounter such a place again. So Myokin wanted to stay here and continue to practice. No matter how much he practiced, he would at least make progress. I really want to stay here, but I don't know what others think. What do you all think? Everyone nodded. They all thought so. According to what I said, I also want to stay here for a while. Anyway, the exit is right in front of me, so there is no need to worry. Seeing that Mula had already agreed, the others naturally had nothing to say. Mukun and Mula both spoke. They had relied on these two people to survive along the way, and the spiritual energy here is indeed quite abundant. Mukun believed that as long as they brought them here, they would be able to gain more strength. If everyone agrees, then let's wait here for a few more days. Moreover, they still have feelings for this forest, and Mukun doesn't want to just leave. Although my life here has not been good these past few days, it is still a place to live. Mukun felt very fond of this place, so he didn't want to leave so soon. Spider was a little unhappy. If these people could leave quickly, the bond that allowed them to control themselves would be gone. If these people continue to stay here, wouldn't I be bound for one more day? I said you don't really plan to stay here, but don't forget what you promised me before. Mukun smiled, and naturally he did not forget it. Don't worry. After we leave here, we will take this far away and won't let him come back again. Mukun knew that they must be worried that this stone could continue to harm their tribe, so he comforted them. Spider nodded reluctantly. After getting Mukun's affirmation, he gave up a little. In that case, don't forget what you told us before. If you dare to let us down, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Spider left, and Mukun and the others stayed here for the night. Mukun really misses this place. He hasn't been here for too long. Looking at the door so close, Mukun actually felt a little subtle. If we really leave this place, will we not be able to come back? Mukun nodded. If it were me, I probably wouldn't go back to this place again, but it left a lot of psychological shadow on me. Everyone laughed when Mukun said this. It was true. If it were me, I wouldn't want to stay in this lish place anymore. So let's just cherish the rest of the memorial time. However, if you cherish it, you still need to think of more ways. They just stay here and live a good life for a few days. Anyway, there won't be any threat. There is a little dragon girl here who trusts those monsters too much and dare not attack them easily. They practice here at night and find some places to eat during the day. Life here is quite comfortable. At least it meets Mukun's needs. Unexpectedly, after Mula went out on the second day, he would come back covered in blood. Mukun was shocked when he saw Mula like this. Oh my god! Mula! What's wrong with you? Seeing Mula covered in blood, Mukun immediately hugged Mula in his arms. I thought they all thought there would be no danger around here. But who would have thought that such a change would suddenly happen? So when he saw the situation here, Mukun's expression was very ugly. Who hurt his sister like this? We need to get out of here quickly. It's really dangerous, Mula said to the two of them with difficulty. It's really dangerous here. You must be careful. Someone is already watching here. When Mula said this, Mukun was even more curious about who could hurt his sister. You must know that Mula's ability is really not small. It can even be said to be better than most people. Under such circumstances, it can still be said that such a serious injury can also prove that that person is very extraordinary. Mula looked at Mukun helplessly and said, Originally, I wanted to find a quiet place to practice, but I met a group of evil people. They actually attacked him when they saw him. But he didn't run away at that time. I was almost surrounded by those people. But fortunately, I was clever and got into the grass. Those people were too big and thick to enter the grass. So he took the risk and came back. But they will soon master their aura. And maybe they will chase after them in the future. We'd better leave this place. This place is too dangerous. I don't know what's going on with those people. Chapter 348, Coping with Danger. Looking at Muli's appearance, Mukun was a little worried and immediately asked his subordinates to set up formations. You all, be careful. I heard some footsteps coming over there. It's 80% that someone is coming. Mukun is still very sensitive to this matter. When others are approaching, Mukun can immediately detect it. So when he heard those voices, Mukun's face became very ugly. These people were able to beat Mulu to this point. This can prove that those people must be quite powerful. It is estimated that those people are not easy to deal with. If you don't cheer up on your side, it will be difficult to defeat those people. Shangyang Luoshua immediately hid behind Mukun. He had always been afraid of the dangers around him. What if those guys really beat me away? He could only turn to Mukun for help. Mu Chen, you must help me. Don't let me be taken away by those guys. Mukun sighed helplessly. If possible, he naturally hoped that he could help Shangyang Luoshua. But the current situation is not what they thought. No one knows what is going on with that group of people. Okay, everyone, Please calm down first, and stay inside the formation. Don't go out. Let's see how powerful that group of people is. Just when I was about to leave the forest, I encountered something like this. This matter is really frustrating enough. And Myukin is also very helpless. But no matter how helpless they are, they can only accept it. After all, there is no other way now. Shengyang Luoxue felt like he was about to cry. What kind of bad luck had happened to him? How did he encounter such a thing? Soon the group of people came over. And just as Myukin guessed, the group of people was indeed the one who heard Mula before. The group's eyes lit up when they saw Myukin. Especially the dog. Great! Let's capture these people quickly so that we can use them to practice for us. Myukin and the others were exhausted at this time. After what happened before, their physiques were not very good. So naturally he was no match for these people. And he was taken away by these people not long after. Even if the formation was set up, they could not defeat these people. And the three-headed dogs were captured by them. Myukin's expression was very solemn. What was going on with this group of people? Why did this group of people never show up when they stayed here before? Now that they were about to leave, this group of people suddenly appeared again and took them away again. What was their purpose? But now it seems that Myukin can't control the purpose of their group. So he has to find a way to get everyone out of here first. Shengyang Luoxue was the one who had the strongest reaction here. He had already begun to tremble. Oh my god! What are these people doing by taking us out? Why do I feel like they don't look like good people? Not only Shengyang Luoxue feels this way. Almost all of them feel this way. It would be strange if these people are good people. Why did the good guys capture us all? And didn't you notice? They planned to use us to practice. Mula just said one thing. If it had been in the past, they might have had a chance to resist. But not now. Their physical condition is not very good now. If they resist now, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, for the sake of their large army, they had to be taken away first. This group of people locked up the men and women separately, and even warned them not to meddle in their own business at critical moments. I tell you to stay here honestly. If you dare to act randomly for a while, don't blame us for being rude. Looking at this group of people, Mula frowned. When did they fall to being ordered by this group of people? Shengyang Luoxue didn't want to worry so much. He was just worried that this group of people would hurt him. So he could only turn to Myukin for help. Mu Chen, tell me, what should we do now? I'm really scared. Shengyang Luoxue didn't want to face the situation in front of her at all. It was really too scary. Myukin sighed. He could understand that Shengyang Luoxue was not only talking about Shengyang Luoxue now, but also himself. But this matter is not that simple. They have to find a way to deal with it properly. Calm down first, and let me think about what to do about this matter. Don't worry. I won't let them hurt you. Hearing Myukin say this, Shengyang Luoxue smiled slightly to show that he understood. Soon the group locked them all up, then turned around and retreated. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They seem to have taken us to the mountains. Could they have settled in this place? Shengyang Luoxue looked at the surrounding environment. Now that Myukin was not by his side, a subtle feeling arose in his heart. Shengyang Luoxue was very worried about the surrounding environment, wondering when those people would suddenly come over. He could only place his hope on Mulu, hoping that Mulu could take him out. Xiaolongnu just smiled and said, Don't worry. Calm down first. Nothing will happen. Although these people look scary, that's all they seem to be. What's more, Myukin is still here, and Myukin will not see them in danger. By this time Myukin must have been thinking of ways to rescue them. After hearing this, Mulu could only nod. Okay, if that's the case, I'll trust Myukin and hope he can take us away. Xiaolongnu was right. After Myukin was locked up, he had indeed begun to look for ways to vent his anger. This place couldn't stop Myukin at all. It didn't take long for Myukin to find his way out. Myukin knew that if he fought with that group of people alone, he would definitely not be a match. So he didn't show his true strength just now, in order to make those people relax their vigilance. When those people took it lightly, he ran out directly while those people were not paying attention. This is quite good for Myukin. It's just a pity that Myukin doesn't know what to do now. This is really a headache. The most important thing is that after leaving here, Myukin doesn't know where to go. This is indeed true on the mountain. However, Myukin didn't know anything about this mountain, so he had to find a way to rescue people. But is this thing so easy to figure out? At least Myukin doesn't have a clear idea yet. How can he take the person away? Chapter 349, Discovery and Pursuit. Myukin was still wandering here, when he heard someone calling him from behind. He knew that those people must have noticed that he had escaped. So they came to chase him. Myukin would definitely not give them this chance. After hearing those voices, Myukin ran away without even thinking. He moved quickly, without even a trace of hesitation. When he saw Myukin running away, his eyes became a little solemn. Damn, that grandson dared to run away! I have to catch him and give him a good lesson. Myukin's ears were very good at hearing what those people outside were saying. When he heard their words, Myukin's expression became very solemn. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he knew that what those people said was definitely not good. They dared to say that they are grandsons. When their strength is restored, they must let those people see it. But now for everyone's consideration, Myukin can't do things too far. When these people were not paying attention, he quietly knocked one person unconscious. Then he put on the clothes of the fainted man and hid in the team. Because these people's costumes covered their faces, and they didn't recognize each other. They didn't recognize Myukin. Where did our boss keep those women? When can we go there and have a look? I said you are really interesting. Why are you looking for those women at this time? Of course you are talking about letting us increase our mana quickly. Don't you know this and have to ask me? They were looking for Myukin casually. But they felt very disgusted after hearing what they said. What do these people mean? What did they want to do by arresting the woman? At this time, Myukin suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from the side. A pretty girl suddenly came over. The people around him all walked away knowingly when they saw the girl. Myukin quietly hid while they were not paying attention. So he did not leave with them. When listening to these people talking just now, Myukin also inadvertently found out where Shangyang Luoxue and the others were. He knew that he had to rescue Yang Luoxue quickly at this time. Otherwise something would happen to them. At this time, the pretty girl suddenly saw Myukin and smiled at Myukin. I said you are not a simple person. You dare to come to a place like this alone. Aren't you afraid that I will report you? Myukin was still wearing their clothes. But this woman could already tell that she was no longer one of theirs. Then he suddenly became vigilant. And for a moment Myukin had murderous intentions. However, this girl smiled at Myukin. He knew that Myukin did not dare to kill him. If you kill me at this time, they will notice it soon. And you won't be able to run away by then. Myukin looked at this woman coldly. He had no good impression of this woman. In fact, she was very beautiful. Don't worry. As long as you don't touch me, I won't touch you. Just stay here, and I'll tell you how to leave later. Myukin felt a little strange when he saw this woman offering to help him. I don't know this woman at all. Why should this woman help me? What's her purpose? Who are you? Why are you helping me? Will this do you any good? What good can this do to me? The reason why I want to help you is just so that I can leave here. The girl smiled at Myukin and found a hidden place to discuss the matter with Myukin. When I saw you just now, I felt that you were not simple. I am the concubine captured by the boss of this mountain. Isn't she pretty? He spoke from one verse to the next, with no preface and follow-up. Myukin was just perfunctory. He still wanted to know what was going on with this woman and why she wanted to help him. The reason why I want to cooperate with you is that I hope you can help me and get me out of this place. I don't want to practice double cultivation with him. What did you say? Xuanxiu? Of course. The boss of this place is a very disgusting pervert. He relies on having sex with women to increase his magic power. When the boss was mentioned, the woman's eyes showed disdain. Of course. I had to marry him to survive. But I still want to get out of this Lish place. Muchenjio didn't listen to what this woman said before. He just heard those two words. If this boss really plans to take Shangyang Luoxue to dual cultivation, then he will definitely kill this boss. He would never watch this happen. But now they were in danger. If they wanted to protect Shangyang Luoxue, they had to rescue them as soon as possible. There was not much time left for Myukin. This woman looked at Myukin quietly with a strange look in her eyes. I said you are really interesting. Are you going to agree to it or not? He was still waiting for Myukin to catch up with him. And then the two of them would find a way to leave this place together. Then what do you think I should do if I want to cooperate with you? Myukin reacted quickly. And he knew what he should do at this time. If you can cooperate with this woman, maybe you can save people. There are too many people here. And if they fight alone, they are no match for them. If these people unite, then no matter how powerful I am, I won't be able to beat them all at the same time. So what must Myukin do to avoid danger? Cooperating with this woman first was Myukin's only way out. Maybe working with this woman can help me succeed. The woman laughed when she heard Myukin say this. If you want to cooperate with me, then I can tell you how to get out of this Lish place. After finishing speaking, the woman briefly introduced the terrain map here to Mukin. I was the one who was snatched away by that ghost boss. But he was still very relaxed towards me. Because during this period of time, Shangyang Luoxue has been showing off towards the boss. So although the boss didn't treat him as a human being, he was more tolerant of him than others. Mainly because this woman is indeed beautiful. That's why I want to keep this woman and use this woman for my own use in the future. Some people have wanted to leave this place for a long time. And they just found the opportunity today. Chapter 350, Find Clues. If you stay for a while now, I can tell you where your friends are now. Otherwise I won't care. This woman seemed to be sure that Mukin would definitely agree to her. And there was pride in his eyes. Mukin frowned after hearing this. He didn't like what this woman said to him very much. Mukin has not had a good impression of this woman since he saw her. If it wasn't for you, and you wanted to leave here, Mukin wouldn't cooperate with this woman. But now that it is ideal, Mukin can only nod in agreement no matter how unhappy he is. Let me tell you, your friend has been carried in by our boss. If you don't save him, something will happen. Mukin's expression immediately changed after hearing this. He would not let anything happen to Shangyang Luoxue. Then tell me, where is my friend now? Unless you promise me that you will take me out after you leave. Otherwise I will never tell you. The woman looked at Mukin proudly. No matter how angry Mukin was, he would never be exposed. Mukin had no choice but to nod in agreement. He was really worried about Shangyang Luoxue's safety now. Okay, tell me where my friend is now. I also promise to take you with me after I leave. The woman nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Okay, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you that our boss's house is over there. Someone pointed a direction for Mukin. And they were even afraid that Mukin wouldn't be able to see the specialized map. As long as you walk in this direction, you can find our boss. But you have to be careful. Our boss is very powerful. Mukin couldn't care less now. He was very afraid that something would happen to Shangyang Luoxue at this time. Now he just wished he could fly to Shangyang Luoxue immediately and take a good look at what was going on there. When he came to the house pointed out to him by the woman, Mukin immediately kicked the door open without thinking. But Mukin didn't expect that as soon as he kicked the door open in the past few days, there would be two people ambushing him inside. They all had their faces covered and stabbed towards Mukin with sharp knives in their hands. Mukin immediately avoided the reflections of these two people. But his arm was still scratched. What's happening here? When their boss is on his weekends, he still likes to have people ambush him? Mukin was so anxious that he had no time to pay attention to these two assassins. He took a look inside the room and found that there was no trace of Shangyang Luoxue at all, not to mention their boss. Only then did Mukin realize that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. He knew that woman was not a good person. It's just that he was too worried just now, so he didn't think so much. Mukin was very worried about Shangyang Luoxue's safety just now. So when he saw the woman saying that, he had no time to react. By the time Mukin reacted, it was already too late. He had already been ambushed by these people. The people inside looked at Mukin proudly. And the boss slowly walked out. I knew that if you could escape from these people of mine, you must be very skilled. That's why he specially set up a honey trap there. The reason why he created such a bad guy was to see what kind of person Mukin was. Originally, Mukin could have left directly along the mountain road. But Mukin still chose to come back. Mukin chose to come back to protect his friends. He wanted to see what Mukin's strength was. However, no matter how powerful Mukin is, his brain seems to be a little hard to use. He just used such a boring method to deceive Mukin. If he had used more tricks and laid more ambushes, Mukin might have died by his own sword just now. Young man, you are indeed very powerful, but you are still too young after all. You still need to rely on your brains to do things. Mukin couldn't help but frown when he heard what this guy said. He really disliked this person. Mukin couldn't help but feel irritated when he saw this person making irresponsible remarks in front of him. But Mukin also knew that he had to stabilize his emotions now, and could not get along with this person. Several of my friends are still in the hands of this person. It would be bad if this person threatened me with his friends. Can you film that woman waiting for me here just to test my strength? Then deal with the assassin and talk to the boss at the same time. The boss smiled faintly at Mukin. Yes, that's it. Yeah. So what can I do? I came here just to test how powerful you are. It seems like you're pretty good. He had felt that Mukin was definitely not a creature in the pond before. And it was only after meeting him today that he truly knew him. If the two of them had known each other before, they might have become good friends. But unfortunately, there was no future. The more powerful you are, the less I can keep you. Otherwise, won't I never be able to fall in love with you? The boss was very wary of Myukin. He knew that such a powerful person as Myukin would never just watch his friends get into trouble and ignore them. When the time comes, they may come directly to find themselves. And then, they will be in trouble. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, he must be more careful. It is the best choice to deal with Muchin now. Just because these people under you want to kill me. I'm afraid the people under you are not that capable, Myukin said coldly. That's what he felt anyway. He felt that these people together were no match for him, but that the boss was difficult to deal with. While the boss was sizing up his own strength, Myukin had been paying attention to the boss. He knew that this man's strength must be extraordinary. Even though this guy has never made a move until now, Myukin also knows that this guy is much stronger than himself. Under such circumstances, it can be said that it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to rescue Shangyang Luoxue and the others. What's more, he has so many people here. If these people unite, it will be a problem whether he can escape. When the boss heard Myukin say this, he laughed. I know you are the most interesting person. And what you say also makes me like it very much. Yes, you are really a good person. Myukin looked at this guy disgustedly. What's going on? Pay attention to what you are saying. Chapter 351, Testing. Facing the temptation from the copycat boss, Myukin didn't take it to heart. After all, he is very aware of his strength, and he has not deceived anyone. But Myukin only knew all this. Are you okay? Before Myukin could walk into Xiaolongnu, she had already rushed directly to Myukin's side. He raised his head and looked eagerly in the direction of Myukin with his big, watery eyes, because of the height difference between the two people. From Myukin's perspective, at this moment, Xiaolongnu felt even more pity for her. It's okay with me. Haven't I told you many times? You must trust me completely no matter what. After hearing what Myukin said, Xiaolongnu lowered her head as if she was a little embarrassed. Even though he was like this, Myukin could still clearly see that Xiaolongnu's face was so red that her ears were burning. That being said, I really can't rest assured. I'll leave you. When Xiaolongnu said these words, her voice became smaller and smaller, as if she was ashamed to express her emotions. Such a strong contrast is enough to make anyone confused. Myukin could only shift his gaze to other places, using this method to barely divert his attention. Okay. Don't make too much fuss. I'm back now. Haven't I? It's no big deal. Even though he had some feelings in his heart, Myukin still wanted to maintain his image in front of Xiaolongnu. After waiting for a while, Myukin realized why he felt something was wrong. After looking around again, Myukin finally asked the doubts in his heart. Where did the three-headed dog go? Xiaolongnu smiled softly, and then looked in the direction of Myukin provocatively. Such a look made Myukin somewhat unexpected, because he knew very well that there was often some jealousy between the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog. The look in Xiaolongnu's eyes now was probably mocking the three-headed dog. Even though Myukin had been here for such a long time, he still focused on himself and did not notice the absence of the three-headed dog. Zheng Xiaoxian is currently with Shangyang Luoxue and the others. After all, Myukin has reached a contract agreement with the three-headed dog, and for this reason, the feelings between the two of them are almost the same. Myukin closed his eyes and carefully felt the three-headed dog's current state. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He is currently staying in that cell with Shangyang Luoxue, but he is huddled in the corner. After all, the group of people have experienced so many things together. It is for this reason that Myukin knows very clearly that although the little dragon girl and the three-headed dog seem so inconsistent on the surface, but in fact, the reason why Xiaolongnu ran to her side in the first place was, I just want to know some news about the three-headed dog through myself. But this little girl was very arrogant. After hearing Myukin's words, he actually turned his head and looked around, not paying attention to Myukin at all. It's fine if you know it yourself. So why bother telling me this? I'm not interested in that big dog. Myukin shook his head in amusement. He was already used to seeing such a child. After seeing that the other party had regained his usual concentration, Myukin calmed down a little and made the next move. Let's run away with them. It turns out that Myukin's previous injuries were all faked. No one could have imagined that a person could pretend to be injured for so long without any flaws. Myukin originally planned to escape that night, but he did not expect that things would turn out to be much more difficult than they planned. Just when they were about to take Shangyang Luoxue to escape, however, the men of the cottage boss suddenly appeared and took Shangyang Luoxue away directly. What kind of place are they taking Shangyang Luoxue to? Xiao Longnu seemed to be very anxious. He stood up in a panic and wanted to catch up. However, Mukin held him in place. It's not that Mukin didn't care about Shengyang Luoxue. In fact, Mukin was also very anxious. But the current situation is completely different from the normal fighting state. The other party didn't know Mukin's existence at all. If his existence was revealed so easily, then there is really no way to save Shengyang Luoxue. I really didn't expect that this woman is so lucky that she was chosen by our boss. Actually, it's no wonder. There are very few people in our place. It would be great to have a girl, let alone one who looks so pretty. The words spoken by the two men can be said to be very vulgar. Mukin could hardly bear the anger in his heart, but he had to endure it forcefully. But I heard that our boss asked this woman to come over, not to solve some needs, but because there are some things that need to be cultivated. Because he didn't take Shengyang Luoxue away alone. The three of them even started a discussion. Mukin also happened to obtain some information about Shengyang Luoxue during this discussion. It turns out that Shengyang Luoxue is relatively safe now, but she is about to be taken to the cottage boss's room. What if that person dares to do something to Shengyang Luoxue? As Mukin said. He clenched his hands tightly into fists. When he was telling these words, the little dragon girl next to him suddenly laughed for no reason. You must know that just a few seconds ago, Xiao Longnu and Mukin were still worried about Shengyang Luoxue's safety. But now Xiao Longnu's condition has undergone an earth-shaking change. It seemed that he felt the doubtful emotions emanating from Mukin. After Xiao Longnu suppressed her laughter, she turned around again and looked in the direction of Mukin seriously to explain. Actually, I didn't know why they took Shengyang Luoxue away at first, until that person told me about the situation of the copycat boss. After all, Mukin wasn't completely clear about what was going on here, so he couldn't understand it right away. Xiao Longnu also knew all this, so she continued to explain. Earlier, Shengyang Luoxue told the boss of the village that he had a method of cultivation. Chapter 352, Escape. Mukin was not able to react immediately to Xiao Longnu's explanation. He looked in the direction of the little dragon girl in front of him with some confusion. Previously, because the boss of the cottage had never been able to complete his cultivation, Shengyang Luoxue told him that there was another way. Public promotion cannot necessarily be achieved through traditional cultivation methods. The same effect can also be achieved through some special methods. After hearing such an explanation, Muchinjio breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that Shengyang Luoxue might encounter some unexpected events, so he had already prepared for the battle. But what I didn't expect was that it seemed that Shengyang Luoxue was not such a person who allowed himself to be manipulated. Even if you are at a disadvantage, you can well analyze what your environment is like, and find the most appropriate escape strategy based on actual performance. If I guessed correctly, he was talking about the combination of yin and yang. Xiao Longnu tilted her head slightly, as if she was seriously thinking about what Mukin said. After a long period of time, he finally smiled softly, as if he had just realized something. Yes, that's what he said. He said that you can greatly increase your power through such a method. After hearing Xiao Longnu's excited words, Mukin felt a little dumbfounded. Shengyang Luoxue really does whatever it takes to achieve his own goals. It seems that he has already realized that the boss of the copycat is not a gentleman, but a lecher. In order to make the boss of the cottage believe in him legitimately, he came up with a method of combining yin and yang. It makes people feel that there is something incredible, that some people actually believe all of this. Why are you laughing? Why don't you explain it to me? Looking at the little guy in front of him, he frowned. A posture of breaking the casserole and getting to the bottom of it, and never giving up until the results you want are achieved. Mukin's originally tense mood had actually relaxed a lot. At this moment, on the other side of the cottage, the boss of the cottage rubbed his hands involuntarily when he saw the woman who had been brought in by Onion. He seemed to be trying his best to tolerate something. He forcibly suppressed the nameless evil fire in his body. Okay, you go down first, and the two of us can discuss the next thing. It is only conceivable that the boss of the copycat village, who appears to be such an upright gentleman, and yet so reasonable, actually has such things in his mind. Okay, everyone has left. Just the two of us. There is no need to pretend to be here with me. After Shengyang Luoxue saw that the door had been closed, she directly moved towards the boss of the cottage with a silky eyebrow. No man can refuse a woman's embrace, let alone a woman with such a hot figure. Go to HL. That's it. You still want to meet me? Almost the moment the boss of the cottage approached him, Shengyang Luoxue immediately used the strength she had gathered in her body to press the boss in front of her to the ground. Because Xiangyang Luoshua's power is still very strong. And he himself is a serious practitioner. All the skills on his body are genuine. And the guards outside are no match for him. Xiangyang Luoshua only used 30% of his strength to easily escape from the reading place. Do you really want to escape so easily? You take us too easily. Before Xiangyang Luoshua could even wait, a very cold voice came from behind Chao Yuan. This voice seemed to be without any emotion, directly revealing the biting chill. When Xiangyang Luoshua didn't flirt with her, there was still someone there, because he is very clear about his martial arts. Even though he may not be able to defeat those powerful people, but it will never be like this. Even if other people have already walked behind him, but he was still in such a state of ignorance. This contrast could undoubtedly be described from the side. The man behind him is extremely skilled. I never expected that I could meet someone with such strong martial arts skills in a place like this. Although Xiangyang Luoshua's body was trembling slightly, and she was also very nervous, but he didn't show any reasons on the surface, and he was even able to smile slightly to relieve his uneasiness. There's no need to show off. You should be able to clearly understand the gap between the two of us. The man in front of me is not only very powerful in martial arts, but he is also very capable of analyzing a person. Although it only took a few minutes to get over with Xiangyang Luoshua, it seemed that he had known Xiangyang Luoshua for many years. Moreover, no matter how little Xiangyang Luoshua did, he could detect it immediately, and immediately told what Xiangyang Luoshua was really thinking. This was undoubtedly the use of such techniques to break Xiangyang Luoshua's psychological defense. It's a tie. After an unknown number of rounds of fighting, Xiangyang Luoshua was injured during the fight. But even in such a situation, he still tried his best to release everyone from prison. Naturally, Mu Chen would not let the fruits of Xiangyang Luoshua's labor go to waste. In a short period of time, Mukin led all the people released by Xiangyang Luoshua to escape. I really didn't expect that I would be able to leave there in my lifetime. Because the guards in that place were very strict. It was not easy to escape. Perhaps for this reason, many people are even prepared to stay there for the rest of their lives. Knowing that Mukin and Xiangyang Luoshua were coming gave them hope to continue living. It's okay. It's okay. Everything is over. Just relax. Mukin had always focused his attention on life. But he suddenly felt it in those people. The condition of the woman next to him is getting worse and worse. The next time Mukin looked back and thought about it, he wanted to ask Xiangyang Luoxuejio if everything was okay. Xiangyang Luoxuejio, who was beside him, seemed to have had his strength suddenly taken away, and his whole body collapsed in Mukin's arms. Mukin was very nervous, but he still helped Xiangyang Luoshua do some simple checks, and finally made a decision. It seems he was poisoned by the copycat boss. Chapter 353, Pretending to be Injured. Mukin was no match for them, and it didn't take long for Mukin to be taken back. At this time, Mukin's arm was seriously injured, and it looked like it was about to fall off. Mukin himself was holding his arm and looking at the side in pain. I tell you, if you dare to play tricks again, don't be rude to us and stay here honestly. After those people finished speaking, Mukin threw him in arrogantly. As soon as Mukin came in, he saw Xiaolongnu and the others. After everyone here saw Mukin coming, they looked at Mukin with some worry. Mu Chen, what's wrong with you? Is everything okay? Mukin shook his head at them. Mukin was not focused on this now. He wanted to know where the dog had gone. Where's this dog? Shouldn't he be locked up with you? The dog was with him at the time, and Mukin guessed that it was probably locked up with Yang Luoshua and the others. But now there is not only no figure of Xiangyang Luoshua, but also no figure of the dog. Mukin feels strange. Xiaolongnu smiled. Mukin was always like this. That dog was barking. That dog had a name. Okay? Don't worry. He's fine. But it's you. Is your wound a bit too serious? Xiaolongnu looked at the wounds on Mukin's body and felt very worried. Mukin's wounds looked very serious. Mukin shook his head. He didn't care about this. He just wanted to know if everyone was okay. I just wanted to escape when others weren't paying attention, so they wouldn't find me. So I was caught. Mukin briefly told a few of them what happened just now. But don't worry too much. I've almost touched the terrain outside. The implication is that as long as he finds a chance, Mukin will leave here again, so everyone doesn't have to worry. But how can everyone feel relieved when Mu Chen says this? Looking at the wound on Mukin's arm, everyone felt very scared. Those people were a bit too cruel. How did they get you to do this? Mukin looked at his hand, as if he felt no pain, and said nothing. We were really unlucky. We were about to leave, but we encountered something like this. Everyone has been tied up on this mountain, and no one can help them. The sky and the earth are really helpless. Myukin thought so too, and he glanced at these two people helplessly. At least now I know everyone is okay, and I feel relieved. Xiao Longnu smiled when Myukin said this. Isn't it a little too early for Myukin to feel relieved? They are all fine now. But who can guarantee that nothing will happen to them in the future? Everyone has been caught here. Who can guarantee that they will not encounter any danger in the future? Mu Chen, tell me what we should do now. What else can we do? Let's just wait here and see if anyone can come and help us. Myukin pretended to smile helplessly. However, Xiao Longnu knew that Myukin was definitely not someone who would sit back and wait for death. Not to mention that no one could help them now. If we don't think of a way to save ourselves, we're really going to be in trouble. Myukin smiled at Xiao Longnu. Don't worry. I will take you away tonight. After he finished speaking, he wiped the dust from Xiao Longnu's face. Xiao Longnu reacted immediately. Wasn't Myukin's arm injured? How can you still move? Dear Myukin, what's going on with you? Isn't there something wrong with your arm? Don't worry. My arm isn't that easily injured. I'm just pretending to confuse them. If he hadn't used some tricks just now, they would never have let him go. Myukin knew that the man just wanted to test his true strength. That's why he did this on purpose. Just to make that person take it lightly. As for the wound on the arm, it was just for others to see. It was Myukin who deliberately tore his clothes like that, and then stained them with a little blood. This can create the illusion that the arm is injured. Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief at the end of every day. He knew that a shrewd person like Myukin would not be injured. You don't know how worried I was about you after I just found out you were injured. Well, I hope you're fine. By the way, Shan-Yang Luoxue, since we have to leave here together tonight, we can't let Yang Luoxue stay here alone. Originally Myukin was still thinking about Shan-Yang Luoxue, but he might have been locked up in another cell. So he wasn't worried. But Xiao Longnu said, Shan-Yang Luoxue has been taken away by the boss of the village. Myukin made a decision. He had not forgotten what the woman told him before, that the boss of the copycat village liked to take people for double cultivation. If that's the case, then we can't stay here anymore. I have to rescue Shan-Yang Luoxue first. Only by bringing Shan-Yang Luoxue back can Myukin feel completely at ease. Xiao Longnu sighed. What's the use of Myukin at this time? He was so badly injured. Well, although Myukin's wounds were faked, the copycat boss was indeed quite powerful. Moreover, they still have Shan-Yang Luoxue in their hands. If their man Shan-Yang Luoxue is used as a hostage, there is nothing they can do. Mu Chen, I suggest you calm down at this time. There is no way to prove yourself when you are impulsive. And Shan-Yang Luoxue is not as stupid as you think. Of course, it was impossible for Shan-Yang Luoxue to be dragged into dual cultivation for no reason. Shan-Yang Luoxue has told the boss of the village before that there is another method of cultivation that can improve even more than this method. A shrewd person like Shan-Yang Luoxue had already thought of a way out for himself. So when they went there, Shan-Yang Luoxue had already prepared another set of words. Coupled with Shan-Yang Luoxue's beauty trap, Shan-Yang Luoxue should be able to survive safely. Myukin was slightly relieved, but he was still worried in his heart. We still have to find a way to get him out as soon as possible. This is not a place where normal people can stay. If something really happened, the consequences would be disastrous, and Myukin didn't dare to think about it. Don't worry. I know these things well. Xiao Longnu will also help Myukin leave this ghost place as soon as possible, and he doesn't want to stay here anymore. Myukin nodded and felt slightly relieved. If that's the case, let's leave first and don't waste time here. Chapter 354. Be careful. Myukin was slightly relieved because of Xiao Longnu's words. But the situation on Shan-Yang Luoxue's side was not good. Shan-Yang Luoxue has always been wary of the boss. After the boss took him away, he actually planned to do evil to him. Looking at him, Shan-Yang Luoxue's eyes looked a little gloomy. Didn't I tell you already? There are other ways to improve your martial arts faster. Why do you have to stare at me? Maybe other methods can really make me train faster. But you are indeed beautiful. This boss wants to practice dual cultivation with others, not just to practice the technique. He is a lustful person. Now that he sees how beautiful Shan-Yang Luoxue is. Of course, he doesn't want to let Shan-Yang Luoxue go. His eyes were staring straight at Shan-Yang Luoxue, and he looked like he was about to pounce. Seeing him like this, the woman's heart suddenly thumped. Oh my god! What kind of person is this? Isn't this too disgusting? For a moment, Shangyang Luoxue felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. So she directly picked up the candlestick next to her and threw it at this guy. After smashing it, Shangyang Luoxue felt scared. In terms of strength, she was definitely no match for this guy. So he quickly took a step to the side and looked at this guy in fear. The boss didn't respond just now. So he was hit. And blood was already flowing out of his head. He felt as if his head had been blown open. And he became angry when he saw the blood flowing from his head. You bitch! You dare to hurt me! I will never let you go! Just wait for me! Seeing the boss like this, Shangyang Luoxue couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew that this guy would never let him go. So Shangyang Luoxue ran away immediately without thinking. He had to leave this place quickly and go find Mukin. Shangyang Luoxue knew that only Mukin could help him now. Shangyang Luoxue always thought that she was pretty. And she was proud of it. This was the first time that Shangyang Luoxue felt that she wished she was an ugly person. At least if you weren't pretty, you wouldn't have to face such a disgusting person. Isn't Xiaolongnu pretty? Why do you have to stare at me? Isn't it good to find him? Shangyang Luoxue was avoiding the boss while shouting from the side. Is this guy sick? Why do you have to stare at yourself? And you haven't provoked him? That woman is not as beautiful as you. Don't worry. As long as you obey me, I will definitely not treat you badly. Now the boss kept shouting behind me. And at that time, I just felt a little broken. What sin had I committed? Why did you meet such a guy? If I were given another chance, I would never let this guy go. Now Shangyang Luoxue just hopes that she can rush to Mukin's side and let Mukin protect herself. The boss seemed to have noticed what Shangyang Luoxue was thinking, and immediately called the guards outside to keep Shangyang Luoxue under guard. I tell you, if this woman comes here, I won't let you go. I'll keep an eye on her. After hearing this, the watchman immediately stopped Shangyang Luoxue, as if they planned to catch Shangyang Luoxue. Shangyang Luoxue still held in her hand the weapon she had used to defeat the boss earlier. And now she started beating these two without even thinking about it. Maybe it's nothing to deal with the boss Shangyang Luoxue, but it's more than enough to deal with the two guards Shangyang Luoxue. During this period of time standing beside Mukin, he had learned some moves. So when he saw these two people coming, Shangyang Luoxue killed them without thinking. After knocking down these two men, Shangyang Luoxue continued to run forward, crying while running. While those people were not paying attention, Shangyang Luoxue immediately slipped to the place where Mukin and the others were staying. Mukin was still thinking about how he could find Shangyang Luoxue. As a result, when he saw Shangyang Luoxue suddenly appear now, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shangyang Luoxue, you want to scare me to death. What's wrong with you? Seeing Shangyang Luoxue looking so embarrassed, Shangyang Luoxue's face immediately turned ugly. Shangyang Luoxue had been running for such a long time, but she could no longer hold on. That guy Mukin is still chasing me. Let's go quickly before he catches up. If I let the guy take over again, I would definitely have to decorate with him. Shangyang Luoxue seemed to be unwilling to be with that guy, so he was very desperate at this time. Mukin nodded immediately after hearing this, and then left immediately with the people here. Originally, they were able to leave here smoothly, but they didn't expect that Shangyang Luoxue suddenly fainted when they were halfway there. When Shangyang Luoxue suddenly collapsed, everyone here was surprised and did not realize what was going on with Shangyang Luoxue. Xiaolongnu stared blankly at Shangyang Luoxue for a long time without reacting. Xiaolongnu knew it until she got close to Shangyang Luoxue and felt the aura on Shangyang Luoxue's body. Shangyang Luoxue is poisoned. Although I don't know when Shangyang Luoxue was poisoned, I can still conclude that you must have been poisoned. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make it like this. Mukin's brows immediately knitted together. When did this happen? Maybe it's because the boss poisoned Yang Luoxue after he was taken away. But now we can't take Yang Luoxue and run away. Now the poison is about to enter Shangyang Luoxue's body, and running will speed up the blood. If the venom had really flowed into Shangyang Luoxue's body, then they would be in danger. I'm afraid that even if they find the antidote, they may not be able to bring Shangyang Luoxue back. But in the current situation, if they didn't run away with Yang Luoxue, they might be dead. Mu Chen, you have to make up your mind quickly and think about what we should do next. This issue must still be left to Mukin to deal with. Only Mukin can solve this matter. No matter what, I definitely can't let Shangyang Luoxue stay here alone. I will go back to find the antidote. Shangyang Luoxue is a member of their team. Of course, Mukin cannot watch Shangyang Luoxue being in danger alone and remain indifferent. So Muchinjio didn't think twice and agreed to go back to find the antidote. And then found the antidote and rescued Shangyang Luoxue. Xiao Longnu thought so too. Now this was their only way out. If that's the case, then I'll go with you. The success rate will be higher if the two of us go together. Chapter 355. Try to leave. Xiao Longnu thought it would be good to go by herself. Otherwise, you should stay here. You can still take care of everyone if you stay here. I can just go by myself. If something happened to Mu Chen under this situation, then there would be no hope for them. Mukin is the one responsible for their combat power, and they can feel at ease only if Mukin is here. After hearing this, Mukin sighed helplessly. How could this be possible? How could he, a man, let Xiao Longnu find the antidote as a woman? In my opinion, let's forget it. If you want to go, I will definitely not agree. This is really too dangerous. No one knows what will happen when they go back. And the boss doesn't seem like a good person. What if he really encounters the boss and touches Xiao Longnu? Then what do you think we can do now? There seems to be no other way. They couldn't just watch what happened to Shangyang Luoxue and ignore it. Anyway, there was no way Xiao Longnu could see what happened to Shangyang Luoxue. If they had said that, if they had been more careful at that time, maybe such an incident would not have happened. Xiao Longnu felt quite guilty. To be honest, if we had just left and not stayed here, we might not have encountered such danger. Mukin didn't say anything. He had been thinking about this matter for the past few days. They were indeed a little carried away at that time. Okay, it's useless to talk about these things now. Let's think about what to do next. Mukin knew that now was not the time to feel guilty. They still had to find ways to solve these problems first. But this is easy to say, but difficult to do. No one knows who to send back to help Shangyang Luoxue find the antidote. You are all here with Xiao Longnu. You have to take care of everyone for me. I will go back in a while. Mukin saw Shangyang Luoxue's face. At this time, his lips had begun to turn blue and his face turned pale. Mukin knew that the toxins in Shangyang Luoxue's body must have flowed throughout his body, and he might be in danger if he waited any longer. So seeing Shangyang Luoxue like this, Mukin really couldn't wait any longer. He had to go back and listen to Shangyang Luoxue to find the antidote. But Mu Chen, only you can protect everyone. If you are in danger, what should everyone do? Seeing Mukin volunteering, Xiao Longnu was most worried. The last thing he wanted to see was for Mukin to get into trouble. Because if any one of them has a problem, it may affect themselves. But if Mukin has a problem, it will affect their entire team. Mukin has always been leading the team. Without Mukin, no one knows what to do. Xiao Longnu felt that in this situation, she needed to be safer than Mukin. Mukin shook his head. He was actually the one leading the team here. So it was even less possible for him to ignore everyone when something happened. Okay, don't worry. Don't you know my strength yet? I think I'll be fine. Moreover, he also returned to China with the boss. Knowing full well what kind of character that boss was. It was because he knew who the boss was that he couldn't let the girl go. Otherwise it would be too disgusting. Then if you go out? After some hesitation, Xiao Longnu had no choice but to agree. What Mukin said made sense. If they kept arguing with Mukin, they might all run into problems. Then go ahead. But be careful. That boss is not a good person. Mukin nodded, and then went to help Shangyang Luoxue find the antidote. But when he came back, he found that everyone here had disappeared. Mukin was shocked. What is going on? Where have they all gone? A bad premonition immediately arose in Mukin's heart. If there was anything on this mountain that could pose a threat to them, it seemed that there was only one person. Could it be that guy who took the person away? When he thought of this, Mukin's heart suddenly shook. If that person really dares to take people away when he is not paying attention, he will never let the guy go. After searching for a while at the place where they disappeared, Mukin found a token here. Mukin had seen this token before on that mountain. It was the surname of the boss's subordinate Wu. It seemed that those people were indeed here. They probably wanted to find Yang Luoxue, but they ended up taking everyone back. Mukin was a little annoyed. If he had known earlier, he should not have left the team. If he had been here at that time, he would not have let everyone be arrested. Mukin felt quite guilty. If I really wanted to say it, it seemed that I should have listened to Xiao Longnu and not gone along with these people. But it's useless to say so much now. We still have to find a way to get out of here first. With no choice, Mukin had no choice but to return to the mountain. He hated this place very much. But now if he doesn't come back, something might happen to everyone. There are too many girls in their group. And the boss is not a good person. But he likes to find beautiful girls to practice double cultivation with him. Most of the people in their group are good looking. So the boss will not let those girls go. Mukun gritted his teeth. They had finally left this place. But they didn't expect to come back after going around in circles. But now it's really too late for Mukun to regret it. Now that he's back, he has to face it positively. He can only continue to wait here. After Mukun reappeared, he did not dare to attack rashly, but hid here to wait and see the situation. First, he had to confirm whether these people had taken Shangyang Luoxue and the others away. If these people really took Shangyang Luoxue away, he would not let these people go. There is also Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu should be quite powerful. Why was she taken away by these people? Could it be that something happened before he came back? Mukun felt extremely miserable now. He seemed to have encountered a lot of bad luck during this period. And they seemed to have done all these things themselves. If they had left at that time, they would not have encountered the bandits. If he had not rejected Xiao Longnu's statement just now, but asked Xiao Longnu to find the antidote, everyone would not have been arrested. The key is that none of them know what will happen next. And this is the most troublesome thing. But it is useless to say so much now. We still need to find ways to solve the problems at hand first. Mukun has to find a way to rescue everyone. Chapter 356, Come Back Again. After arriving here, Mukun did not hesitate. The teacher first found the place where they were detained. Mukun guessed that if these people really wanted it, they should be sent to their original places. But after Mukun sneaked in, he discovered that Shangyang Luoxue was not here. When Mukun saw that there was no one here, the bad feeling in Mukun's heart arose again. What is happening? Why hasn't Shangyang Luoxue appeared yet? Where are they? At this time, Mukun heard some footsteps coming from outside. There was nothing to hide in his house. So Mukun had no choice but to stay close to the wall. Those people were obviously coming towards them. Mukun had no choice but to wait for those people to come in soon and strike first. Mukun casually picked up a wooden stick and threw it towards those guys. The guy who came in first was hit hard. The few people who came behind immediately noticed Mukun, and then began to attack Mukun. Mukun looked at them coldly. And at this time Mukun was extremely anxious. He just wanted to bring the person back quickly. I would like to advise you. If you are sensible, please release Shangyang Luoxue to me immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. So you were the one who saved that little girl. Can you deal with so many of us on your own? They all showed contempt when they heard that Mukun was rescuing Yang Luoxue. But Mukun was relieved to see them like this. Since they can say this, it means that Shangyang Luoxue is indeed with them. It's just that we haven't found a way to bring people out yet. Hurry up and tell me where Shangyang Luoxue is now. If you have the ability to defeat us, we will tell you. After saying that, those guys started to attack Mukun. And their speed was very fast. Moreover, they had an advantage in numbers and quickly surrounded Mukun. It is not difficult for Mukun to deal with them. After all, these people have the largest number. But their combat effectiveness is not as strong as their own. But in order to get news about Shangyang Luoxue and the others, Mukun could only deal with him. He did not deal with this person immediately, but directly threw him in front of him. Then he pointed the weapon in his hand at this guy. If you are smart enough, call me out quickly or tell me where they are. The man who was beaten by Mukun just now was shocked when he looked at Mukun. It seemed that he did not expect that Mukun's fighting power was so strong. Mukun smiled coldly. This guy might not have seen his true strength yet. If you don't tell me the truth again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Mukun stabbed the man directly, and a hole was immediately shot out of the man's neck. However, Mukun didn't kill this man yet, but picked up the flesh on his neck. In other words, after piercing the flesh on his neck, the man was still alive. He looked at the stick next to him and was frightened. Who is this person now? Is he crazy? Why can this be done? Seeing Mukun's fighting prowess, even the people next to him didn't dare to say anything. One of them couldn't help but curse. It's useless if you want to find that woman. He is currently worshipping our boss. He was also very afraid of Mukun. But he also knew that if he didn't hit Mukun at this time, they wouldn't survive. Shangyang Luoxue is worshipping our boss now, and is already in the Shitong. Mukun's eyes immediately darkened. This boss really dared. Why didn't he have such courage? Where is their place of worship? No. I have to stop them no matter what. And I absolutely can't let that guy succeed. Otherwise, what's the point? These people probably didn't want to continue fighting with Mukun. So they also told Mukun the location of Shitong. Shangyang Luoxue is going to be angry with our boss soon. It's useless for you to go in the end. Suddenly, there was a person leaning against Mukin's back. He planned to take advantage of this moment to deal with Mukin directly. Mukin didn't understand the situation here, so he could only pretend to be defeated by him. He had to find a way to find Shangyang Luoxue first. Mukin used the previous method to fake the wounds on his body. Then he showed a painful look. The few people surrounding Mukin were relieved to see Mukin like this. Damn! This guy is a bit too capable. He really scared me just now. More than that, it's not just you who scares me. What's going on with this guy? Those people tied up Mukin in unison, fearing that Mukin would continue to attack. Mukin glared at him angrily. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise you won't blame me for being rude. You should be more honest now. Otherwise we will be really rude to you. It was because their boss wanted to start over today that they let Mukin go. Today the boss told them that there would be no blood in the camp. Otherwise he would kill them all. So no matter how much they hated Mukin, they could only lock him up first. Wait until they have attended the boss's ceremony before killing Mukin. Okay. Don't forget that the boss is getting married soon. We have to hurry up. Otherwise it will be too late. A few of them glanced at the clock and knew that their boss was about to get married. Their boss is not a good friend either. If they miss the time at this time, they probably won't have a good life in the future. So these people rushed over there in a hurry. And this was exactly what Mukin wanted. Mukin was just waiting for them to take him there. Just in time to see where Shangyang Luoxue and the others were now. These people held Mukin down and led him over there. And Mukin pretended to be subdued by them. Shaking from time to time proves that he is still willing to struggle. His acting skills were very good. And these people didn't notice that Mukin was just pretending. The pace of several people was also much faster, for fear that they would be implicated if they missed their elder brother's time. Let's go quickly. If we go late tonight, we may have to wear small shoes from now on. As they said this, they talked about the appearance of the woman their eldest brother wanted to marry. Mukin listened secretly angry in his heart. He wasn't going to let the guy succeed. Chapter 357, Being Controlled by Others. When Mukin saw Shangyang Luoxue again, he found that Shangyang Luoxue's mental state seemed a little strange. Shangyang Luoxue's behavior seemed wrong now, as if his entire soul had been hollowed out. Looking at Shangyang Luoxue's appearance, Mukin was very worried and couldn't help but touch Shangyang Luoxue. However, Shangyang Luoxue didn't react at all, and just looked at Mukin stiffly. If it had been before, Shangyang Luoxue would definitely have hugged her and asked him to take her away quickly. The current situation shows that something must have happened to Shangyang Luoxue. Seeing Shangyang Luoxue like this, Mukin was very worried about him, and didn't know what the situation was like here at Shangyang Luoxue. But he also knew that Shangyang Luoxue's current situation should not be underestimated, and he had to be more cautious. Shangyang Luoxue, what's wrong with you? Shangyang Luoxue's movements were very stiff, and she continued to push Mukin up. Mukin could feel that Shangyang Luoxue was struggling with his current actions. If nothing else, Shangyang Luoxue should have been controlled by that guy. So that's why it happened. But thinking about it, if Shangyang Luoxue had not been mentally controlled, how could she have gotten married to that guy? According to Shangyang Luoxue's character, it is impossible for Shangyang Luoxue to agree even if he is demolished. Seeing Shangyang Luoxue like this, Mukin sighed helplessly. Now he had to take Shangyang Luoxue away from here first. But there are already many dangers here. I want to take him away. How can it be so easy? The most important thing is that there is no one else here except Shangyang Luoxue. So where have the others been taken? Shangyang Luoxue, what happened to you? Can you tell me where Xiao Longnu and the others went? Shangyang Luoxue should always be with Xiao Longnu and the others. Why isn't Xiao Longnu here? But now Mu Chen's question was in vain. According to Shangyang Luoxue's current state, there was no way to respond to him. Shangyang Luoxue just shook his head stiffly, and then looked at Mukin with a confused expression. He didn't even know what he was thinking in his mind right now. This must be some kind of spell from the boss. That's why it's like this. Mukin had seen similar calligraphy before, so he was not surprised at this time. But he knew that at this speed, it would be impossible for him to restore Shangyang Luoxue's consciousness in a short period of time. Looking at the way he was still busy outside, he knew that the boss wouldn't be able to come in anytime soon. After thinking for a moment, Mukin had no choice but to put Shangyang Luoxue aside. Wait for me here first, and then I will come to rescue you after I go find Xiao Longnu and the others. Now my combat power alone is too weak. Mukin knew that he could not fight against so many people at the same time, so they can only wait here and deal with it after they find Xiaolong. Myukin couldn't bear to leave Shangyang Luoxue here alone. But there was no other way. Seeing Shangyang Luoxue like this, Myukin could only sigh helplessly. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. If the boss dares to touch you, I will let him kill me first. Or kill the boss yourself. No matter what. He would not let Shangyang Luoxue encounter the slightest danger. Shangyang Luoxue seemed to understand what Myukin said. He nodded stiffly to Myukin. Myukin was relieved after seeing Shangyang Luoxue agree. It's just that Mu Chen didn't know where he had to go to find traces of Xiaolongnu, and the others since they were so big here. He stayed inside for a while, listening to the sound of gongs and drums outside, and felt very angry. If this guy dares to act like a bully, he will definitely not let this guy go. After leaving here, Myukin went to find Xiaolongnu and the others. They found Xiaolongnu much faster than they thought, because after Xiaolongnu and the others were captured, they had been trying to release spiritual power to Myukin and the others. Myukin was quickly brought over by them. Seeing their appearance, Myukin breathed a sigh of relief. Great. I was originally worried about whether something would happen to you, but it seems I was overthinking it. Xiaolongnu smiled. With her here, how could she let other people have trouble? But now they have to find a way to find Shangyang Luoxue first. Speaking of Shangyang Luoxue, the situation there is not very good. After Myukin briefly told them what happened at Shangyang Luoxue, Xiaolongnu's expression immediately became serious. Is what you said true or false? How could this happen? I guess it's because the boss used some kind of magic against Yang Luoxue. That's why it's like this. How can you rescue people? If they just follow Shangyang Luoxue's current thoughts. Even if they want to take Shangyang Luoxue away, Shangyang Luoxue will not leave. Because Shangyang Luoxue was now controlled by the boss. Myukin knew Shangyang Luoxue's reaction. If they couldn't take away Shangyang Luoxue, then Myukin wouldn't leave either. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolongnu said, Maybe I can explain it with my own words. Although their dragon blood will bring certain effects to a certain amount of mana. But Xiaolong, you don't know whether this situation can take effect? Now it seems that there is no other way but to treat a dead horse as a living horse. Shangyang Luoxue had drank my bodily fluids before. I think it should be effective. Anyway, it's good to have such a method now. Myukin was relieved after hearing Xiaolongnu's words. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely take him back. After saying this, the two of them didn't say anything more, but hurried back to save people. When Myukin arrived, he found that the boss had already arrived beside Shangyang Luoxue. Looking at him, the boss was planning to attack Yang Luoxue. So Myukin rushed over without thinking. What are you doing? You're still here. Didn't you run away before? Why are you back again? When the boss saw Myukin coming back, he sneered. We don't want to let Shangyang Luoxue go. Right? You people are really looking for death. It's good that I can let you go once. But you still dare to come back. He originally thought that he would let Myukin go. And let such a man go. Anyway, there was no use in bringing Myukin back. But I didn't expect that this guy would dare to come back and change his affairs. I originally intended to spare your life. But it seems like you don't care about your life that much. If that's the case, then you'll die. After saying that, he started to hit Myukin. Chapter 358. Disagreement occurs. There was the sound of the clash of swords and the wailing of people. Everyone looked at each other and planned to go to inquire about the situation of the battle. Are there any traps? Tang Xian asked, moving forward cautiously. Myukin shook his head. He couldn't tell clearly, so he had to go and have a look to feel at ease. Several people were walking forward slowly, but the sounds were rare now, as if they were getting closer, and yet further away. What's going on? Why is it gone as soon as I come here? Mula frowned, confused. The sound was loud just now, and it seemed to disappear out of thin air as soon as it came over. I don't know. It's a little weird. Myukin also said. The sound just happened here. Maybe they made a mistake. Several people searched around again. And sure enough, they found it. Behind the surrounding bushes where the sound had just been heard. The bodies of many people fell to the ground. Several people were shocked. How could so many people die? At a glance, there are corpses all over the mountains and plains, including men, women, old and young. Some corpses were even more miserable, with all their organs dislocated. Some of them had several knives stuck in their bodies, which was very scary. Tang Xian frowned, wondering what could possibly lead to such a war. Let alone thousands of people died. What would happen? Mula covered her mouth, never having seen such a scene. Lele, are you okay? Mukin saw something wrong with Mu Li's face, and thought that Mu Lu was frightened by the scene. In fact, Mu Lu was surprised. Thousands of people were killed or injured. Who could look at it and be stunned? It's okay, brother. I'm just a little shocked. Mukin then patted his shoulder to show his comfort. What on earth could happen that would cause so many people to die or be injured? Shangyang Luoxue said with a frown. It was so strange. While everyone was thinking, Mu Lu suddenly spoke up. I think they may have killed each other because of something. Mukin looked at Mu Lu with admiration, nodded, and expressed his opinion. Lele and I have the same view. Shangyang Luoxue was puzzled and asked, how do you say that? First of all, they are dressed almost the same. It can be seen that they are all from here. Perhaps they live together. Whether they are old people or men and women, they all wear similar clothes. Besides, you should have noticed that this was not killed by outsiders. Several of them were lying together, which means they were injured or killed in the fight. After Mukin finished speaking, he looked at Mu Lu, and Mu Lu also looked at Mukin. The two looked at each other and smiled. This was the tacit understanding between brother and sister. The three-headed dog has lived for so long. So of course, he has encountered this kind of thing. And he agrees with the two people's opinions. Shangyang Luoxue also nodded after hearing this, realizing later that there were so many details in it. But after thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't that simple. What you said makes sense. But I have another opinion. You say, Mukin said, your view is correct and there is evidence. It is not impossible for them to have internal strife. But you see, these are just like Mukin said. These are the people who live together. If they weren't together, their clothes would be different and representative. But they didn't. So it confirms what Mukin said. However, one possibility cannot be ruled out. They may have been manipulated by others and then killed each other. After Shangyang Luoxue said that, he looked at the corpses scattered all over the mountains and plains, as if he was seeking confirmation of something. After hearing this, Mukin felt that it made sense and did not rule out this possibility. There were many problems, and they couldn't see for a moment that these people had just been killed. I don't know if there are still people who survived, so I can find some clues, but it seems like there are none. After hearing their opinions, Tang Xian nodded in agreement. We don't rule out these two possibilities. Both are reasonable. After all, Mukin's words are clear and logical. It is not impossible for these people to have some differences and then turn against each other. And Shangyang Luoxue was right. After all, wasn't the peacock in front of precedent? It can control other people's minds. Could it be the peacock who did this? Or maybe there is someone else here. Someone who can control other people's minds. Mu Lu was a little dissatisfied after hearing what Shangyang Luoxue said. How could it be like what you said? The dead peacock is not here. How do you know they are being manipulated? TCH. It's obviously what my brother and I said. Shangyang Luoxue glanced at her and continued to reply. She, Shangyang Luoxue, was not someone to be bullied. I just said they were controlled by someone, not the peacock. You don't have to say that to me. I just put forward my own opinion. Mu Lu curled his lips, not believing what Shangyang Luoxue said. What you said is wrong. Don't show off. Shangyang Luoxue clenched her fists, wanting to kill someone. Don't make trouble unreasonably. I said I was just expressing my opinion. It may not be the peacock. It could be something else. Shangyang Luoxue didn't say anything, but was interrupted by Mu Lu. How can anyone here control people's minds? I've never seen one in this long time. Have you seen it? No. You? What am I? Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Mukin quickly pulled them away. Tang Xian held her forehead and was speechless. Lele! Don't do this to your sister Luoxue. Apologize quickly. Shangyang Luoxue put down her fists, but she was still very angry. Mu Lu was even more angry. Apologize? Why? No. I don't want it. I don't want it. I won't apologize to her. You? When Shangyang Luoxue heard this, the anger that had been suppressed arose again. Mukin quickly took the person aside to comfort him, and glanced at Tang Xian when he left. Tang Xian immediately came back to Mukin's intention and tried to persuade Mu Lu again. Shangyang Luoxue has been coaxed here, and Tang Xian has coaxed Mu Lu over there. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, but Mukin broke the deadlock. Since we disagree, why not see what the truth is? After hearing this, Shangyang Luoxue nodded. Well, let's go! Mula glanced sideways at Shangyang Luoxue, then raised his head. Then let's go and see if it's what I said. Tang Xian sighed and pulled the three-headed dog in front. She didn't want to coax the little ancestor anymore. After walking for a while, Tang Xian felt a little thirsty. And now she happened to walk to a small river. Tang Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. He looked at the source of the river and saw that it flowed from the mountain. There should be no problem. She just leaned down to drink water and was frightened when she saw something in the river. Ah! When everyone heard Tang Xian's voice, they immediately gathered around. Chapter 359, The Truth of the Matter. Shangyang Luoxue supported the frightened Tang Xian, while Mukin went to check the situation. As Mukin stepped forward, he was stunned when he saw that the river water was quite clear. But if you look carefully, you can see dozens of corpses lying on the bottom of the river. He looked upstream and downstream again and found that there were corpses. How is this going? There was neither blood nor corpses by the river, but the river was full of them. Mula also followed Mukin to check, and was also stunned. Brother, what's going on? Mula came back to his senses and asked Mukin. Mukin shook his head. He didn't know either. Soon, everyone knew about this and were very confused. Although I heard the sound of fighting before, I didn't see anyone dying. Why? Tang Xian also came to her senses, swallowed her saliva, and stood aside to reflect on herself. Why would a dragon of his own be frightened? It's so embarrassing. TSK. Shangyang Luoxue shook his head. These are all too weird. And there are no clues. Just piecemeal. I don't know. I'm very confused. I can't connect anything. This has never happened before. It's so weird. Everyone started chattering and discussing. Mukin frowned, sat on a stone by the river, and meditated carefully. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stood up. Mulu was shocked. She thought the corpse was fake. On purpose. Mukin muttered something, and Mula asked doubtfully, but she didn't hear it. Brother, what did you say? What do you mean? I said it was intentional. Mukin replied and walked to the side of the crowd. What's intentional? I don't understand. Mula scratched her head. When did her brother speak and his sister couldn't understand it? Tang Xian blinked, as if asking why do you think it was intentional. Shangyang Luoxue also looked at him doubtfully. Mukin calmed down his thoughts and began to explain. Do you think it's strange? Why do so many murders happen as soon as we come to this place? It's so strange. And on the other hand, it's so deliberate. It seems like it was calculated at the right time and was deliberately told to us. It's very weird and very deliberate. The purpose is just so that we can see the scene. We heard the sound and saw the scene. Why is it such a coincidence? He killed so many people and made noises deliberately for us to hear. To scare us. After Mukin finished speaking, he swallowed again. And Mula understood after listening. What does my brother mean by this? Is there really someone behind the scenes? Shangyang Luoxue's eyes lit up. Why didn't she expect that? Yes. It was such a coincidence. Everything happened just right. Everything happened by chance. It was so strange. After hearing this, Tang Xian and the three-headed dog agreed very much. It was really strange. So that all makes sense. But what does this guy want to do? Did he lead us here on purpose or had another purpose? It's not clear yet. We won't know until we identify him. Shangyang Luoxue asked. Mukin shook his head. He didn't know either. The current clues pointed to this, but he couldn't guess his intention. We could only wait to find that person, or more clues about him, so that we can know what he wants to do. But will it be dangerous? Mula said uneasily. She had suffered countless injuries here. It was really painful. She didn't know what was coming to greet them this time, and she was afraid. Mukin touched Muli's head and knew what she was thinking. Lele, don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. No matter what danger you are in, brother will protect you. So you don't need to be afraid as long as I'm here. You know? After listening to Mukin's words, Mula felt a little sad and nodded. Very well behaved. Lele, we have been walking for so long. We don't need to be afraid of such a small road. There will be more troubles and difficulties waiting for us, and we need to overcome them. Otherwise, how can we get out successfully? Don't you think so? Mukin said and rubbed Muli's head again, feeling a little distressed. The old Mula would not be afraid of these things. It was him, the elder brother, who made her suffer so much. Mula sniffed, cheered up again, raised his head and faced Mukin. Brother, don't worry. I will face difficulties and never give up. Yeah. Be good. After appeasing Mule, several people began to discuss the matter again. Okay. Let's think of a solution first. We can't let this person lead us. Tang Xian blew her nose and asked about the current situation. Shangyang Luoxua nodded. I don't know. But it doesn't seem to work the way we are now. We have been led by him all the time. We don't know what he wants to do. And we don't know when the danger will appear. We must know his next move. Otherwise we may encounter unknown dangers. As Shangyang Luoxua said, he looked at the corpse in the river again, trying to see what was coming out. Mukin also shook his head. It can only be concluded that there is one person behind the scenes. Who can imagine what his purpose is? If we want to know what he wants to do, there is only one way now. And that is to follow his wishes. No. We can't fall into her trap. We obviously know there is someone behind her. So why do we still fall for it like this? Mulu was the first to object. How could he jump into it knowing there was a trap? Who knows whether this person's purpose is harmful or beneficial to them? If we don't jump in, we can't know his purpose. The current evidence can only tell us this. So if we want to know what he wants to do, we have to go in. But, Nanpei? What's wrong? Shangyang Luoxua asked in confusion. Nanpei suddenly bit her trouser leg. Shangyang Luoxua raised his feet, thinking there was something under his feet. Upon seeing this, Nanpei immediately led Shangyang Luoxua forward. Shangyang Luoxua also understood its meaning and took a few steps forward. Suddenly she saw a footprint, and she became excited. He quickly called a few people and told them the news. When several people saw it, they immediately decided to follow it and take a look. So, everyone followed the footprints and came to a cave. Looking inside from the outside, it was completely dark and it was impossible to see what was inside. But the footprints came from inside the cave. Are we going in? Shangyang Luoxua said and took a step forward. Mukin stopped Shangyang Luoxua and said, I'll go explore the way. You guys just wait. After that, he walked towards the cave and heard something as he got closer. It seemed to be coming from the cave. When Mukin listened carefully, it seemed to be the sound of chewing. Chapter 360, An Old Man. After arriving here, Mukin suddenly found an old man here. This old man is very old and seems to have some problems walking. But it can indeed be felt that this teacher's eyes seem to be very smart. He was eating something all the time. And the sound was a little scary. When the old man saw Mukin, he kept staring at Mukin without moving. Mukin cautiously stepped into the cave. In order to prevent the old man from making aggressive moves towards him, Mukin kept a certain distance away from the old man. Hello. I have something to ask you about. And I wonder if it would be convenient for you to answer it, Mukin said, because he didn't know the identity of this old man. Mukin had always been polite. And looking at this old man living in the cave, he seems to have an unusual status. So when it came to contacting this old man, Mukin made his tone more relaxed. But the old man was so angry that he didn't know where he came from. When talking to Mukin, he also felt very angry. Are you a young man polite? Don't you know I'm eating? Get out of here, the old man said angrily. In comparison, it was definitely not that Mukin was rude. Although I don't know what this old man does. If Mukin wants to continue leaving, he must ask. After all, they don't know how to get through here in the near future. But this old man is indeed their only clue at the moment. So no matter what, Mukin didn't want to leave just like that. Don't be angry yet. I just came here to ask you something. Mukin remained calm. There is certainly no use in getting angry at times like this. And it is estimated that this old man is not afraid of Mukin's anger. So it is better to speak politely to others. I told you. I'm eating now. Get out of here, the old man said angrily. After finishing speaking, the old man threw all the things around him at Mukin. Mukin couldn't control himself and was quickly knocked out by the old man. It seems that the old man is emotionally unstable now. After coming out, Mula said to Mukin, I think something is not right here. Although the whole forest has a strange atmosphere. But Mula could still feel that this place was even more eerie than the weird atmosphere. What do you mean? Mukin asked. I always hear some weird noises here, Mula said. Mukin raised his eyebrows. What does that mean? That is to say, I always feel that this place is not peaceful. Otherwise, we should find another place to ask, Mula said. Mula also knew that something was not right about this place. Therefore, Mula still felt a little scared about this place. But if you can leave now, that would of course be the best. Mukin shook his head. Why do I feel that something is wrong with that old man? The old man Myukin saw just now was indeed a little abnormal. Although their beards have turned gray, they still look energetic. I don't know how old you are. Why do you want to stay here? And Myukin knew that this old man must know some secrets here. So Myukin must go in and ask again. But the old man just now seemed to be eating. If Myukin still went in and disturbed him at this time, the old man would probably be even more disgusted with Myukin. In order to prevent the old man from having such emotions, Myukin deliberately waited for a while before going in. By the time Myukin entered, the old man had already finished eating. Looking at the old man Myukin, he was still not angry. "What are you doing here?" the old man asked. Although this old man's temper is a bit weird. Fortunately, the old man did not chase Myukin away at this time. Myukin felt a little relieved. "It's like this. I want to go somewhere. And I wonder if you can lead the way," Myukin said. Myukin believed that he would definitely not be able to find that place. But this is not necessarily the case for this old man. Looking at the furnishings in this cave, this old man should have lived here not just for a year, but for 2 years. So you should be familiar with the things here. "I see. You should have come to that place too," the old man said. The old man seemed to know much about Myukin's actions. Although Myukin didn't know where the old man learned about it. But it would definitely be best if the old man could take them there. "Since you know, can you please lead the way? We can't find it," Myukin said. This old man has a strange temper. Myukin couldn't guess what the old man was thinking. But if this old man can lead the way, they will definitely be saved a lot of trouble. "I can take you there when the time comes. But you must ensure my safety," the old man said. Myukin nodded immediately. "That's for sure." Judging from the old man's intentions, he seemed to want to take them there. And looking at this old man, he was even more talkative than Myukin imagined. "As long as you can take us there, we will definitely protect your safety," Myukin said. "The place you are going to is not here. That place is really dangerous. Don't forget to promise me," the old man said. The old man was very cautious about them. Myukin had spent a lot of time before to barely make this old man trust him. Now it has finally arrived. And it is time to get closer to the truth. So of course Myukin knew how to answer. "This is inevitable. Even if something happens to us, we will definitely protect your safety," Myukin said. Myukin can still guarantee this. Although things in this forest are more dangerous. But it was still within the range that Myukin could control. At least during this period of time. Myukin did not put the people around him in any danger. This is already pretty good. If this old man is willing to lead the way, it will definitely save them a lot of time. Otherwise, with just a few of their schools, it might be difficult to find that place. "Okay, if this is the case, then I will promise you," the old man said. The old man immediately nodded and agreed to take them there together. Myukin and the others were very happy. Although I don't know who this old man is. But after being in contact with this old man for a while, Myukin still trusted this old man. At least this old man wouldn't want to harm them. So if you follow this old man, you should be able to find a place. Chapter 361, Monsters Blocking the Road. Then they kept following the old man. As a result, at this moment, Xiaolongnu found that something seemed to be blocking them. There is a huge creature ahead. This thing was huge. Almost 4 or 5 meters tall. If you didn't look carefully, you might think it was a wall. But they were more attentive and soon discovered that it was a creature. In this forest, anything can appear. So it's not surprising that such a behemoth appears. Just seeing such a thing suddenly on the road makes me feel a little scared. After all, this thing is so big. Even if it were stepped on casually, it would probably crush their bones and turn them into ashes. "Go and see what's going on," Xiaolongnu said. So Xiaolongnu was about to walk up, but was stopped by Myukin. "Then you must be careful," Myukin reminded. Although Xiaolongnu can talk to that mythical beast. But it doesn't mean that the mythical beast has no intention of harming the little dragon girl. Such a behemoth must have been something to be wary of in the past. Xiaolongnu smiled and nodded at Myukin. "Don't worry. I will definitely communicate with him. I'll go ask what's going on," Shengyang Luoshua said. After that, Shengyang Luoshua walked up to the monster's ear. After chatting with this mythical beast for a while, he turned around and walked back. "What's wrong? What happened? Why is it in front?" Myukin asked. "This thing has been standing here, and it doesn't seem to be that harmful to them. But looking at such a big thing, if it really attacks them, they may not even be able to stop it," Xiaolongnu replied. "Maybe we won't be able to pass in a short time." "Why?" Myukin asked. "They are in a hurry now, and they definitely won't be able to stay that long." "That's because the wife of this mythical beast is giving birth. I'm afraid he won't let us pass so easily, Xiaolongnu said. Generally speaking, creatures like mythical beasts are very careful when giving birth, because they will have other difficulties. Accidents will happen if they are not careful. Although there are only mythical beasts, they are guarding here to prevent people around them from passing by. But Muyukin and the others definitely couldn't wait that long, because time is very important to them now. They must leave this place quickly. But we don't have that much time now. Go and see if you can discuss it with them, Muyukin asked. After all, we don't know when it will be accessible here, so they have to go there quickly. It would be best if we could negotiate. But now it seems that we can't negotiate, Xiaolongnu said with some embarrassment. I guess it's difficult, especially at such an important time. They can't trust us. Both of them are distrustful. So no matter what, this beast will definitely not let them pass. If they want to get over it, they have to think of other ways, Muyukin said. In that case, let's think of other ways. After all, this is someone else's territory they want to pass through. So we can't be too tough. I'm afraid a big war will be inevitable by then. Mulu was a little anxious. But we don't have that much time now. Otherwise, let's kill this mythical beast. Although Mulu also felt that this was a bit too cruel. They really didn't have that much time to delay. This is their last resort. If this method doesn't work, then there may really be no other way. And if they really want to fight that mythical beast, they may not be able to win. After all, the body of the mythical beast is huge, making it look like a super large elephant to outsiders. It is not that easy to deal with the divine beast. Besides, if it was really done, it would be a bit too cruel. So as soon as he said these words, Shangyang Luoshua rejected them. This is absolutely not possible. They didn't bother us in the first place. They were just here as normal guardians, Shangyang Luoshua said. Shangyang Luoshua also knew that at this time, she definitely couldn't go head-to-head with the divine beast, because the mythical beast definitely wants to protect his wife at this time. If they had a head-on confrontation with the mythical beast at this time, I'm afraid they wouldn't end well. This is absolutely not possible. Otherwise, we can take a day off now and wait until tomorrow, Shangyang Luoshua said. Although they were anxious to leave, they didn't miss a day or two. There's nothing wrong with staying here for an extra day or two. What's more, this is a mythical beast that is so difficult to deal with. Shangyang Luoshua didn't want to have a head-on confrontation with him. So now it is the best way for them to wait here for a while. Muyukin also said, I think this is okay. Everyone has been tired for a day. So let's take a rest first. They traveled all day today. After arriving here, I felt a little tired, and I just couldn't get through the front. They took advantage of this moment to rest and experience more when they could get over it. Mulu also nodded. After that, they settled directly nearby. Muyukin suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. As soon as he woke up, he saw the divine beast approaching him. Although the divine beast still has some flaws, it can be felt that the divine beast seems to have some murderous intent towards Muyukin. Maybe they did this because they were worried that Muyukin and the others would hurt him. Muyukin also stood up immediately. The two sides just stared at each other quietly. It seems that he is also thinking, can he beat the opponent? Therefore, although there was no fight between the two of them, the murderous intention between the two was already very obvious. Moreover, their eyes are looking at each other. Once anyone's eyes leave, it is very likely that the other will take action immediately. At this time, none of them dared to relax their vigilance, because once you relax for a few days at this time, it is very likely that your life will be implicated. Therefore, the divine beast would not leave at this time no matter what. And the same was true for Muyukin. The two sides were about to start a fight. At this moment, Xiaolongnu came over. Xiaolongnu quickly said, Didn't we agree before? After your wife gives birth, we will leave without disturbing each other. Xiaolongnu didn't know why, but suddenly the beast changed its mind, as if it was going to do something to hurt them. But the mythical beast shook his head gently. Muyukin and the others also saw the movements of the divine beast. I wonder what kind of medicine is being sold in this mythical beast gourd. Chapter 362, Become a Mount. The little dragon girl talked with the mythical beast for a while. Then relax. Don't worry. This beast has no ill intentions. He just said that he could be our mount, Xiaolongnu said. It's probably because they waited here for a long time. Let the mythical beasts know they mean no harm. That's why the mythical beast is willing to help. Muyukin and Mula were relieved. If they really fought with the mythical beast at this time, I'm afraid there would be nothing good to gain. And if you are really injured by then, it may be even more impossible to get out of this place. It seemed that at this time, They had resolved these matters, and no malicious conflicts occurred. In that case, that's great. If you can get out of this place smoothly, then there must be nothing else to say. Then please help us thank him. We have no way to communicate with him. So please help us convey the message, Mukun said. Mukun also didn't expect this divine beast to be so grateful and repay its kindness. They almost had a fight just now. But luckily Xiaolongnu came over at this time. Xiaolongnu said, "It just might have to wait until his 7 rests for a day." After all, his wife had just given birth, even though it was just a mythical beast. But at this time, the body must be weak. It is not so easy to bring these people through here. So I definitely have to wait until I take a break. There's no rush for this. If they had the help of divine beasts, their speed could at least be doubled. So even if you wait 1 more day, it doesn't matter. That's great. We don't have to look for it ourselves, Mula said. It's not easy to find their place here. After searching for so long, they still haven't found a way out. I don't know if the mythical beast can directly help take them out. After all, this forest is indeed a bit dangerous. Then the beast left and stayed near his wife. Mukun and the others did not move forward rashly. Mukun didn't want to disturb the divine beast at this time. So it is said that they have been resting not far away. We should be able to move on tomorrow, Mukun said. They stayed in this place for a little too long. So we must find a way to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you may encounter various dangers. After all, the things in this forest are beyond their knowledge. Everything in this forest looks extremely dangerous. So it would be best if we could leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they stay here, other accidents will definitely happen. Mukun didn't want such an accident to happen. The next day, the mythical beast came with his wife and children. Everyone felt a little curious, especially Shangyang Luoxue. When I saw this little mythical beast, I also liked it very much. This is a little mythical beast. It's so cute. I've never seen such a cute mythical beast before, Shangyang Luoxue said. The things Shangyang Luoxue and the others saw before were all adults. It was really hard to see the little mythical beast that had just been born. It looks as big as a juvenile elephant. This thing can grow bigger and bigger in the future. However, the smaller mythical beast seems to be cuter than other mythical beasts. But how come this little beast can already walk when it's just born? Shangyang Luoxue felt a little strange. Generally speaking, newborn things will definitely not move at all. Just like the puppies outside. Some kittens and puppies cannot even open their eyes when they are born. Needless to say, it can just walk around on the ground. But this little animal seems to be able to move as soon as it is born. And it also has its own consciousness. This made them all feel a little strange. I don't know either. I've never seen anything like this before, Mula said. When they got here, what they saw was far more bizarre than the many things they had seen before. Especially in this forest. There are all kinds of rare and exotic animals. There are many things inside that simply don't exist outside. Others may have become extinct hundreds of years ago. So they are never seen. After arriving here, they gradually put all these things in their eyes, and felt that this world was very magical. This little mythical beast is really cute. If this happens often, please help us take it out, said the little dragon girl. Xiaolongnu was still quite anxious. I want to get out of this place quickly. After all, the time they stayed was indeed a bit too long. So it would be better for them to leave this place quickly. This place is so dangerous. If they leave earlier, it will be less dangerous for them. The mythical beast pointed at his back. It means to let them all come up. Afterwards, 2 people also sat down with the wife of the mythical beast. The wife of the mythical beast also recovered quickly. The little beast was just born yesterday, and today it is very energetic again. Sure enough, things in nature still make people feel very magical. There were many things that Mukun had never seen before. So when he arrived here, Mukun was a little surprised. So everyone took on the bodies of the mythical beasts. Just when they thought they could leave, there was suddenly a rumbling sound around them. There were rocks on top and started rolling down. It was relatively small at first. They all didn't hear clearly. Did you hear it? Is there any noise outside? Mukun asked. Xiaolongnu's tone was a little panicked. It seems like there's an earthquake here, Xiaolongnu said. The feeling of earthquake is very obvious here. The whole earth seemed to be moving. Let them all find it difficult. And rocks kept rolling down the hillside. It seems to be from the top of the mountain. These people also managed to escape the earthquake. But it seems that the situation here is still a bit dangerous. So when they came over, there was nothing they could do. Originally, they thought they could leave here smoothly. at least to the next location. But I never thought that an earthquake suddenly occurred in this place. Moreover, the earthquake was very strong. After all the stones rolled down, there seemed to be aftershocks. If they keep walking here, they will definitely be hit by these stones. In that case, it would really be a bit too dangerous. Mukin and Mula both felt a little worried. Chapter 363. Suddenly fainted. No! We have to think of a way quickly to hide, Mukin said. The earthquakes around here are very violent right now. There is no telling when all the rocks on the mountain will roll down. By then, they may not even have a place to hide in this place. Everyone said they had to go in advance. So they just thought of a place to hide. At this moment, they suddenly saw a cave in front of them. This cave looks very big and very stable. The earthquake was so strong around here just now. But there was still no change in this cave. So they think this place should be safe enough. So when they got here, they immediately wanted to go in. Look at that cave over there. Can we go in and hide? Shangyang Luoshua said. The rocks around them kept falling down. And some of them had already touched them. If they don't think of a way to hide quickly, it's very likely that the stone will blow them unconscious. By then, they won't have time to think. So at this time, Mukin didn't care so much and said, in that case, let's go in and hide for a while. There was nowhere else they could go from this cave anyway. So the whole group hid in this cave. But later, I realized that this place was particularly eerie. Mukin finally found a torch after finally talking about this place. After finding the torch here, Mukin discovered that there were some strange spiders all around. However, these spiders have been on the wall, and it seems that they have no intention of harming them. So when Mukin saw these spiders, Mukin didn't think too much. I think these spiders won't hurt us in the short term, Mukin said. They had been here for a while, but there was no response from these spiders. So Mukin felt that these expenditures should not be touched arbitrarily. But even so, we still have to be careful, Xiao Longnu added. Now they are in a very dangerous environment, and they have never been to this place before. Generally speaking, the calmer the situation, the more dangerous it is. So Shangyang Luoshua never dared to let down his guard. Especially under such circumstances, Shangyang Luoshua could not let down his guard. Everyone must be extremely careful. No matter what. You must not be hurt by the things around you, Shangyang Luoshua said. After Shangyang Luoshua finished speaking, everyone sat down. I don't know when the earthquake outside will stop. To be honest, they don't want to stay here at all. But it seems that there is no other way to go except here. So when they got here, they all sat down. At this moment, Mula suddenly shouted. Everyone hurriedly ran to Mula. Judging from Muli's voice, it seemed that he was screaming because he was injured. Mukin asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Everyone gathered around Mula. At this time, Muli's face had turned green. Moreover, Muli's lips were also a little purple. And one could tell at a glance that it was definitely a sign of poisoning. Mukin said, what on earth is going on? Why was he suddenly poisoned? Mula was speechless at this time. Mula only felt that her mouth was particularly numb. I don't know why recently, but I can feel it. Everyone suddenly became cautious. They had never thought there was anything in this cave before. But now they see that Mula was poisoned. Maybe because there is something in this cave that they cannot control. Shangyang Luoshua checked Mula from head to toe. It turned out that Muli's foot had been smashed by a stone before. It was just because I had been too nervous before and was on the defensive. So I didn't notice the wound on my foot at all. Now there are several spiders holding on to the wound on Muli's foot. It seems that these spiders must have bitten Mula. That's why Mula is now poisoned. Everyone was a little anxious and didn't know what kind of poison these spiders had. But now it seems that the venom of these spiders is not so easy to deal with. After all, Mukin and the others are now in great pain when they see Mula. And Mula can't even speak now. Oops! You all should be careful. It's very possible that these spiders eat and drink human blood, Shangyang Luoshua said. When they came in just now, these spiders did not attack them. It's possible that because there are no wounds on their feet, these spiders won't come over. But not necessarily now. They all have wounds on their bodies. If they are really smelled of blood by these spiders, they will definitely come when the time comes. And they will have no way to avoid it. Mukin also noticed this. So Mukin's expression was a bit ugly. It would be okay even if these spiders drank human blood. After all, they are just spiders. The most difficult problem to solve now is Mula. Just now, Mula couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The lips were also light, and looked like there were signs of a high fever. This means that Mu Lu must have been poisoned. And I don't know if there is a way to detoxify it. Let's see if there is any way to cure the poison that Mu Lu has planted now, Mukun said quickly. Now Mu Lu is very dangerous now. So it is very possible that there is no way to leave from here. Mukun also felt very worried. After all, this is a cave, and there are no herbs around. How could there be detoxifying herbs? At this time, everyone began to be wary of the surrounding environment. Originally they thought it was just an ordinary cave. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. There are dangers and dangers all around. They don't even know where they are. They will suddenly encounter these dangers. After arriving here, they must always be vigilant. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be injured by these things. Don't worry. I'll take a look first, Shangyang Luoshua said. At this time, Mukun noticed the spiders around him, and probably smelled the bloody smell on them. All the spending is starting to go their way. Mukun just looked at these spiders coldly. Unexpectedly, when they first came in, these spiders didn't move at all. Now it seems that these spiders are worried about scaring them away. But these spiders have no way to access the sunlight outside. So they let their guard down. Chapter 364, Horrible Spider. It seems that these spiders are quite smart. He actually knows how to lure the enemy. Everyone, be careful. The toxins on these spiders are very powerful. You must not get hurt, Shangyang Luoshua said. Shangyang Luoshua had just checked the toxins on Mu Li's body. But they found that the toxin in Mu Li's body was very special. And they had no way to detoxify it now. Mukun also noticed these spiders. I couldn't see clearly in the dark environment just now. But I didn't realize it until I saw it clearly now. These spiders have all kinds of flowers on their bodies. Generally speaking, the bigger the spider, the more poisonous it is. Now it seems that these spiders still have their own intelligence. That's why they can be so dangerous at this time. Mukun felt a little worried. These spiders were already very powerful now. It shouldn't be that easy for them to deal with these spiders. We must find a way quickly. You all stay back, Mukun said, because these spiders have bitten Mu Lu. Mu Lu is also so poisonous. Mukun knew that if these spiders were left here any longer, they would all be poisoned. After all, they all had more or less wounds on their bodies just now. They must not let these spiders bite them again. This matter is already difficult to handle now. If these spiders bite them again, it will probably be even more difficult. So Mukun had to think of a way in advance. So they all moved closer to the middle. Mukun picked up the friend in his hand and killed all the spiders. Previously, these spiders lived in darkness all year round, so they couldn't see the light at all. When they saw the fire, these spiders panicked. Therefore, when Mukun dealt with these spiders were helpless and were quickly completely wiped out by Mukun. But even this won't work. After all, Mu Lu has been poisoned now. They had to quickly find a way to get rid of the toxins in Mu Li's body. Xiaolongnu said, "Be careful. It seems this cave is not that simple." They had ignored the cave before. And it was also because there was an earthquake outside that they hid in. But one issue they should think clearly about now is, this cave is so stable. And there are so many strange creatures in this place. There must be many things that would choose to take root in this cave. Now that they have arrived at this place, it means that this place is very dangerous. Therefore, no matter what, they cannot leave from this place. Otherwise, the next step will definitely be more dangerous. Mukun nodded. In that case, let's go inside and see what's there. Now Mukun and the others are only on the surface. I don't know what is in the depths of this cave. Therefore, they must quickly investigate and understand the situation inside. Just in case something like this spider comes over again, it would be even more difficult for them to attack them secretly. What's more, the situation is already very dangerous now. If they don't figure out what's going on around here quickly, it is estimated that their situation will be more dangerous next. Xiaolongnu nodded. In that case, let's go together, Xiaolongnu said. Xiaolongnu turned to Shangyang Luoshua and said, How's it going? Can Mu Lu be saved now? Just now they saw that Mu Li's body temperature rose rapidly. Moreover, the condition of his body was very bad at first glance. And he must have been poisoned by a serious toxin. They don't know what kind of toxin this spider has recently carried. So there is no way to find an antidote. I don't know if Shangyang Luoshua can cure Mu Lu. You guys go over and take a look first. I'll think of a solution here. There should be no problem, Shangyang Luoshua said. Although he said that, Shangyang Luoshua's tone was indeed a bit panicked. Mukun and Xiaolongnu couldn't care less. Now that they are in such a dangerous situation, they must figure out the road ahead. In case there is another problem here, they will definitely be caught off guard. In that case, let's go find out what's going on ahead first, Mukin said. After Mukin finished speaking, he and Xiaolongnu saw the inside of the cave. The two of them also left a torch for Shangyang Luoxue. If there is any problem, just shout here, and we will come out then, Xiaolongnu said. After all, there are dangers in this cave, but it doesn't look particularly deep, and they should be back soon. In order to avoid trouble, they left Shangyang Luoxue here. After Mukin and Xiaolongnu saw the inside of the cave, they realized that there was really everything in the cave. Maybe it's because this cave is so stable that many creatures have taken root here. The spider they saw at the entrance of the cave just now was just a trivial thing. After they came in, they discovered that there were actually some wolves and foxes here. These wolves and foxes must have not eaten for a long time. So when they see them, their eyes seem to light up. The more such an animal is, the more dangerous it is. Of course Mukin and Xiaolongnu also knew about this. Xiaolongnu reminded, "Be careful. These things are probably not easy to deal with. Compared with the things outside, these beasts inside the cave will definitely be more difficult to deal with, because there are very few things in the cave. These things must be very powerful in order to survive. If they want to deal with the things inside, I'm afraid they will have to use all their strength." "Don't worry. I know what's going on. Just protect yourself," Mukin said. It would be easy for Muchin to deal with the things in this cave, but I'm afraid there's no way to protect Xiaolongnu. "Don't worry. I have no problem," Xiaolongnu said. After that, Mukin quickly dealt with all these things in the mountain. "Okay. Now Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Lu are still alone outside. Let's go find them quickly," Xiaolongnu said. Although they didn't use much time, they couldn't stay here forever. After all, one of Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Lu is a patient, and the other is a doctor. If something happens to one of them, the other one might not be able to do it either. So Mukin and Xiaolongnu quickly went back. It was only after the two of them returned that they discovered that Shangyang Luoxue had fainted on the ground. The two people walked over quickly. Chapter 365, Toxin Transfer. Xiaolongnu quickly felt for Shangyang Luoxue's pulse. I found that Shangyang Luoxue had just fainted, but Shangyang Luoxue's lips were now blue. Shangyang Luoxue must have transferred the poison from Mu Li's body to herself, Xiaolongnu said with a sigh, looking at Shangyang Luoxue's current situation. I knew without even thinking that this was definitely the case. If they had known earlier, they should definitely have left one person behind just now. Otherwise, Shangyang Luoxue would not risk herself. Xiaolongnu said, "We have to find a way to send them all back." Mukin still didn't understand what was going on. "What do you mean? I don't understand why Shangyang Luoxue suddenly fainted," Mukin asked again. "That means there was no one here just now. So Shangyang Luoxue transferred the poison from Mu Li's body to herself," Xiaolongnu said quickly. If they had known earlier, if they had left one person behind just now, they would have been able to stop Shangyang Luoxue. But now, it's too late to say anything, because Shangyang Luoxue has already done this. The same goes for Xiaolongnu. I didn't expect Shangyang Luoxue to be so infatuated. For Mu Lu, he even did such a thing. Mukin was also very moved. "Actually, we should think of other ways, and shouldn't let him do this," Mukin said. Although Mukin cares about his younger brother, it doesn't mean that he wants to take risks in Yangluoxu. But now Shangyang Luoxue has transferred everything he has to Shangyang Luoxue. Then they have to find an antidote for Shangyang Luoxue. "Don't worry. This won't extend the time for us. Let's quickly find a way to find an antidote," Xiaolongnu said. Mu Li's complexion is obviously much better now than before. It should also be because the previous toxins have been transferred away. The color of Mu Li's face has changed from the original blue-purple to gradually rosy. Although he is still in a state of fainting, his physical condition is much better than before. It's just that they don't have that much time. "We must find a way quickly to rescue Shangyang Luoxue," Mukin said. "Then do you know if there are any herbs around here that can save her?" To be honest, Mukin actually felt that there was little hope. After all, Shangyang Luoxue is the person who knows the most about medicinal herbs here. If there are herbs around here, then Shangyang Luoxue must have used them. But now Mukin has not found any medicinal materials around here at all. Therefore, it is very likely that Shangyang Luoxue also knows that no one can save him except this way. That's why Shangyang Luoxue used this method to save Mu Lu. Now if they want to rescue Shangyang Luoxue, it may not be that easy, Xiaolongnu said. "Actually, that's not necessarily true. Everything in this world has its own rules. Xiaolongnu believes in the laws of this world. For example, if you chase some poisonous snakes, you will definitely be able to find the antidote within 5 steps. This is also the reason why all things are interdependent. Although they can't find the antidote now, it doesn't mean it's not available around here. Mu Li's body is fine now, but Shangyang Luoxue is definitely not fine. Xiaolongnu. After Shangyang Luoxue transferred this poison to her body, the poison would definitely become more and more serious. Moreover, Shangyang Luoxue's own physique is not as good as Mu Li's. They don't have that much time to waste. We must find a way quickly to bring Shangyang Luoxue back. Okay, then I will go out to find herbs now, Mukin said. Mukin was also very moved by Shangyang Luoxue's behavior. Mukin never expected that Shangyang Luoxue would risk his own life for Mu Lu. They have seen how dangerous this toxin is before. But even so, Shangyang Luoxue still transferred all his body. So now Mukin must find a way to rescue Shangyang Luoxue. You can't find it if you go out so rashly now, Xiaolongnu said. Mukin doesn't know about herbal medicines. Even if he goes out now, he won't be able to bring back the herbal medicines he sees. Mukin thought so too. Then do you know where I should look? Mukin asked. Xiaolongnu thought for a while, and then said, there should be an antidote like this on a mountain nearby. Xiaolongnu should have seen it when she came over before. Although it's not obvious, that thing is likely to be able to make poison. At the very least, it can slow down the spread of this poison. As long as they find this herb, they should be able to guarantee Shangyang Luoxue's life. Although I don't know if this thing is useful. It is definitely better to take it back than to leave it there. This thing is hidden in a very secret place. You must be careful to find it when the time comes, Xiaolongnu said. Xiaolongnu was also a little worried. After all, Shangyang Luoxue's life was hanging by a thread. There was no telling when Shangyang Luoxue would get sick due to the toxins in her body. Therefore, Mukin had to hurry up and retrieve this herb before Shangyang Luoxue got sick. Mukin glanced at Shangyang Luoxue, who was fainting. Don't worry. I will definitely bring this herb back as soon as possible, Mukin said. After that, Mukin glanced at Mu Lu next to him. Mu Lu is still unconscious now, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. When Mu Lu is in a better mood, knowing what Shangyang Luoxue has done for him will definitely make him even more moved than himself. I'll leave the situation here to you. Don't cause any more problems. I'll be back soon, Mukin said. Mukin could only leave everything here to Xiaolongnu to take care of. Mukin had just eliminated most of the dangers in this cave. Even if there were some simple and unclear things left, knowing what Mukin had done just now, he would definitely not dare to come over. Moreover, Mukin can rest assured that Xiaolongnu is left here. After all, Mukin had seen Xiaolongnu's abilities before. Mukin knew that Xiaolongnu was definitely not a simple person. So it was definitely okay to leave these people to Xiaolongnu to take care of. Don't worry. Leave the matters here to me, and I won't cause any trouble for you. Xiaolongnu nodded. Later, Xiaolongnu knew that Mukin was still worried about Mu Lu. So she said, Mu Lu will be fine. He will probably wake up after a while. Then the two of us will take care of Shangyang Luoxue. Mu Lu was poisoned by such a serious poison before, and now he is in a coma. But because Shangyang Luoxue has transferred the poison to himself, Mu Lu should wake up soon. In that case, I'll leave the matter here to you. Mukin nodded. Mukin was still very touched. After all, Xiaolongnu had helped him a lot. Mukin then turned around and left. Chapter 366, Gradually Waking Up. Finally Mukin arrived at a mountain nearby. The mountain near here is very steep, and it took a lot of effort for Mukin to finally climb up. And Mukin also knew that he didn't have that much time now. Mukin quickly found the herb that Xiaolongnu mentioned before. The quantity of this herb was limited, and there were not many in total. Mukin did not dare to pick more this time. If you pick it wrong this time, you may not be able to find it when you need it next time. Although the journey here is more difficult. If Mukin is asked to come over then, Mukin who already knows that he is here will probably find him. So Mukin took the herbs in his hand and returned to the cave. After returning, he found that Shangyang Luoxue was awake. But even though he was awake, Shangyang Luoxue's eyes remained motionless. Xiaolongnu explained, it's because Shangyang Luoxue used her inner strength to take care of Mu Lu. So she would accidentally wake up at this time. Although I am awake, it is completely different from being completely awake. Now Shangyang Luoxue is like a vegetable, unable to do anything except blinking. Mukin put the herbs in his hand into Xiaolongnu's hand. See if this is what you asked me to find before. There are some things out there that I must bring with me, Mukin asked. Mukin is a very thoughtful person, especially in this situation. Mukin knew that he had to be more considerate. Xiao Longnu nodded. Yes, it's this kind of herb. Just wait for me, and I'll find a pot. If you want to save people, this herb must be boiled into medicine. After that, Xiao Longnu quickly found a broken earthen jar outside, and took it back and used it as a pot. Xiao Longnu added a little more water to it. After adding water, he gave the medicine to Shangyang Luoxue to drink. After drinking the medicine, Shangyang Luoxue's complexion looked obviously much better than before. But despite this, Shangyang Luoxue still didn't wake up. The same goes for Mu Le. The two of them have been lying on the edge, not knowing when they will wake up. Mukin also felt a little worried when he saw this situation. What's going on? Can they wake up? Mukin asked worriedly. Xiao Longnu was also a little helpless. The toxins they are suffering from are a bit too serious now. If they want to wake up completely, I'm afraid it will take time, Xiao Longnu said. Xiao Longnu didn't expect that such a small spider could be so poisonous. They have been lying here for most of the day, but there are still no signs of waking up. And even after Xiao Longnu gave this herb to Shangyang Luoxue to drink, there was no change in Shangyang Luoxue. It seems that the remaining poison from before has still not been cleared away. If you want to keep these two people awake now, I'm afraid you may have to rely on luck. If the two of them are lucky, it is very likely that they can be cured. But if it doesn't work, they may always be like this. Xiao Longnu didn't know what to do. After all, those spiders were gone. And even if these spiders exist, they cannot immediately analyze the toxins on their bodies. What's more, in such a forest, everything is extremely rare. It's not that easy for them to find things here, Mukin said. Then there is no way to save them now. Mukin didn't want the two of them to remain in this situation. After all, they have been unconscious for most of the day now. If they fall into a coma, something will definitely go wrong. I don't know about this either. I'm already thinking of ways and trying my best to save them. You don't have to worry too much, Xiao Longnu said. Xiao Longnu had tried her best to find the herbs around. But even so, the final effect is not very obvious. Now it seems that we may have to leave it to fate. After that, the two of them sat here for a long time. These two people still showed no signs of waking up. Mukin and Xiao Longnu were a little disappointed. What would happen if something happened to these two people? Although they were just two little spiders, they were really in trouble. At this moment, Mukin couldn't sit still. You rest here for a while, and I'll go outside to see if there are any special herbs, Mukin said. Now unless these two people wake up, Muchin can't sit still and wait for death. I must go out and look for herbs. I can't say that I can really find some universal herb. But the two of them were saved. Shangyang Luoxue sighed. It's probably useless. What I gave them to just now is the most effective herbal medicine, Shangyang Luoxue said. After Shangyang Luoxue gave the herb to the two of them, there was no change in the two of them. This means that the physiques of these two people may not be suitable for this place. So it is not easy to get them to come back. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. Mukin and the others had never seen this old man before. Now this old man suddenly appears from this place. Mukin and the others were a little surprised. After all, in such a forest, there are very few living people. What's more, he came to me on his own initiative. After the old man walked in, the two people immediately became vigilant. But the old man just smiled. Don't worry. Don't be so wary of me. I'm not here to hurt you, the old man said. Even though they said this, Mukin and Shangyang Luoxue still did not dare to let down their guard. Then who are you? What are you here for? Mukin asked. The old man said. The people here must be poisoned. I tell you that this poison is very difficult to remove. No one except me can remove it. Mukin frowned. Now this toxin has really given them a headache, and they have no way to detoxify this toxin. So now we can only place this hope on the old man. I just don't know what this old man means when he comes suddenly. What do you mean? Why didn't we understand? Mukin asked. Of course the old man understood that Mukin was pretending to be confused. You don't have to pretend here. I know you are thinking of ways to detoxify now. As long as you pass my test, I can save your friends, the old man said. Although Mukin didn't know who the old man was, the old man seemed to have a very clear grasp of Mukin's whereabouts. Mukin and Xiao Longnu looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe him or not. Chapter 367, Digging Out the Treasure Chest. How do we know whether we can trust you? Mukin asked. Everything that happened in that place caught them off guard. What's more, it's still a person who was given free of charge. They have no way to determine whether this person has any bad intentions. Moreover, Mukin and the others had never met this old man before, and they didn't know why the old man was willing to help them. I think you should know that I am not here to help you. I am here to test you, the old man said. After Mukin heard what the old man said, he felt even more confused. You and I have never met each other. What can you do to test me? Mukin asked. Mukin had never met this old man before. Now that this old man suddenly said such words, Mukin really didn't know whether to believe it or not. It's useless if you don't believe me. No one can save your friend except me now, the old man said. Mukin glanced at Mu Le and Shangyang Luoxue, who were lying on the ground. The two people have indeed been transported for a long time now. But Mukin and the others have no way to save him. Then how do I know if you can save them? What if you wanted me to help you? But then you ignored me, Mukin asked. After arriving here, Mukin has to be on guard all the time. Otherwise, there is no telling when someone will harm him. It's not that Mukin suffers from delusions of being persecuted. It's actually because this place is like that. There are disasters and killings everywhere. So they are definitely right to be cautious. Don't worry. There is nothing in this forest that I don't know. There is no need for me to lie to you, the old man said. Mukin heard what the old man said, and knew that what he was saying to him would be useless. In that case, then tell me, what do you want to test me for? Mukin asked. Mukin is really worried about Mu Le and Shangyang Luoxue now. If there was a way to wake up these two people now, there was nothing wrong with letting Mukin accept this old man's test. Okay, I'm going to tell you now. In the box not far away, there is a box at the bottom of the river. You just need to bring this box up to me, and I will tell you how to save them, the old man said. When Mukin and Shangyang Luoxue came here before, they did see a river nearby, but no one could tell what was inside. If you rush over there, you won't be hurt, Xiao Longnu said. This person's origin is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. The old man didn't know why he suddenly appeared here, and he knew their situation clearly. Now that they were suddenly asked to help the old man handle this matter, they felt a little trembling in their hearts. If this old man has any conspiracy, it is very likely that they will fall into this man's trap. If you don't agree to what I say, then I will have to think of other ways, the old man said. After the old man finished speaking, he planned to turn around and leave. As a result, Mukin called him back before he left. Wait a minute. Are you willing to tell me after I bring up your thing? Mukin said. This is just a test I give you. Let's wait until you can pass this test, the old man said, seeing the treachery written all over this man's face. Mukin also felt that this matter might not be that simple. But now for Mukin, there is not so much time to waste. They had to find a way quickly to get Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Le to wake up. Otherwise, the two of them would have been fainting here, and there was no guarantee when they would wake up. Mukin was really worried about this situation. So now Mukin has to think of a way quickly. Okay, if that's the case, I promise you, I will help you bring this thing up. I hope you will keep your word, Mukin said. When Xiao Longnu saw Mukin agreeing, she felt that this matter might not be that simple and wanted to stop it. But Mukin waved his hand. Don't worry. No need. Even if we find the antidote ourselves, we will definitely take risks, Mukin said. If they want to find the antidote on their own, they will definitely have to experience a lot of dangers. And you may not be able to find it in the end. Since the old man in front of them said that he could help them get the antidote, then Mukin only needed to complete the task assigned to him by the old man. Although Mukin also knew that this task might not be that simple, at least he knew what he should do. If you don't give me this antidote by then I will never be polite to you, Mukin said. Mukin's intention was very obvious, and Xiao Longnu couldn't stop him. Mukin then found the river around here. After arriving here, the old man said to Mukin, You just need to go down and find me what I want to find. Shangyang Luoxue and Mu Le are still in great danger there now. Therefore, Mukin could not persuade himself to wait here. Soon Mukin jumped down. After jumping in, Mukin swam to the bottom of the river. The water below this river was very filthy. After arriving here, even Mukin couldn't help but choke. Fortunately, there were no strange things in the water, so Mukin felt relatively relieved after arriving here. After arriving here, Mukin discovered that there was indeed a treasure box under the river. The treasure box shone brightly, and Mukin quickly found it. So after talking down, Mukin brought up the treasure box. The old man above seemed to be waiting for Mukin very eagerly. after seeing Mukin bringing up the treasure box. The old man's eyes almost widened. Mukin said, "Is this what you want me to look for? If I give this to you, will you be able to save my friend? Give it to me quickly," the old man said quickly. Mukin was particularly curious as to what exactly was in this treasure box that made the old man so excited. So Mukin opened it and took a look, and found that it contained a sword. This sword looks very sharp, but it has been buried under the water for who knows how many years. There is also a huge gem inlaid on it. It also looks extremely precious. Just when Mukin wanted to hand the sword to the old man, he was stopped by Xiaolongnu. Xiaolongnu's expression seemed to have changed a little. "Wait a minute. You must not give this thing away," Xiaolongnu said quickly. At the last moment when he gave this thing away, Mukin withdrew his hand. Chapter 368, Going Back on One's Word. The old man saw that Mukin suddenly repented, and was very angry. He had already agreed before, so why should he go back on his promise at this time? Mukin was also a little hesitant. He didn't know whether he should agree at this time. If the old man didn't agree, the consequences would be disastrous. If I really agreed to this old man, I guess the result wouldn't be what I wanted to see. The old man was still there in an aggressive manner, staring at Mukin without blinking. "Mu Chen, let me tell you, you'd better learn to be smart and give me the things. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Seeing the old man like this, Mukin's heart suddenly sank. He didn't know what he was going to do after giving this sword to the old man. But you don't have to think about it to know that it is definitely not a good thing. At least not something that is beneficial to them. The little dragon girl on the side was also very anxious. He was worried that Mukin would just hand over the sword. "Mu Chen, be careful first. This guy is not simple. Stay away from him." Of course Mukin knew that this guy was no longer simple. But now, he was under the control of others. If he were alone here, he would dare to fight with the old man. But now Shangyang Luoxue is still in the old man's hands. The old man smiled coldly, as if he had figured out what Mukin was worried about. He knew that Mukin would not let it go, and Shangyang Luoxue would not care. "Let me tell you, if you don't call me the sword, don't blame me for being killed by Shangyang Luoxue." When he heard the old man say that he wanted to take action against Yang Luoxue, Mukin's expression immediately changed. "If you dare to touch Shangyang Luoxue, I will kill you. If you want this little girl to be safe and sound, then return the things to me quickly, and I can still spare your lives." Hearing what the old man said, Mukin felt like he was about to explode. This was the first time he had accepted them, and he was still threatening the benefits he earned. So he had no way of refusing. Now that Shangyang Luoxue was still in the old man's hands, Mukin had no choice but to hand over the sword. "You have to promise me that you will return Shangyang Luoxue to me 2 days after you get these, and you won't let anything happen to him." Of course the old man agreed to Mukin's request, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the sword in Mukin's hand. "Of course. Anyway, all I want is this sword. If you give me the thing, I won't touch this little girl." Mukin was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The little dragon girl on the side kept stopping Mukin. "Mu Chen, don't believe this old guy. What this old guy said must be false. It's weird for this old guy to go back on his word. He has lied to them countless times just now. How can he agree to them now?" The reason why he said that was just to confuse Mukin and make him hand over the things. What would happen if this sword really fell into Mukin's hands? Mukin was not unaware of this possibility, but he still had no choice but to continue to hesitate. Looking at Shangyang Luoxue's appearance, Mukin was very anxious. He really couldn't wait any longer. Since Shangyang Luoxue was still in the old man's hands, Mukin finally handed over the things and looked at the old man seriously. "Okay, I've given this to you. Please give it back to me now." The old man looked at the sword in Mukin's hand and smiled proudly. He knew that Mukin would definitely agree to his request. "By the way, I just like smart kids like you. Come on, hand over that thing." Mukin looked at the old man coldly. At this time, even if he wanted to refuse, it was already too late. When he asked the old man to take the sword into his hand, Mukin immediately said, "Okay, please return Shangyang Luoxue to me quickly." The reason why Mukin agreed to the old man's condition was that he hoped that he could return Shangyang Luoxue to him. "You can get this sword back at any time, but there is only one Shangyang Luoxue, and Mukin can't help but be concerned about it." The old man sneered. "That little girl just now was right. I'm used to going back on my word. Don't you know?" Mukin's expression immediately changed. "You're not planning to return Shangyang Luoxue, are you?" He had no choice but to hand over this thing just now. It was not that he had never thought before that this guy did it on purpose. But at that time, I had no other choice. The old man looked at Mukin proudly, and then nodded with satisfaction. You're right. I did it on purpose. So what can you do to me? Anyway, they are now under his control. Shouldn't he have the final say on what he wants? I tell you, if you dare to attack me, don't blame me for poisoning this little girl. Mukin's eyes were filled with deepness. He suddenly made a move in his hand, and the sword returned to his hand. If you want to go back on your promise, I may not have thought about it. Mukin had already thought about it before waiting. If the old man didn't give the thing to him, he wouldn't give it to him either. So in order to avoid this situation, Mukin made preparations in advance. The old man was startled when he saw the duck he had got flying away, and hurried over to grab it. How could Mukin give him this opportunity? He took the things back immediately. I've told you well before that I will never give this to you. Do you think I'm stupid? At this time, it was the old man's turn to be angry. He didn't expect Mukin to hold back. Let me tell you, if you really do it for the good of your friend, you'd better hand this thing over to me as soon as possible, and I can let you two go. Then if I don't plan to give this thing to you, what can we do? Mukin really didn't want to argue with such an old guy who went back on his word. But this old guy just came to trouble them. I've already told you. If you don't give me the things again, don't blame me for attacking Shanyang Luoxue. The old man used this to threaten Mukin just now, and Mukin had already compromised with him once. It was the old guy who didn't keep his promise, so he couldn't blame himself. Mukin knew very well that even if he agreed to the old guy's conditions, his hometown would not agree. So Mukin was very calm at this moment. He no longer wants to care about it. Xiaolongnu suddenly said, By the way, did he also do the poison on the spider? Xiaolongnu suddenly thought of the poison on the spider. Chapter 369, Catch the Old Man. When the old man heard what the two of them said, he immediately smiled proudly. You are right. I did that. So I advise you to be smarter. The implication is that if they continue to steal things from me, I will not be popular with them. However, if Mukin is still controlled by others now, then Mukin will really lose. He had already made preparations when he handed the sword to the old man just now. Just when the old man felt proud, he suddenly felt itchy under his body. Then the old man felt that his whole body had lost consciousness. He felt that his limbs were stiff, and he couldn't move at all. When the old man reacted again, he was already firmly in Mukin's hand. Of course you can use it as you like. This is your freedom. But it must be done while you are alive. The reason why Mukin handed this sword to him just now was because he wanted to test what was going on with this old man. But now that I know it, Mukin is no longer afraid of this old man. I advise you to relax a little at this time. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Mukin treat his old man like this, he was actually completely afraid. Now his whole body was in Mukin's hand, and Mukin could twist off his neck with just a slight movement. You people are really too presumptuous. One day I will make you look good, if you really have the ability. But before that you have to do something for us. Mukin glanced lightly at the props they put aside. If it's convenient, please detoxify Shanyang Luoxue first. Otherwise, I can only ask you to die with him. Mukin knew what kind of character this old man was, and he definitely did not dare to die now. If the old man really dares to die, he won't stay here forever. The old man was very dissatisfied. If he really detoxified Shanyang Luoxue, then he would have no leverage. But even if he didn't dare to say anything, his life was still in Mukin's hands. So no matter what, he could only accept his fate and remove the poison he had put on Shanyang Luoxue, and then looked at Mukin with fear. Okay, I've done everything I should do. Let me go now, and don't hurt me again. Then he sneered. At this time, he knew not to hurt him. Why didn't he tell him earlier? If this guy had said something earlier, maybe he would have let him go. Now that he has said it, it is already weird. If we send him away at this time, won't he continue to harm people? Do you think I will let you go now? If it weren't for you, how could there be so many accidents here? Mukin looked at the old man coldly. He would not let it go just like that anyway. Much Mukin has not forgotten the losses he suffered from this guy during this period. When the old man heard what Mukin said, a trace of panic arose in his heart. Then what are you going to do? Are you still going to kill me? I have already taken away the poison. The conflict between us is more than just a little poisonous. It's as simple as this. Have you forgotten what you did to us before? Seeing that the old man had been exposed, Mukin felt relieved even though he was afraid. Okay, now for your own safety. Tell me, why are you holding this sword? Mukin really wanted to find out what the old man's purpose was for holding the sword in his hand. This thing looked very ordinary, and Mukin didn't know what magic it had. The old man's expression twitched when he heard Mukin say this. Mukin didn't even know the use of this sword. If you don't know, then why do you want to snatch this thing from yourself? If I tell you the purpose of the sword, will you let me live? Maybe. Who knows? But isn't it easy to go out and play at this time? I don't want to lie to you. You better be smart. He didn't know if he would spare his life after the old man told him. But Mukin knew in his heart that if this old man continued to be stubborn, he would definitely not let him go. When the old man heard Mukin say this, he sighed inconspicuously. He also knew that his deadline had come today. If that's the case, then I'll tell you. He closed his eyes and fell into thought. Legend has it that as long as these swords can be gathered together, one's wish can be fulfilled. At that time, the 4 great mythical beasts in ancient times can be summoned. If you can really summon those mythical beasts, it will be a great evil. Mukin sneered after hearing this. Some people actually believe such an ancient legend. Then I feel that even if this story is turned into a template and sold outside, it may not be able to sell for much money. I really don't know what this old guy is thinking. Does he take such a legend to be true? What I said is not false. There are really people who can summon these mythical beasts. The old man looked at Mukin's half-smiling expression and knew that Mukin didn't believe what he said. He felt very angry. Everything he said was true. Why didn't Mukin believe it? Mukin nodded helplessly. He really didn't want to quarrel with the old man over this matter. Okay, go on. What happened then? Then, those things will be able to obey my orders. And then, they will complete everything I want to do. The old man has fantasized about that day for a long time. He has been staying here all this time, never getting ahead. If one day he can really stand out. The old man has already thought about what to do with his family. Seeing this old man's fantasy, Mukin just thought it was ridiculous. You don't need to think about it to know that this is simply impossible to accomplish. At least Mukin felt that there was no way to do it with this old man's strength. This old man is still here with his wishful thinking that he will definitely succeed. Seeing him like this, Mukin just sneered lightly. I advise you that if you really want to fool me, it's best to say something that looks more genuine, so I might still be able to believe it. The stories told by the old man are really unbelievable. At least now Mukin couldn't completely believe it. What I said is real. Chapter 370, Gather Together. It seemed that what the old man said did not seem to be false. After Mukin tied him up, he gathered everyone together. After Shangyang Luoshu woke up, he was very surprised to hear what they said about what happened during this period, especially when listening to the legend Mukin told him. Shangyang Luoshu couldn't help but laugh. In this age, there are actually people who would say such things. You don't need to think about it to know that it is definitely a lie. No one has ever seen the legendary beasts for so many years. Who knows what they look like? Shangyang Luoshu felt that those guys probably didn't exist in this world at all, and were just other people's random thoughts. In fact, Mukin thought so too. And he had had this thought for more than a day or two. I think this may be just a rumor. But these swords really don't look simple. At least the sword they got was very delicate. And it looked like something extraordinary at first glance. Now they can't show the true power of this sword. The sword that plays the protagonist must have its secrets. Xiaolongnu remained silent all the time, even after talking for so long. Xiaolongnu still didn't say a word. The more this happened, the more curious Mu Chen became. Did Xiaolongnu know something? Generally speaking, in this situation, Xiaolongnu would not speak because she knew something. Otherwise, Xiaolongnu must have already joined everyone's team and discussed it with everyone. Little dragon girl, what's wrong with you? Do you know something? Are you unwilling to tell me? Xiaolongnu sighed helplessly. How could it be? If I knew something, I would be the first to tell you. But your current expression is so wrong. It makes me very suspicious. Mukin smiled faintly. Xiaolongnu's current behavior simply had something fishy written all over her face. Mukin knew that he must know something, but he just didn't want to say it. Seeing Mukin like this, Shangyang Luoshu sighed helplessly. It's okay. If they don't want to say it, why do you force them to do it? You already know that they don't want to say it, and you still ask like that? Mukin smiled to himself sheepishly. But this was not intentional. Okay. I apologize to you. I really shouldn't be like this, but I just feel it's weird. Logically speaking, this situation should not occur. Now that Xiaolongnu had to maintain such a mysterious posture, Mukin felt even more curious. Seeing Mukin's curious gaze, Xiaolongnu could only sigh helplessly. Even if Mukun didn't ask, he would have said it with his eyes. The reason I don't want to say it is because this matter is indeed a secret, and I shouldn't tell you. Every race has its own rules. And even little dragon girl is no exception. So at this time, Xiaolongnu didn't know where to start. So she just kept silent. But looking at this posture, if he continues to keep silent, they will definitely doubt him even more. So Xiaolongnu could only speak no matter how hard she tried. I can only suggest that you keep this sword safe. This thing may be of great use to you in the class. When he said this today, Mukun was quite surprised. Is this true or false? Is it because what he said is true that this sword can be used? The little thing shook his head helplessly, and said that this was already his limit. If they continue to ask themselves, they can no longer reveal it to them. I said everything I need to say. Mukun's sword is very important. You better keep him. The old man on the side snorted coldly after hearing this. He hoped that Mukun would not take this sword seriously. In this case, I might be able to get the sword without looking at their faces. It turned out that Mukun didn't think there was anything strange about this thing. But after hearing Xiaolongnu speak like this, I felt quite surprised. Are what you said true or false? Of course it's true. If it's false, why would I lie to you here? Shangyang Luoxue sighed helplessly. Anyway, he had already said everything he needed to say. If Mukun didn't believe it, he could just forget it. Well, since you have said that this sword is very important, I will keep it. Mukun looked at the sword with a half smile, but not a smile. Although he didn't know what the sword was about, he always felt that there was something wrong with it. Shangyang Luoxue looked at Mukun and smiled softly. Anyway, just keep it if I ask you to. This thing looks quite strange. There must be something ghostly about it. When he heard what Shangyang Luoxue said, Mukun smiled helplessly. To be honest, I think so too. If that's the case, then just keep it. Maybe it can really be used for something. Anyway, it would be too late for them to ignore this thing now. So Mukun had no choice but to keep this thing. After seeing Mukun agreeing, Xiaolongnu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. If that's the case, let's keep going. Don't wait here. It won't be good for us if we waste it here. After these people discussed it, they were ready to hit the road. The old man was naturally taken by Mukun. Before he investigated the old man's origin, Mukun was not going to let him go. The old man looked at Mukun, and the golden pig was very excited. Why did you take me away? What's the use of me going with you? Mukun sneered. This old man had caused them so much trouble before. If they don't take the old man away now, won't they have a peaceful life here? Don't worry so much. I will definitely not let you stay here anyway. Mukun looked at the old man coldly. If this old man is let go now, he will definitely spread rumors and cause trouble in various places. Mukun was very unwilling to see this situation. So they had to keep this guy. The old man couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw Mukun like this. One day he will let Mukun see how powerful he is. Mukun just smiled softly at the old man and did not take the old man's threat seriously. It's just that there isn't much time left for myself now. So Mukun didn't know what to do about this matter. Chapter 371, Falling into the Trap. Since Xiaolongnu asked her to come and stay with this sword, then there should be no problem if she stays. They continued walking for a while, and Mula accidentally fell into a trap because he wanted to provoke a deer. The deer was indeed very beautiful, with its whole body white and its eyes twinkling. Mula liked these things very much before, so when he saw this, he couldn't walk. As a result, when he followed the little deer fell into the trap, and Mula also fell into it. Mukun and the others looked at Mula helplessly on top of the trap. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that this place is very dangerous, and I asked you not to walk blindly? As a result, this guy didn't listen to himself and made himself like this, in everyone's trap. Mula looked at his injured arm and felt a little headache. If he knew there would be a trap here, he wouldn't have come. Who knew there would be a trap here? Brother, what time has it been? Stop making sarcastic comments and pull me up. Mula nodded and wanted Mukun to pull him up. Mukun had already organized the people in his team to find the rope. Wait there for a while. After we find the rope, we will rescue you. Mula had to stay alone in the house. He had a headache. He hit his head when he fell down just now. And for some reason, Mula felt like his arm was a little numb. He didn't know what was going on, but it had never happened before. Just when Mukun and the others were about to pull up the quilt, they suddenly heard a bear's roar coming from the side. When he heard this voice, Mukun's expression immediately changed. There is no one around them. Does that mean the bear is in the trap now? Sure enough, the eunuch's trap came out of the darkness. A brown bear. This brown bear has a very strong physique. Even if 10 Mula were put together, they would probably not be as powerful as this bear. When Myukin saw the bear, his expression immediately changed. Come up quickly! He immediately let go of the rope. But Mula couldn't catch the rope no matter what he did. Their rope was so short that it was a head higher than Muli's hand. Mula kept jumping there. But there was nothing he could do. He could only stick to the wall of the trap. Myukin was very anxious. For a moment, he wanted to jump down and brought Mula up directly. However, Myukin was stopped by Shengyang Luoxue just as he was about to go down. Mu Chen, if you go down at this time, you will only cause trouble for your sister. The cave was originally small and could not accommodate 2 people standing there. Even if Myukin was good at fighting, he might not be able to defeat the bear in the cave. But do you want to see something happen in front of you now? Myukin couldn't accept it. Then you said it's already reached this point. What else can I do? It's true to pull people up quickly. Mula sighed helplessly. Brother, please don't come down yet. Wait up here, and I'll see if I can subdue this bear. After hearing what Mula said, Myukin became even more anxious. He was just a little girl. Although Mula usually trained as a gunner with him, it was simply impossible to subdue this brown bear. Don't be stupid. Come up quickly. Myukin wanted to go down, but he couldn't watch his sister in danger in front of him. But while Mu Chen was pulling against Yang Luoxue, Mula had already subdued the bear. Mula immediately took his hand and tapped the bear's head, and then gave it a hard blow. The bear just fell to the ground stiffly and became motionless. Myukin was far away from the bear, and he didn't know whether the bear was killed or not breathing. However, Myukin found this matter very surprising. When did my sister become so capable? How could she directly subdue a bear? Is this simply impossible? How are you doing over there? Has anything happened? Myukin shouted towards the bottom. Mula shook his head and smiled at Myukin. When he came down just now, he touched the little deer. When Myukin touched the deer, Myukin felt as if he was carrying a medicine in his hand. It was because of this medicine that he was able to subdue this guy just now. This guy looks a bit too scary. Even now, Mula still has lingering fears. Brother, don't worry. I'm fine. I just look scary. But there's nothing dangerous about it. If it was drugged, the bear would wake up soon. I didn't want to think about it anymore. And after a while, I quickly asked my people to help pull Mula up. Myukin was completely relieved when he saw Mula coming up safe and sound. Do you know that you really wanted to scare me to death just now? If it's a little late, what do you want me to do? Myukin didn't even dare to think about it. If he was really a step too late, wouldn't something happen to him too? There will still be the deer with the deer you want. Otherwise, Mula might really be killed by the bear. Mula smiled softly. He thought the experience just now was quite exciting. I never thought that one day I would encounter something like this. Myukin became even more angry when he saw him saying that. Does he know what this thing means? Do you know how serious this matter is? Mula nodded. Don't worry. I know everything. Isn't it okay now? It's just that the big guy may be coming up too. If that big guy comes, and the medicine in my hand is gone, I may not be able to beat that big guy. Myukin was not worried about the bear. If the bear came up, he would just have a fight. It's okay. As long as nothing happens to you. It'll be fine. And I'll be relieved. Mula smiled sheepishly. He was too fooled just now. That's why he provoked such a guy. But at this moment, the old man suddenly walked up slowly. He still has a rope hanging on him now. When he saw Myukin and the others coming over, he just smiled coldly. If you're smart enough, I suggest you don't have anything to do with that bear. Chapter 372, The Strange Yin and Yang. Every time this old man spoke, he spoke strangely and only spoke half of his words. Myukin felt very uncomfortable every time he heard this old man talking. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush here. I just suggest you be smart. If you really fight that bear, you're just asking for your own death. Do you think all of us can't defeat that bear? This is simply a joke. Myukin thinks he still has this ability. But the old man smiled coldly. It's not as simple as you think. This bear's partner is a tiger. Did you know? Tiger? Myukin had never thought about it before. How did the old man know this? If you really continue to fight with this bear, his mate will definitely come. And then you will have to face a bear and a tiger at the same time. If this is the case, maybe Myukin and the others can continue to deal with it. But what if this tiger is not just one? Most things like tigers appear in groups. If they appear together, The consequences will be disastrous. I suggest you be smarter. If you really fight with a tiger, you may still win. But with a group of tigers, you may not win. Now there are only 5 or 6 people in Mu Chen's group. But that tiger has an entire race. In addition, there is such a powerful brown bear next to him. If Mukin and the others really confront this tiger, the consequences will be disastrous. Mukin looked at them coldly. He didn't think what the old man said was true. If nothing else, let's just say that this old man has never seen that tiger before. Why can he say such a thing? Do you think I will definitely believe you if you say this? What do you think your basis is? I don't have any basis. But I think you will believe what I say. The old man smiled slightly. If you fight with this guy later, you will know how powerful this guy is. Hearing the old man's confident expression, Mukin's face darkened a bit. He always felt that what the old man said was not false. Although the old man had lied to them countless times before, the old man's expression was different now. Shangyang Luoxue was also worried. If what this old man said was true, wouldn't they soon have to face those bears? What should Mukin do? If there are just 1 or 2, we can still handle it. But what if a group of them really comes? Can they now only hope that what the old man said is false and a group of tigers will not come? Anyway, you felt that there was no way you could do this. So you could only look at Mukin nervously. Tell me, Mukin, what should we do at this time? I will do whatever you say. Mukin sighed helplessly. At this point, he didn't know what else he could do. First of all, can you tell me how you know about it? You haven't seen this bear, have you? It was their first time coming to this place. And this old man should be the same. If that's the case, then why does this old man know the location of the bear? How does he know it? The old man smiled lightly after hearing Mukin's words. He knew it. So did he still have to explain it to Mukin? Anyway, I've said everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. You don't have to believe my words. Then just go and try. If there really is a group of tigers here, then we will definitely want to throw you out. And then we will use you to feed them. Shangyang Luoxue hated what the old man said the most. He was clearly trying to scare them on purpose. This guy kept talking like this was really disgusting. And Shangyang Luoxue rolled his eyes. Mukin looked at the old man coldly. He also felt that this old man was not simple. If you tell me clearly what is going on, when those tigers come later, I might be able to let you go. Otherwise, if you really do what he said, when that tiger comes, Mukin will definitely be the first to throw him out. Anyway, I can't fill the gap between those guys' teeth by myself. If you want, just die together. The old man has looked away now. Anyway, now that he has been arrested by them, there is no way to survive. Let alone a group of tigers. Even if they encounter a group of wolves, these guys probably won't let them go. If it fell into Mukin's hands, Mukin might kill himself at some point. Of course, he had to think about himself at this time. The little dragon girl on the side also nodded. To be honest, Mukin, I don't think this guy is telling lies. We have to think about how to deal with it next. They had been waiting for so long before, and finally got here. Xiao Longnu didn't want anything to happen to everyone at this time. Mukin frowned after listening to everyone's words. Then tell me, what should we do about this matter? To be honest, if there really is a group of tigers here, shouldn't we run quickly now? If they don't run now, will they still have a chance to leave here? Mukin's heart sank, and he didn't know what else they could do now. According to my opinion, otherwise we should run away quickly, and don't stay here anymore. Just thinking about Mukin felt scary. Shangyang Luoxue smiled gently at Mukin. It doesn't matter. If something happens to the two of us, I will bear it with you. When Mukin heard what Yang Luoxue said, Mukin gave him a gentle click. Mukin was quite moved when he heard what Yang Luoxue said. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll thank you here first. Okay, I understand. I will find a way to deal with it. Although they didn't know what the old man was basing his words on, they had to make preparations. Even if there weren't those tigers, just facing such a brown bear would be enough for them to huff and puff. What's more, this forest is full of dangers, and you may encounter danger at any time. Since Mukin had brought them here before, he would not let anything happen to them at this time. Mukin promised that he would be able to take them away from here safely. It's just that this era seems a bit tight. You have to think more about how to leave smoothly. Chapter 373, Very Headache. No matter what Mukin asked, the old man just didn't answer their questions. Mukin felt very headache. How long had it been? If something happened to them, would this guy be fine? Why don't you tell me about this matter carefully and see what's going on? Hearing Myukin's words, Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. Whether you tell him with a good temper or a bad temper, he won't confess. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Myukin indeed thought so. But now it seems that it is too late to say what they are saying. Okay, let's find a way to deal with this brown bear first. And find a place to hide first. Since the old man refused to say anything, it would be better for them to find a way to leave this place first. If those tigers were really provoked, the consequences would be disastrous. And it has started to rain now. And it will probably rain heavily soon. Under such circumstances, it would not be a good thing for them to stay here. Myukin wanted to find out what he wanted to know from this guy's mouth. But judging from his appearance, he shouldn't be able to say this easily. Okay, if that's the case, let's withdraw first and talk about the rest later. After they arrived at the competition place, Myukin proposed to stay with the old man to take shelter from the rain. When Myukin proposed this idea, everyone couldn't help but look at Myukin. Everyone can tell. What is Myukin's purpose in finding this old man? If Myukin wants me to say it, you better not take things too far. If I really provoke this guy, I don't know what will happen to him. After all, looking at this old man, he doesn't look like a good person. It doesn't matter if they don't provoke this old man now. But it's not certain what will happen in the future. Myukin sighed helplessly. Even if they don't say anything, they will always leave this place. If I keep wasting it here, I don't know when it will end. Don't worry. I know this matter well. I'll go out with this guy for a while. And you guys can talk here first. After speaking, Myukin took the old man out. Seeing Myukin's appearance, everyone cast a helpless look. There is no way. Who told Myukin to be such a person now? No one can change what Myukin wants to do. So when the old man was being taken away by Myukin, no one came forward to intercede for the old man. The old man was also very afraid of Myukin. When he looked at Myukin, there was panic in his eyes. Actually, there is no need for you to be so afraid of me. Haven't I already told you everything that needs to be said? If this old man is willing to explain it clearly to himself, he will naturally not hurt this old man. Now it depends on whether this old man knows what he is doing. When the old man heard Myukin speak, his whole body trembled. I've already told you. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. If you didn't know anything, why did you say that just now? Do you think I would believe it? Not to mention what this old man said. Is it worth believing? Even if it is truly worthy of belief. Myukin is not that gullible. This old man told lies a lot. And he didn't trust him in the first place. Not to mention it's already this time. Seeing Myukin's appearance, the old man took a step back. Do you know how much older I am than you? Don't do this. Of course, I won't do anything to you. But if I want to make you talk without doing anything, I have 100 ways. Myukin was deliberately trying to scare this old man. He had to let this old man take a good look. Otherwise, I always think that I am easy to bully. When the old man saw Myukin's appearance, he was so frightened that he flew out of his wits. This was the first time he had seen someone as scary as Myukin. And now, he didn't dare to say a word. Myukin couldn't help but sneered when he looked at his cowardice. You have an idea of what to do. If you are willing to speak out, I can help you. Hearing Myukin's words, the old man couldn't help but take a few steps back. Until this moment, he still insisted that he knew nothing. Seeing how boring this guy was, Myukin simply stopped arguing with him. At this moment, Xiao Longnu came over. Xiao Longnu clearly heard what the two of them said just now. I said you two are really interesting. Can you please stop? Myukin was surprised to see Xiao Longnu coming over. Didn't he ask this guy to take shelter from the rain? Why are you here? Do you have something to tell me? I don't have anything to tell you. I just want you to relax. If this old man is really killed, they will not be able to get any information from this old man. Myukin couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He didn't think this old man knew anything. If they don't ask this old man now, when will they find out? Okay. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Otherwise you should leave first. Seeing Myukin like this, Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. You have to be merciful. Please be merciful. If you really press him, who knows what he will do? This man nodded immediately after hearing Xiao Longnu's words. This girl is right. If you dare to question me again, be careful. I will commit suicide. And you won't hear anything by then. Myukin sneered at this guy who climbed along the pole. He didn't believe that this old man would commit suicide. He was so scared in front of him just now. If he didn't even care about death, how could he still be afraid of himself? So Myukin felt very boring. Okay, Myukin. It's still raining now. What are you trying to do by making this old man look like this? In any case, he was still an elderly person. So it was really rude for Myukin to do this. When he heard what Shangyang Luoshua said, Myukin really felt helpless. What else can you do if you don't do this yourself? Do we still have to save some face for this old man? Okay. I understand. I just want to know what he knows. Myukin really wanted to figure out this old man's problem. Chapter 374, Helpless to Give Up. At this time, the rain outside stopped, and it would indeed be a bit inappropriate for Myukin to press him. So he had no choice but to sigh helplessly and compromise. Okay. I know everything. Don't ask anymore. Now that he had made it clear to these people, Myukin actually had nothing to say. When everyone heard Myukin say this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Now that it has stopped raining outside, they really need to leave now. You can't stay here forever. It's too exhausting. Okay. Let's not waste any more time here. Let's go quickly. The delay has been long enough. When Myukin heard what he said, everyone snatched them away one after another. At this moment, Shangyang Luoshua suddenly fell. When Shangyang Luoshua was about to fall to the ground, Myukin quickly walked up and helped Shangyang Luoshua up. But Shangyang Luoshua's appearance frightened Myukin. Although she didn't fall, Shangyang Luoshua's face was livid, and she looked very ugly. Shangyang Luoshua, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling okay? Shangyang Luoshua stared blankly at everyone, unable to realize what was going on. Don't worry. I'm fine. I just felt a little disconnected for a moment. But I'm much better now. After saying that, Shangyang Luoshua struggled to get up. But soon Shangyang Luoshua fell back again. Obviously this didn't happen just now. What on earth is going on? Myukin immediately looked at Shangyang Luoshua worriedly. He was very afraid that something would go wrong with Shangyang Luoshua. Shangyang Luoshua just smiled softly, wanting to reassure Myukin. Xiao Longnu on the side began to worry. He suspected that it was probably because the injury Shangyang Luoshua had just suffered was not completely healed. Have you forgotten? Shangyang Luoshua was poisoned before. Did the toxins not be completely eliminated? Otherwise, why would it suddenly become like this? It's really hard for everyone to feel reassured. Seeing everyone so worried, Shangyang Luoshua really felt helpless. Didn't I already tell you all? It's really nothing serious. So you don't have to think too much. I just felt a little tired just now. But I felt much better after lying down. Shangyang Luoshua felt that as long as she rested for a while, she should be able to set off normally. Myukin also felt that what Xiao Longnu said was very reasonable. Your current physical condition is indeed quite bad. But you have almost recovered. So I'm not worried. When Myukin heard what he said, Xiao Longnu nodded immediately. But we still have to rest here for a while to ensure that you are okay. After all, after walking here for a while, everyone felt very tired. So it's quite understandable now. Shangyang Luoshua sighed softly. He really didn't want to affect everyone's progress because of his own reasons. Didn't I tell you already? I'm really fine. You don't need to because I'm wasting time here. Myukin didn't think so. He was still very concerned about Shangyang Luoshua's physical condition. So when listening to what Shangyang Luoshua said, Myukin decided to rest here for a while without even thinking about it. Everyone thought so too. And everyone felt that Myukin's idea was correct. Seeing everyone supporting Myukin, Shangyang Luoshua also felt helpless. The rain outside has stopped. We can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, what should we do if we encounter those tigers? If we really encounter those old ghosts, there is nothing we can do. Have you ever thought about what you would do if you fainted again after leaving? Now they still have a place to stay. If Shangyang Luoshua faints, there won't even be a place to stay. Myukin would never see this happen. So now he must take Shangyang Luoshua to rest here. Xiao Longnu thought so too. They couldn't let the members of their team have problems. Shangyang Luoshua, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. Just think that this matter is for us. When she heard them say this, Shangyang Luoshua really felt helpless. But since everyone said so, Shangyang Luoshua couldn't say anything else. So she had no choice but to nod. If that's the case, then I'll wait a little longer. Seeing Shangyang Luoshua like this, Myukin laughed completely. You don't even know how worried I was at that time. You should rest here for a while, and don't work anymore. Myukin thought that it was probably because Shangyang Luoshua was really a little tired during this period. That's why he ended up like this. So Myukin is very worried now. He is afraid that something unexpected will happen to Shangyang Luoshua. Shangyang Luoshua couldn't help but smile at Myukin. In fact, there was really no problem on his side. Didn't I already tell you? Everything is fine here. So you don't have to worry too much. Right. Mukun, however, could not completely trust him, and felt worried every time he saw Shangyang Luoxue, especially when Shangyang Luoxue fell to the ground just now. If he hadn't caught her in time, Shangyang Luoxue might have lost her appearance now. Seeing how worried they were about him, Shangyang Luoxue smiled softly, and agreed to rest here for a while. But at this moment, the old man suddenly appeared. The old man looked at them righteously, and told them to get out of here quickly. If you don't want to die, leave quickly, and don't stay here. This is not a good place. Mukun was already enduring it just now. This guy has been enduring it for a long time. Now that he saw him still causing trouble here, Mukun felt that he was as big as two people. Are you crazy? Didn't you see what's going on with Shangyang Luoxue now? The guy just now was obviously sneaking around and didn't press any further. So it was already pretty good. I didn't expect that this guy would often dare to stand up and challenge them. Mukun felt that there was probably a problem on his side. Otherwise, how could this guy dare to be so bold? Shangyang Luoxue's problem is Shangyang Luoxue's problem. You can protect Shangyang Luoxue well, but you can't let Shangyang Luoxue stay here. Even though the old man was very afraid of Mukun, he still firmly stood up to oppose him. Looking at his appearance, Mukun just thought it was ridiculous. Is this guy sick? Shut up, everyone, Mukun said angrily. Can you tell me what is the psychological journey behind you saying these words? Why do you do this? When the old man heard this, his expression was a little solemn, but he just had a stiff face and didn't want to admit it. Anyway, I said everything I need to say. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. Chapter 375, Purpose of Questioning. At this time, Mukun suddenly walked up to the old man. Now he felt more and more that there was something fishy about this man. Can you tell me what your purpose is? Why do you keep following me? From the time this old man followed them, Mukun already felt that something was wrong. There was something very wrong with this old man. But Mukun couldn't figure out what the old man's purpose was after thinking for a long time. So he gave up. Now seeing the old man saying a bunch of nonsense next to him, Mukun felt that something was wrong even more. When Mukun heard what he said, the old man still had a stiff face. Anyway, I'm letting you go now for your own good. I don't care if you don't understand good people's hearts. Then I'll leave myself. After saying that, the old man looked like he was about to leave. But the others didn't move at all. The old man saw that these people did not catch up with him at all. And he became even more worried. I've already told you. If you want to leave, get out of here. Now Mukun didn't have any good impressions of this old man at all. If he had any good impressions of this old man before, it was all gone now. Now he only feels that this old man is very baffled. And he does not intend to give this old man a good look anymore. When the old man heard Mukun say this, his expression changed. He finally retracted his legs stiffly, and stood next to them silently. Mukun didn't intend to let them go just like that. Can you tell me why you took our wooden sword away, and what was your purpose? The old man looked at Mukun stiffly. And why do you carry all these swords on your back? Is it really just for the legend? Mukun has been thinking about these things for the past 2 days, and he always felt that the old man's excuse seemed a bit untenable. Although he didn't know why, Mukun just felt that something was not right about this old man. The old man never admitted the things he did, but Mukun knew that he was definitely not a good person. Just imagine, if he was really a good person, how could he do so many messy things? Mukun thought it was impossible. So the old man must have his own purpose in doing such a thing. Mukun still doesn't know what their purpose is, but he just wants to find out as soon as possible. But if this old man dares to delay here, Mukun will not let him go. I have done everything I should say and do. Anyway, these things I told you are for your own good. If you don't believe it, forget it. The little dragon girl also felt that Mukun's current behavior seemed a bit too pushy. Although they all felt that this old man did not look like a good person, he was still an elderly man. And this old man did not do anything particularly detrimental to them. At best, he just went back on his word. It seems a bit inappropriate if they keep opposing the old man because of this matter. If not, Mukun, I think we should forget it. There is no need to keep questioning an old man like this. Mukun shook his head. He just felt that something was not right about this matter. I think there must be something wrong with what this guy said. But I haven't exposed him yet. When he heard Mukun say this, the old man suddenly sneered. Then what do you think my purpose is? Who knows what your purpose is? But it's definitely not our side. Mukun looked at the old man quietly. Anyway, I've already told you everything that needs to be said. None of them knew what the old man's purpose was, but everyone seemed to understand. Seeing the old man's stubborn refusal to speak, Mukin sighed helplessly. Forget it. Even if I force him to ask him at this time. What's the use? It seemed like there was no use telling him. The little dragon girl on the side also said, Good Mukin. No matter what this guy's purpose is, he has never harmed us. Before this guy harmed them, anything he said would be recognized. Mukin nodded helplessly. It was not that he didn't understand what Xiao Longnu told him, but I just find the things he said quite irritating. If you really don't want to cause trouble for yourself anymore, I advise you to shut up and don't say another word. The old man knew that Mukin was serious when he saw Mukin's warning, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He nodded toward Mukin, and then looked at Mukin stiffly. What exactly are you planning to do? Of course we're going to take a rest here. Do we really want to listen to this old guy and go out now? Now that Shangyang Luoxue has become like this, do they still have to wait? Mukin felt that it wasn't possible anyway. They had to let Shangyang Luoxue recover before they could leave. No matter how much the old man said, he could not make Mukin regret. After hearing this, the old man looked a little angry, as if he was planning to say something more. However, when Shangyang Luoxue on the side saw that the old man was still planning to continue talking, he immediately stopped him. This guy really didn't even wink at all. If he provoked Mukin again at this time, would he still have any good fruits to eat? Seeing Mukin's appearance, Shangyang Luoxue could only sigh helplessly. Don't worry, Mukin. I'm really fine. I feel like my body has almost recovered now. If his affairs really affected most people, Shangyang Luoxue would feel very guilty. Shangyang Luoxue would rather walk a little longer and be tired for a while, rather than affecting others with her own affairs. But the more Shangyang Luoxue said this, the more Mukin didn't want to see Shangyang Luoxue show off his strength here. Didn't Shangyang Luoxue already tell you? There won't be any danger here. Even if those tigers do come, I will protect you. From Mukin's perspective, this was the case. So he didn't want Shangyang Luoxue to be in any danger. The old man beside him simply sat next to him, blowing his beard and staring. He felt as if he had no way to communicate normally with Mukin. Shangyang Luoxue smiled faintly. Okay, staying here is indeed dangerous. If those tigers really come, if something happens to you, won't something happen to me too? Shangyang Luoxue had always insisted that they leave now, feeling that it might be really dangerous to stay here. Although I don't know what this old man meant, I feel like what he said is not false. Chapter 376, Take Action Directly. Xiao Longnu was also there to help persuade him. He also felt that it would not be good if he took action directly at this time. As I said, we'd better leave later. Those tigers probably won't be able to catch up. And if those tigers really chased after them, wouldn't there be Mukin here? Mukin is still here. Mukin smiled softly at them. He thought so too. Shangyang Luoxue heard them say this, so she had to give up. Mukin was sitting next to Shangyang Luoxue, accompanying Shangyang Luoxue. If Shangyang Luoxue needed anything, he could also help. The little dragon girl on the side walked directly in front of the old man and stared at the old man. Although this old man has not shown any danger until now, Xiao Longnu just feels that this person is not simple. Mukin looked at Xiao Longnu and smiled helplessly. Actually, I don't think you need to be so guarded against him. I don't think he is capable. Xiao Longnu shook her head. Although this old man looked quite ordinary, he just couldn't let down his guard. According to what I said, it's better for us to be careful. So let's forget it. Hearing what Xiao Longnu said, Mukin had no choice but to smile helplessly. Although Mukin also cared about the old man very much at the beginning, but that was only because he thought the old man knew something they didn't. After realizing the old man's problem, Mukin lowered all his defenses. He didn't think that this old man could do something to them. After all, he was such an old, weak, sick and disabled person, and Mukin really wouldn't take him seriously. But Xiao Longnu didn't think so. Xiao Longnu was more vigilant than Mukin. The moment she saw him again, Xiao Longnu felt that this person was something special. So now when she was dealing with this old man, Xiao Longnu couldn't help but feel panicked. No matter what, it's always right for us to be careful. If we are really harmed by this guy later, it won't be worth it. It took a lot of effort to get to this point. If this matter had been arranged, Xiao Longnu wouldn't know where she would cry. If anything happened to them before, it was because the monsters here were so terrifying. So if something happens to them again now, they can only be blamed for being too careless and actually sending an old man into a trap. I said you guys are really suspicious. What can an old, weak, sick and disabled person like me do to you? Before they said anything at the time, The old man beside them felt angry and felt as if he was being restricted. The words I said are all for your consideration. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother to say them. Mukin sneered. He didn't really think he was a good person. If it wasn't for her age, Mukin would have started to torture her to extract a confession. If you really want to do something good for us, tell us the secret of the sword quickly. Maybe we can let you go. When the old man heard Mukin say this, his face immediately darkened again. He knew that Mukin was still thinking about this. Stop dreaming. Even if you ask me, I won't tell you. If torture is really necessary to extract a confession, Mukin has the means to make this guy tell him. But now Mukin is not capable of doing such dishonest things. And he feels that he is not capable of doing that. Although the old man didn't look like a good person, Mukin would still feel quite guilty if he really did something like that. He really couldn't do anything to an old man, so he could only endure this guy now. Anyway, I've given you enough face now. If you want to stay here peacefully, you better keep your mouth shut. But after threatening Mukin like this, he didn't dare to say anything more and quickly closed his mouth. Xiaolongnu looked at the old man and smiled softly. Was Mukin treating the old man a little too harsh? You are a real person. I think it's useless. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it really turned out to be so vicious? When others saw it, they thought Mukin was something sinister. Who would think it was the old man's fault? Mukin smiled softly. He should use this cruel method to deal with such disrespectful people. Otherwise, after a while, the old man will probably climb on top of him. Now that this old guy has used many tricks to follow them, Mukin certainly can't let him go easily. At this time, Shangyang Luoxue also slowly woke up, with fatigue still on his face. However, the photo was much better than before. Mukin felt relieved when he saw that Shangyang Luoxue was fine. Shangyang Luoxue, how do you feel now? Shangyang Luoxue shook her head slightly at Mukin. I feel like I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. Mukin didn't think Shangyang Luoxue should say thank you to him. This was how it should be. We will go up and set off after you have rested. You said you should rest here for a while, and don't have any psychological burden. How could Shangyang Luoxue not have any psychological burden? Everyone has been waiting here for so long just because of themselves. If I had known that I would hurt everyone and waited here for so long, I shouldn't have fainted just now. If I could have persisted a little longer, maybe these things would have stopped long ago. Now Mukin doesn't know what Shangyang Luoxue's psychological journey is like. He just feels that Shangyang Luoxue is quite pitiful like this. Okay. Just lie here for a while. Nothing will happen to you. I promise you. Shangyang Luoxue smiled sweetly at Mukin. But where they will go next is indeed a question. At least Mukin doesn't know yet. Xiaolongnu didn't know that they had relied on Mukin to guide them along this road before. And they would go wherever Mukin said. Tell me, what should we do now? Now they didn't know where to go. And even Mukin was a little confused about his goal, because Mukin didn't know what they should do next or where they were going. Anyway, let's go first and then talk. As long as we keep walking, we will find a way out. Mukin seemed to be relieved about this matter. Xiaolongnu also smiled and nodded. Chapter 377, Come Here to Find Trouble. While they were discussing the next way here, they were chatting with each other. The team has not had such an interesting life for a long time, and everyone feels very happy. Mukin also smiled at them. This situation was indeed quite interesting, but Mukin was still very confused about their next path. At this moment, several strange men suddenly walked over. Mukin originally thought they were just passing by, but he didn't expect that just when Mukin turned around, those people suddenly walked towards him. Mukin was stunned for a moment, and everyone in his team became alert. Shangyang Luoxue was still watching, but when the old man saw these people, he immediately sat up. Mukin said coldly, Who are you? Looking at their appearance, one could tell that they were not a good person, so Mukin was particularly wary of them. These people smiled lightly when they saw you at Mukin. Are you Mukin? Yes. Are you looking for me? After getting Mukin's reply, this man directly moved his hands towards Mukin, and took the stick in his hand and swung it at Mukin. They have already seen all kinds of trouble in the forest, but this was the first time that Mukin had seen this kind of direct action whenever he disagreed with someone. When these people came over, Mukin suddenly sneered. They really dared to do it. If this is the case, then we have to see if they are so brave. After saying that, Mukin directly took the weapon in his hand and threw it at the few of them. The man's stick just now did not hit Mukin, but Mukin dodged it. Mukin's reaction was very quick, and he immediately got behind this person, and then called Xiaolongnu over. Xiaolongnu immediately joined the fight, And while fighting, she and Myukin speculated on the identities of these people. Mu-chen, do you have any grudge against these guys? Why did they suddenly hit you? Myukin shook his head. He didn't know that he had never seen these guys before. I don't know what's going on in each of their minds. Let's deal with them first. Looking at their appearance, one could tell that they were not good people. So Myukin had to guard against these people. Xiao Longnu smiled lightly after hearing this. If she had said otherwise, she might not be good at it. But when it comes to beating people, he is very strong. And he can completely eliminate these guys without even needing others to come in. I don't think that's all these people do. The way they look is quite bluffing. But if it comes down to it, will they beat people? Looking at their appearance, Shangyang Luoxue couldn't help but wonder. Could these people really hit someone? Shangyang Luoxue found them interesting just by looking at them. Myukin smiled faintly. And it didn't matter whether these people knew how to hit others. As long as they knew how to hit people. Wouldn't it be okay? Don't kill them! If we want to arrest them, we can arrest them alive, and ask them why they want to trouble me. After saying that, Myukin hit the big men with a stick in his hand. Myukin even grabbed the enemy's weapon with a few clicks. Those big men looked quite strong. But I didn't expect them to be so incompetent in fighting. Myukin was knocked down within a few days. Looking at their appearance, Myukin smiled coldly. That's all. Originally Myukin thought they were difficult characters to deal with. Now it seems that all of them are very weak. Looking at them, Myukin's eyes were full of mockery. Even people like them dared to come and find trouble with him. Myukin really wanted to know that he had never seen these people before. What was their purpose of suddenly coming here? Seeing that they had no way to confront Myukin, these people started to attack several people around Myukin. A few people put their eyes on Shangyang Luoxue. They felt that if Shangyang Luoxue was hurt, Myukin would definitely panic. By then, maybe they would be able to find a flaw in Myukin's actions. So a few smaller ones took advantage of Myukin's beating and headed toward Shangyang Luoxue over there. In the past, Shangyang Luoxue would not have taken these people seriously, thinking that they were just clowns. But things are different now. Shangyang Luoxue also has to guard against these people. Seeing these people walking towards him, Shangyang Luoxue wanted to take a step back. But at this time, his physical strength was almost exhausted. So when he saw these people coming, Shangyang Luoxue couldn't help but feel flustered. Xiao Longnu immediately jumped over there, and then smashed the man's head on the ground. I said you're such a tall guy, and you actually learned how to sneak attack. How shameless are you? Looking at this guy's appearance, Shangyang Luoxue's eyes were filled with contempt. He always despised such people the most. When Myukin heard that this guy was going to attack Shangyang Luoxue, he directly took out this guy's head and smashed it down hard. Myukin had almost no mercy for this kind of stuff. If this guy dares to trouble you again in the future, Shangyang Luoxue, there is no need to be polite to him. Shangyang Luoxue smiled softly after hearing this. He liked Myukin's protection of him very much. It didn't take long for these people to be completely arrested by Myukin. The combat effectiveness of these people was very weak. At least in Myukin's opinion. It was not worthy of being called combat power. After these people were tied up with ropes, Xiao Longnu stood in front of these people with a weapon. I've seen people who like to find trouble before, but they usually have some strength. Myukin, what do you think? Myukin smiled. Xiao Longnu really didn't spare any effort in hurting others with her mouth. These people looked quite fierce. Myukin didn't understand who they were. Okay, since everyone has been arrested, let's tell the truth. Who sent you here? Myukin didn't have a good impression of these people at all. And now, he just wished he could deal with them immediately. If it weren't for the fact that they were in too much trouble, Myukin would have killed these people just now. The reason why they are still alive now is because Myukin wants to find out who has the courage to do something to him. And they rushed over without saying a word. Did they not want their lives? Chapter 378, Serving the Monster. Myukin had no enmity with these people, and he really couldn't understand why these people were targeting him. If you are smart enough, you'd better tell me these things honestly. What is going on? When those people saw Myukin, they were frightened by Myukin. They seem to have never seen anyone as scary as Myukin. I've been working here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen people as strong as them in combat. The leader's face was ugly again. When he saw these old, weak, sick and disabled people, he thought they were just like that. But they didn't expect that after the fight. They realized the gap between them and Myukin. Please let us go. We really didn't mean it. Why don't we apologize to you? Myukin couldn't help but sneered after hearing this. Are these people kidding him? In this situation, Do they really think that they can solve it by just apologizing? Do you think you would be able to accept my apology if I kill you all? Myukin was already sharpening his sword. If these people didn't speak, he really wanted to kill them. A lot of things happened during this period. Myukin was already agitated enough, let alone what happened now. Myukin's temper was even worse now. He looked at these people coldly and put the knife directly on the neck of the leader. I'm telling you, I've always had a bad temper. If you want to figure it out, just be smarter. Those few people had really realized how powerful Myukin was, and they didn't dare to say anything more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We really know we were wrong, and we will never change it again. So just leave it to me. Myukin sneered. Didn't they understand what he was saying? After thinking for a moment, Myukin directly chopped the machete on the tree. The machete landed directly next to the leader's ear. Looking at the machete leader, he felt like he was going to be scared away. I told you very clearly. You'd better answer my questions quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. If these people really came to cause the latest trouble, Myukin wouldn't mind and would really solve these people. Xiao Longnu looked at Myukin and smiled softly. It was really rare for Myukin to be like this. Myukin usually treats them very politely, so they don't often see Myukin like this. After Myukin saw Xiao Longnu smile, he looked at Xiao Longnu strangely. Is he sick? Why did you laugh suddenly? Myukin didn't feel there was anything wrong with his behavior. He just looked at the man coldly. I've already told you what I need to say. I won't say anything to you anymore. The leader knew from Myukin's posture that Myukin would really look at him if he didn't say anything. I'm sorry. I'll say anything. I'll say whatever you want to hear. Myukin nodded with satisfaction, and then listened to them explain why they wanted to attack him. If I remember correctly, I should have never provoked you. Why do you want to show up at this time? The reason why we came to you is because several monsters ordered us, and we didn't dare to disobey them. What would happen if I could still live a life of tiredness? Myukin had never heard of such a thing before. He has lived in this forest long enough, but he has never seen anything so incredible. At this moment, the old man next to him suddenly walked over and gave these people a meaningful look. So you have signed a contract with monsters, right? Why would a good person sign a contract with them? We really have no choice. We are forced to do nothing. There is really no second option. Just let us go. The old man seemed to have some understanding of this matter, and Myukin's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I learn something from this old man? If you know anything, can you tell me what's going on? The old man sighed, and then told the whole story. It turns out that there are really human beings in this world who will sign a contract with them. After signing a contract with the monsters, you can get their blessing. But the premise is that from now on, they will become slaves of the monsters and do things for them. Generally speaking, no one in this world would actually do this. This was also the first time for the old man to see it. This is also the first time I have seen that there are actually people in this world who would trade with him. They are not good people. Under such circumstances, trading with them is almost like selling one's own life. If those people want to attack them in the future, it will be easy. This is already a very ancient contract, signed by humans and monsters several years ago. After so many years, most people have forgotten this agreement. Only the old people still remember it. I really didn't expect that I would be able to see slaves of beasts in my lifetime. This is really strange. When those few people heard what the old man said, their faces were not very pretty, but they really had no choice. We did come under their orders. We really didn't want to hurt you. Myukin just felt bored when listening to them saying these words. No matter what the purpose of these people was, he had already been hurt. It's useless for you to tell me these things. I don't want to hear them. Of course, he didn't want to listen anymore. Myukin felt very upset when he heard what these people said. But now this situation really needs to be figured out. How should they deal with this matter? Tell me what to do about this matter. Myukin looked at the old man quietly. If the old man understood this matter, he might be able to help them point out a clear path. The old man just shook his head helplessly. He had never been able to say anything about these matters. If you can handle it, let it be handled by you. There's no point in telling me. Myukin still doesn't understand if these people are really sent here by the monsters. Even if it was really what those monsters meant, then why would they hurt themselves? Myukin should have never had any dealings with them. Why did you come here to hurt me? Chapter 379, Take Away the Sword. We don't know either, but our mission is to snatch this sword away from you. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard about the sword in Myukin's hand. They all looked at these gangsters. The gangster didn't know what he said wrongly, so he could only lower his head in fear. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? There's nothing wrong with what you said. Keep telling me. The order we received is to take away the sword in your hand. The sword in your hand is definitely not simple. You must protect it. Although the gangsters didn't know what the function of this sword was. Almost all the beasts ordered them to take these swords back. The gangster is not a fool. So he can naturally see that this sword is not simple. Myokin's expression became more solemn after hearing this. This is what these old people said to him when they came over. The old man wanted to snatch this sword away before. But Myokin didn't agree at that time. But Myokin still didn't react. What was the use of their sword? In that case, can you please explain to me the function of this sword so that I can understand it too? The gangsters shook their heads after hearing this. They knew nothing about these things. It's not that we don't want to tell you. But we really don't know that those monsters didn't tell us much. These people are dedicated to serving those monsters. And the monsters don't regard them as human beings at all. They were also bullied there. But they just played under orders and were told to do things. As for the specific things to say, they can just do it after being told. It is impossible to know the purpose of what is said. The old man beside him suddenly coughed. What they said is right. The thing in your hand is indeed very important. No matter what happens, you must protect them. The more they said this, the more strange Myokin felt. What is going on? Sorry. If you really want to say it, you'd better explain this matter to me clearly. Otherwise, I would just feel confused by what they said. The old man sighed helplessly. Haven't I already told you everything that needs to be said? Is there anything else you want to know? I want to know what the purpose of this sword is. And why are you all so wary of it? In Myokin's opinion, although this sword looks sharp, doesn't it exist just to kill monsters? It doesn't seem to be much different from other weapons. Why are these people so guarded against this kind of thing? When the old man heard Myokin's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Only a simple person like Myokin could not realize the importance of this sword. You are too simple. If you really lose your heart, the consequences will be disastrous. Myokin couldn't help but smile. He really couldn't imagine what consequences he would have to bear. When these people talk, they also inexplicably say half of the words, and leave the other half to guess where to go. If you really want to tell me, you'd better tell me this from beginning to end. Otherwise, how can I understand? Shangyang Luoxue was a little strange after hearing this. And he didn't understand it at all when he was listening. What do these people mean? Shangyang Luoxue reflected for a long time, but still didn't react. Yeah. Why do you people talk so strangely? If you have something to say, just say it. The old man shook his head. Some things can only be understood but not expressed. If it is really made too clear, more crises will arise. Myokin had to rely on himself to understand these things. And now I have spoken clearly enough. This sword is very important. As long as Myokin protects this sword. As for what secrets there are in this sword, the old man can't say. If you really want to know, then I suggest you think about it on your own instead of getting the secret directly from me. The more the old man said this, the more puzzled Myokin felt. Wasn't his purpose just to tell himself? If that's the case, then what's the use of hearing him say it here? I asked you guys, can you be more honest when you speak? What is the purpose of saying these words? I've already told you what I need to say. What else do you want me to say? Do you know something? But you just don't want to tell us? Myokin looked at the old man speechlessly. He really felt that this old man was quite annoying. It's just that I just want to know the secret of this matter. Why can't I tell it? What's the point of still hiding it here? The old man sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to tell you. But this matter is indeed very important. If I say it directly at this time, it may cause a lot of problems. The old man really didn't dare to take this risk. So he kept it secret from them. Seeing the old man's unwillingness to say anything, Myokin had no choice but to give up. He had not forgotten the trouble he had gone to find the old man before. As a result, no matter what he did to the old man, he would just close his mouth and grit his teeth and refuse to say anything. Although he usually looks timid when looking at people, his mouth is very tight. Myokin also knew that there was no way he could get anything out of his mouth no matter what. So no matter how bored he was, Myokin had no choice but to give up. Forget it. Even if I tell this guy, he won't agree. Let's find some other ways. Myokin has completely given up now. Since I know that this old guy won't say anything to me, why should I persist with him? The old man saw whether Myokin was there, and he relaxed a little when he continued to ask himself. You are right to think so. I am not a powerful person to begin with. So this is how you should treat me. After hearing this, Myokin felt speechless for a while. Does this old guy know what he's talking about? I don't have to force you today, but you have to explain it to me sooner or later. As for which day it was, Mukun didn't know. If this old man really pushed himself into a hurry, Mukun felt that he would dare to do something. The old man's expression changed when he heard Mukun say this. But he didn't speak anymore. Chapter 380. Eyes lit up. At this moment, Xiao Longnu's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, I remember the first time we saw this old man. Wasn't he just killing monsters? If it weren't for what I said today, Xiao Longnu would have really forgotten about this. They had thought that the old man behaved very well before, so they didn't have a particularly good impression of him. But Xiao Longnu still hasn't forgotten the scene when the old man appeared when they met for the first time. Mukun didn't know what Xiao Longnu was talking about yet. He just felt that Xiao Longnu was being confused. What are you talking about? Does this guy look like a demon slayer to you? Mukun didn't think this old man was a good person at all. Looking at Mukun, he felt that this old man was good enough as long as he didn't cause trouble on their side. When he heard what Xiao Longnu said, Mukun thought that Xiao Longnu was crazy. Or it's Xiao Longnu who doesn't know the ins and outs of this matter and is talking nonsense here. Either Xiao Longnu already knew the ins and outs of this matter, but there was still something wrong with what she said. It is also possible that Xiao Longnu was deceived by this old man. So she said this. But Xiao Longnu kept shaking her head. He still remembered that incident clearly. So it was definitely not a lie. I still remember what happened. Maybe you really misunderstood this old man. I remember the first time I saw this old man. He was still good at punishing evil and promoting good. At that time, he was helping others kill monsters. Mukun sneered, and he turned back to look at the old man, his eyes full of doubts. This friend of mine said that you were once a person who could eliminate evil and promote good. Is what he said true or false? The old man did not speak, but looked at Mukun indifferently. Mukun could not see any doubt in his eyes. It was as if nothing could be seen from the old man's sight. And Mukun couldn't believe that this old man was a good person. After all, the old man has done a lot of disgusting things since they saw him. Mukun felt that it would be good if he could leave this guy alone and let him follow him. If Mukun had followed his previous personality, he might have eaten this guy alive by now. Then I'll look for trouble for this guy again. Or just throw it into the forest and let it be used as food for those elements. Xiao Longnu felt helpless when she saw Mukun's disbelief. How could she make Mukun believe it? Mu Chen, just believe me. What I said is really not a lie to you. I can guarantee that what I said is true. But I can't believe you. The things you said are really suspicious. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say that when they saw this old man for the first time, this old man was kidnapping Shangyang Luoxue. Moreover, the old man also poisoned Shangyang Luoxue. How to explain this? The things Xiao Longnu said were too unbelievable. And Mukun didn't even see them. But all the things I saw were genuine. I think it's very possible that you were also deceived by this old guy. Maybe when Xiao Longnu saw this old man for the first time, the old man had already planned it. If this is the case, it can explain why so many things happen later. Xiaolong, you feel very helpless when you see Mukun not wanting to believe it. Why is Mukun like this? Don't you know what kind of person I am? If this is really premeditated, I will definitely be able to see through it. In fact, after all, Xiao Longnu is still a very smart person. And it is impossible not to understand these things. That's why Xiao Longnu felt helpless when she heard what they said. Anyway, I've told you everything I need to say. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. It wasn't that Mukun didn't want to believe what Xiao Longnu said, but he felt that what he said was really hard to believe. It's not that I don't believe you. Why don't you understand? Of course, I understand what you mean, but if you don't trust me, then I can't explain anything to you. Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. He walked quietly in front of the old man. And now there was a little more admiration in his eyes. Although I don't know the purpose of the things you did later, I think you are still a good person. The old man laughed strangely. Didn't you hear what Mukun said about me? He thought this was all premeditated by me. How could I be good? And the old man also felt that Mukun was right about this suspicion. After all, he did do a lot of things that affected them at that time. It would be really strange if Mukun could still believe in himself under such circumstances. Xiao Longnu shook her head. No matter what others said, he felt that this old man was not necessarily a bad person. Although I don't know why you did so many things later, I always believe that you are not a bad person. The old man was probably deceived by something. The old man couldn't help laughing after hearing Shangyang Luoxue's words. I don't know what you are thinking, but your little girl is really interesting. Mukun watched the two of them quietly from the side. Even now, He still couldn't believe that this old man was a good person. It seems to me that this old man has deceived you. I don't think he is a good person. Xiao Longnu shook her head. No matter what Mukin said, he really believed in this old man. Xiao Longnu always felt that there must be some misunderstanding about what the old man did before. Even if it doesn't work, it's very likely that he was forced to do something like this. He smiled at Mukin. Believe me, I think there must be something hidden in this matter. Mukin shook his head helplessly. He didn't think there was anything hidden in this matter. Mukin even felt that this matter was probably the old man's deliberate act. Okay. You don't need to tell me this. I won't believe it anyway. And maybe it's the things you saw before that are the problem. Seeing that Mukin didn't want to believe Xiao Longnu, he just sighed and didn't say anything more. After all, he had no right to make Mukin believe in him at this time. If you don't want to believe it, forget it. Chapter 381, Hidden Secrets. But I tell you, this old man is right. You must protect the sword in your hand. It may come in handy. Mukin glanced at Xiao Longnu strangely. He didn't think the sword in his hand was of any use. To be honest, I don't feel that I am very mature in using this sword during this period. I even think that it may not be as useful as an ordinary sword. The old man snorted from his nose after hearing this. He felt that Mukin was simply crazy. Do you know how important this thing in your hands is? It can even be said that nothing in this world is as strong as the thing in Mukin's hand. When Mukin can get this sword, he can deal with all the monsters in the world. No monster in this forest can harm Mukin. Although Mukin still doesn't know how to use this sword. But as long as Mukin is given some time, Mukin will definitely be able to master it. Mukin still felt that what they said was very baffling. Anyway, I still don't understand how to use this thing. I really don't know what you are thinking. But what is the use of this sword? Mukin has been struggling with this issue for a long time. However, I never got a definite answer. Everyone is telling themselves that the purpose of this sword is very important. But until now Mukin didn't know where this sword could be put to use. Shangyang Luoxue smiled softly. If you really say that, Xiao Longnu should also understand this matter. Right. Although they all knew nothing about this matter, Xiao Longnu was different. Xiao Longnu's identity should have some knowledge of this matter. After Shangyang Luoxue said this, Xiao Longnu also smiled lightly. The reason why we are afraid of this sword is because it can hurt them. There are many things in this world that can harm those monsters. And there is nothing wrong with that in itself. But the sword in Mukin's hand was very different. Its material was different from other things. Mu Chen, the thing in your hand is so powerful because its material is very powerful. That's why you are able to do this. The more he said this, the more puzzled Mukin felt. To be honest, I really don't think there's anything wrong with this material. Is there something wrong with this thing? It's not that there's anything wrong with the thing. It's that this thing cannot be touched by those monsters. As long as Mukin recalls it, he will be able to discover that those things before were very much looking forward to this one in Mukin's hands. If those monsters really want to touch this sword, they will definitely be greatly affected. Mukin looked at him inexplicably. Real or fake? Customers have never thought that this thing can have such an effect before. Of course it's true. It's already this time. Why would I lie to you? Xiao Longnu smiled slightly. The reason why those monsters want to return to this sword is because they don't even dare to export the prescription. The power of this sword is quite powerful. If it can get a powerful master, it will be invincible. It's just that the sword has been in a silent state during this period. So those monsters are allowed to run wild. But what if the sword has found a great owner? Then those professors will definitely be quite afraid of this sword. After all, everyone knows what this thing is capable of. So in order to avoid this situation, those monsters will definitely not sit idly by. That's my guess anyway. As for what to do, it depends on you. Mukin nodded thoughtfully. After hearing what Xiao Longnu said, he seemed to understand something. You mean this thing in my hand is really important? Now Mukin can probably understand that if they want to leave from here, they must rely on this sword. If the sword in my hand is lost, will we really have no way to live here? Actually, there is no need to say it so absolutely. But without this thing, you will definitely have no way to protect yourself. Xiao Longnu didn't know what Mukin meant. But one thing was worth affirming. So I hope you will protect this thing no matter what, and never let it cause problems. The more Xiao Longnu said this, the more Mukin felt there was something wrong. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this matter. If that's the case, then I will protect him well. But what should we do next? If you could just protect this sword and live in this forest, that would be okay. But Mukin knew that this matter was far from simple. I haven't mastered these two pieces of real energy yet. So there will definitely be many monsters staring at me. Maybe they will be in danger during this time. In order to prevent themselves from becoming stronger, those monsters will definitely choose to kill themselves at this time. Only in this way can they feel completely at ease and avoid future troubles. Xiao Longnu had been worried about this, so he wanted to come over and remind Myukin. You are right, Myukin. I think so too. So we must be careful about this matter. But this is simple to say. If they really have to be careful, how careful should they be? Shangyan Luoxue, what do you think we should do now? Shangyan Luoxue shook his head. He didn't know that. If he put it this way, he was the least independent person in the team. When something really happened, he could only rely on Myukin. If Myukin couldn't help him, there was really nothing he could do. This matter is very important, and we have to rely on you to protect us. After Myukin heard this, he sighed helplessly. Of course I will protect you, but right now I don't know how to do it. Not long after they came out, someone dared to attack them. If some time passes, wouldn't those people become less and less scrupulous? Now 1 or 2 is fine. But if the number increases, how should they deal with it? Xiao Longnu knew what Myukin was thinking, so she was also worried about Myukin. Okay, stop talking. Chapter 382. Su is a good person. I now suspect that the person who wants to rob you of this thing is probably the gang that helps the monster. After Xiao Longnu said this, Myukin was stunned. I'm sorry. What did you mean by gang? Isn't what I said already obvious? That's what you understand. Someone should be doing this because they want to help those monsters. Now I seriously suspect that those people are probably trying to help the monsters. So they want to do something to you. But if this is really the case, then this thing is a bit too weird. Right? Those monsters have already changed into that. And they are still hurting humans. Why are there still people willing to help them? Almost all monsters exist to harm humans, and they regard humans as their food. Therefore, when Myukin saw these requests, most of them would be dealt with directly, and he would hardly show any hesitation. Because Myukin knew that if he was kind to them, he would be cruel to himself. Xiao Longnu sighed. Myukin still didn't understand. You are not very good at understanding the rules in this forest. In fact, in a sense, humans and monsters are supposed to coexist. It was like this at the beginning, and it is still like this until now. That's why Xiao Longnu now feels that these things that happened are regrettable. I didn't expect something like this to happen later, but it is indeed quite sad. Myukin sighed helplessly. He could understand what Xiao Longnu meant. So, what are the purposes of these things you want to tell me? I just want you to understand that not everything in this world can be explained clearly in words. Xiao Longnu tried to explain to Myukin what she knew. I know a gang that will help those monsters get things that will be weapons against them. Xiao Longnu also knew little about these things, so it was a little difficult to explain them. Of course, this gang must be bad. They also regard humans as their enemies. They are truly on the side of the monsters. If they really want to say it, they should regard monsters as a kind of belief. That's why they are like this. They are the ones who have truly done it. They coexist with monsters, but they only exist in this world to harm other people of the same kind. So they attacked us in order to destroy this sword that would harm the monster? When Myukin heard what Xiao Longnu said, he had a vague guess. Anyway, in Myukin's opinion, it looked like this. Xiao Longnu nodded. Although there is no definite evidence yet, this matter is almost certain. I know they are not good people, but I don't know what they have done to us. Myukin nodded. In fact, they didn't need to understand at this time. As long as they knew that those people were not good people, it would be okay. If that's the case, then as long as we find them, can we solve the mystery in front of us? From a visual point of view, this is indeed the case. But this gang is so invisible that I don't know where to find them. Xiao Longnu smiled helplessly. That gang had always seen the beginning but not the end. There are traces of them everywhere in the forest. But if you really want to find them, it is not that easy. Myukin nodded thoughtfully. But this matter was not a big problem. Just know who those people are. Myukin didn't believe that those people could hide forever. Anyway, as long as we can find them, it'll be alright. Right. Yes, but it's not easy to find them. I think we should take it easy. What Xiao Longnu said was for Mu Chen's good. He always felt that it was not a wise choice to directly confront those people. Myukin thought so too. And he nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I understand what you said, and I will find a way to deal with it. After settling this matter, Myukin still has to take a good rest. If that's the case, then we can't wait here. We have to take this opportunity to find them. Waiting here is just sitting back and waiting for death. It was obvious to Mukin that the problem was obvious. After knowing that someone was targeting them, Mukin was not going to hesitate any longer. In this case, the only way is to immediately decide to counterattack and find those people. Xiao Longnu also thought so. Mukin's opinion was very wise, and Xiao Longnu also agreed with it. Anyway, it seems that this is the only way at the moment. I don't know any other explanation. Listening to what Xiao Longnu said, Mukin smiled slightly. If this is the case, then they just need to work hard in this direction. Then what are we waiting for? If it's from that gang, do these people know? After discussing it with Xiao Longnu for a while, he put the matter on these kidnappers again. Mukin always felt that if it was really the gang that had done this, then these people would definitely understand. When the gang members saw Mukin's expression, they were all frightened. No, we really don't know anything. Don't come to us, Mukin sneered. These people on the horizon shouldn't think that just because they say they don't know about this matter, it has nothing to do with them. Right? I think it's better for you guys to be smarter. Do you know the price of disobeying me at this time? Xiao Longnu sighed. These people may not know the ins and outs of this matter. After all, this matter has been tightly sealed from beginning to end, and it is impossible for the gang members to be exposed so easily. Mu Chen, let me see. Otherwise, it's better not to take any chances with these people. They are just people at the lowest level. How could they know the things above? If you really want to say it, they are just salesmen who come out to help the people above complete their tasks. Moreover, these people have just said that the people above will not explain it to them at all. They were all just following orders. And now when they saw Mukin, their faces turned green with fear. He looks so worthless and doesn't look like someone who knows anything important. Mukin sighed and had to say that what Xiao Longnu said was reasonable. Chapter 383. Analyze slowly. After Mukin learned about this, he had a vague idea in his mind. He looked at the old man. At this time, the old man's face was full of calmness, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking in his heart. Mukin didn't know what was wrong with him, but he seemed to suddenly understand what the old man's purpose was. Did you cruelly kill those things? The reason why you took our swords was because you wanted to kill those things? The old man sighed after hearing this. How did you know? If what Xiao Longnu said is correct, then you seem to be a chivalrous and righteous person before. Since you are such a person, how could you possibly steal our things? Mukin was slowly analyzing it, and he felt that there was something wrong with what the old man said. So after thinking for a while, Mukin came to such a conclusion. The reason why the old man wanted their swords was probably because he had to kill those monsters. That's why the old people choose such unscrupulous methods. After hearing this, the old man sighed softly. You're right. If it was true, Mukin's guess was indeed correct. I really hate them, so I have to kill those guys. The reason why he is still alive now is for this purpose. If he can't kill those guys, he won't feel at ease even if he dies. Mu Chen, what you guessed before was indeed correct. This is my purpose. Do you have any other questions? Mukin shook his head lightly. He knew this was enough. Can you tell me what happened to you before? Were those monsters hurting you? Many humans would hate to say that this is a normal thing. Mukin originally didn't want to inquire about other people's family affairs. However, seeing the appearance of this old man, Mukin felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He always felt like he was missing something. The old man sighed helplessly, and then began to have a heart-to-heart relationship with Mukin. He had always maintained an opposing attitude towards Mukin before, and he has always been very resistant to Mukin's behavior. No matter Mukin's reasons, he almost always had one answer, which was to keep silent. But now, he saw that Mukin seemed to be able to understand his situation, and he couldn't help but tell Mukin what he had experienced over the years. Even if Mukin was unable to uphold justice for himself, it would still be a way to vent his anger. After the hole was opened, it seemed that it could no longer be closed, and the old man sighed softly. A lot of things did happen in those years. Too many for me to understand. When I first started living here with my wife, we had a very comfortable life. The old man sighed lightly. But I didn't expect that one day those monsters would suddenly come. And when he said this, his tone was a little excited. Mukin looked at the old man with a strange look, and his heart suddenly sank. It seems that the old man and those monsters also have their reasons. Just listen to what the old man said next. Those monsters took my wife away and killed her cruelly. At that time, he wanted to save his wife. But when he arrived, his wife was already dead. All he saw was a skeleton that had been chewed by monsters and was almost gone. His wife's eyes just fell out of his body. And that was his last look. I have thought countless times that as long as I live, I will avenge my wife. But I cannot kill all those monsters with my own strength. The old man's eyes were filled with despair, and his strength was too weak. He really had no idea what to do with those medicines. If he really wanted to do it, he could only rely on the sword. If I can get that sword, I can kill the monster. Then I will avenge my wife. Mukin and Xiao Longnu looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. This old man's experience is indeed quite pitiful. Seeing his wife being killed by those monsters, he was powerless. Mu Chen didn't need to think about it. He knew how desperate the old man was at that time. Now he can gradually understand why the old man must snatch the sword away. Xiao Longnu comforted her softly. Those things have passed. One day we will seek justice for your wife. The old man shook his head. You can't understand me at all. What can you say about my wife's feelings? His feelings for his wife are very sincere and strong. Even after so many years, his feelings still haven't faded. He had to seek justice for his wife. So that's why he attacked Mukin and the others. I have been looking for that sword for a long time, but I still haven't found anything. It wasn't until he saw Mukin that he realized that the sword had fallen into Mukin's hands. If he does nothing, then he will never be able to get the sword, and he will never be able to avenge his wife. So he had no choice but to do this. I have told you everything that needs to be said. Originally, I thought of burying these things deep in my heart and not letting anyone know. The old man couldn't help but sigh. He had really wanted to bury these things. At that time, he no longer wanted to tell anyone. But I didn't expect that after so many years, he could still say it. Mukin was the first person who had the honor to hear these things. Mukin smiled lightly after hearing this. And at this time, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Mula quietly walked to Mukin's side. Mu Chen, do you think what this guy said is credible? No matter what others think, Mula feels that what this guy says is not that credible. I see that this old man looks sincere, and what he says doesn't seem to be false. And the logic is consistent with Mukin's opinion. So there shouldn't be any problem. Mula has some helpless tailor flags. Is it okay if Mukin says there is no problem? Don't forget in the future that this old guy poisoned Shangyang Luoxue. Without the antidote, Shangyang Luoxue might have died. Even though they have forgotten it, Mula still remembers it firmly. At that time, they were worried about Shangyang Luoxue. If this person really had troubles, why did he attack Shangyang Luoxue? Chapter 384. Something went wrong. Mukin nodded. He had not forgotten what the old man said to Shangyang Luoxue. But this did not prove that the old man did it on purpose. After all, there are still a lot of secrets that have not been explained clearly. Mukin feels that he still has to investigate clearly before talking about it. I will think about this matter carefully. You don't need to think too much. I will see what is going on, and then I will tell you. After hearing this, Mula sighed helplessly. Since Mukin had already said that, what else could he do? At this moment, Shangyang Luoxue got up thinking like this, and she smiled at Mukin. What's wrong with you here? I heard you guys talking just now, and you didn't take me with you. Mukin smiled slowly again, and then told Shangyang Luoxue what the old man had told him before. After Shangyang Luoxue heard this, his expression became a little gloomy. He did not expect it to be like this. This is indeed a bit unexpected. No wonder the old man must have snatched our things before. It turned out that he wanted revenge. If this is really the case, then the things he did would be much more logical. Mukin was relieved when he saw that Shangyang Luoxue had almost recovered. Originally, he was worried that some new accidents would happen to Shangyang Luoxue. However, a lot of things happened to Shangyang Luoxue during this period, which made people vigilant. Okay, I've told you everything that needs to be said, so don't think too much. I'm going to meet those monsters first. You guys stay here. Originally, Xiao Longnu thought they would change their route after Shangyang Luoxue recovered. As a result, I was shocked when I heard Mukin say this. Does Mukin plan to deal with those monsters alone? Mu Chen, are you kidding me? You can't go alone. What should you do if something is in danger? Mukin smiled. He didn't think he would be in any danger, and Mukin was quite confident in himself. He felt that nothing would happen to him. Don't worry. Since you said this sword is so magical, there shouldn't be any surprises if I take this sword with me. The reason why Mukin wanted to meet those monsters was to test their background. He wanted to take a look and see if he could kill those guys completely if he planned to break out next. When Mukin heard what Mukin said, Shangyang Luoxue immediately shook his head. He also wanted to go with Mukin. Mu Chen, I have almost recovered now. If you go, please take me with you. If we go together, we will have a better chance of winning. Stop joking. Okay. You are a girl and your body has just recovered. I should let you rest well. Shangyang Luoshue's body is already quite weak. If he really calls Shangyang Luoshue, how can it be repaid? What's wrong with girls? There seems to be no distinction between boys and girls here. Anyway, I won't see you taking risks alone. Shangyang Luoshue's attitude was very strong. Anyway, if he said he wanted to go, he would definitely go with him. Mukin looked at Shangyang Luoshue and sighed helplessly. You said you are a real person. What can I say about you? Mukin turned to Xiao Longnu and said, Xiao Longnu has always been aware of the general situation, so she should know the seriousness of these things. You keep an eye on them here, and don't let them follow me. Mukin thought that Xiao Longnu would help him. But at this time Xiao Longnu just shook her head. I'm sorry. I may not be able to help you with the matter you mentioned, so I have to go with you. Mula nodded. Yes. If you all want to go, then take me too. I don't want to participate here. Seeing these three people talking one after another, Mukin felt that he was almost overwhelmed. What's going on here? I can't take you there. You know how powerful those monsters are. If the two of them were really thrown down, that would be okay. What if something really happened to be in danger? Anyway, Mukin felt that there was nothing he could do to ensure the safety of these three people among so many monsters. The reason why Mukin wanted to go by himself was just to explore the way. In fact, he had no other purpose. But even after Mukin told him his thoughts, their attitude was very firm. Don't worry, Mukin. There won't be any problems with the four of us together. Just everyone be careful. Moreover, Mukin should be regarded as the one responsible for their combat power here. If anything happens to Mukin, they will definitely not get anything good to eat. Taking the whole situation into account, everyone felt that it would be better for Mukin to take a few of them together. The old man had been listening by the side as they talked. When he heard Mukin say this, he also stood up. If you must go, then take me with you. Maybe I can help you too. Now these things they were talking about were just adding trouble to Mukin, and he couldn't help but press the center of his eyebrows. I said you all should calm down a little bit. I really can't take you there. Then let's go on our own instead of following you. Anyway, we can go separate ways. This road is not yours alone. Shangyang Luoshue struggled to sit up from the bed. He moved his arms and felt that he had recovered almost as before. After all, it had been so long, and it would be really strange if his wounds were still the same as before. Look, I really feel like I'm almost healed. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine. Seeing how determined they were, Mukin sighed helplessly and had no choice but to compromise. Looking at their postures, if they didn't agree, they would probably forcefully demand that they be taken there, or follow them quietly when they are not paying attention. If they are really like this, then it is really dangerous. Therefore, no matter how helpless Mukin was towards them, he could only fulfill their wishes and go with them. But let me make it clear to you. If you encounter any danger after going there, don't come to me. What are you talking about? Could it be that we will blackmail you again after the danger we encounter? Don't worry. We definitely won't. Shangyang Luoshue couldn't help but rolled her eyes, and then started gearing up to follow Mukin. Chapter 385. Very understandable. Forget about the others. Mukin can still understand if the old man wants to go. After all, they had just learned about this old man's life experience, and what he really cared about. So when the old man said he wanted to go with him, Mukin only hesitated slightly before agreeing. When the old man saw Mukin agreeing to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mukin was even more worried than the old man about the three girls beside him. The three of them were indeed in trouble. Shangyang Luoshue's physical condition was already not very good. What should I do if something really happens if I try to go out at this time? I say you'd better think carefully. Do you know what to do if you really encounter any danger? You just don't care about this if you wish. He knows that those monsters are definitely not simple. But if Mukin goes there, and he doesn't go with Mukin, who can bear the responsibility if something happens? So no matter what, Shangyang Luoshue must be with Mukin. If possible, he would rather Mukin than go to that kind of ghost place. And this place didn't sound like a good place. Mu Chen, I suggest you not to act rashly. If you really go to find the monster, you better be cautious. This time, the three girls united for the first time to fight against Mukin. They all felt that Mukin's action was too reckless. Even if they really want to find the monster now, they must be careful and vigilant. After all, No one knows the strength of those monsters. When thinking of this, Myukin suddenly opened fire on the old man. The old man had dealt with that monster, so he should know about it. Right? Old man? Do you know the fighting power of those monster beasts? Can you tell me about it? The old man looked at Myukin strangely. What do you want me to tell you? I think that monster's fighting power should be quite strong. After all, it can scare so many people. Anyway, in Myukin's impression, it should be like this. The old man nodded after listening. You are right. Those things of theirs are indeed very powerful in combat. Even to the point of being terrifying. The teacher replied. They must be some of the most powerful beasts he has ever seen. There are all kinds of beasts in this forest, but most of them are mediocre in strength and are not something to be afraid of. Only that monster is so powerful that normal people have no way to compete with him. I think if you really want to go, you must be prepared. There is a high chance that you will not be able to come back safely this time. Myukin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man speaking so highly of that monster beast. Although he doesn't know whether this old man is a good guy or a bad guy now, he does understand his character. He is probably not someone who likes to scaremonger. Which means that the guarantees he is saying now are all true. When Shangyang Luoshua heard what the old man said, she was a little scared. Why on earth were they looking for that monster at this time? I think otherwise. We'd better be more cautious and don't do anything so rash. I don't know how strong this monster is, but I know we will have to face it sooner or later. Myukin is a very open-minded person, and since they will have to face it sooner or later, they can't escape by just hiding now. If that's the case, then what are they waiting for here? Of course they have to attack first to see what's going on with that guy. Hearing Myukin say this, Shangyang Luoshua sighed. Knowing that nothing he said could stop Myukin, Xiaolong knew originally planned to offer some advice, but she gave up after seeing Myukin's attitude. Probably because Xiaolong knew realized that what she said didn't seem to have much weight. So she had no choice but to follow Myukin's wishes. But I have to tell you, if you really want to go, don't do it rashly. Let's go and see how strong the monster is first. After all, Xiaolong knew couldn't help but give her instructions. He was afraid that Myukin would have an accident because of this matter. Myukin naturally knew this matter well. How could he attack so hastily? Don't worry. If I'm not prepared for this, then I don't deserve to be here. Xiaolong sighed helplessly. Myukin was like this. Anyway, I've finished telling you what I need to say. If there are no other questions, let's go! Since they would have to face the monster sooner or later, it would be good for them to go early. At least you can see what the strength of that monster is, and then find a way to face it. The old man followed the team and didn't speak for a long time. His expression was very solemn. Myukin guessed that it was probably because the old man thought of his wife and now had to face the monster again. So he felt a little entangled. In fact, let alone others, even Myukin himself was a little confused. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to go by himself at this time. But he had to go because Myukin wanted to know where the guy came from. Okay, it's useless to talk more at this time. Let's go over and have a look. I don't believe that guy is really that strong. If you really want to say that your combat power is excellent, then you are not bad either. At least most of the creatures in this forest can't hurt themselves. What's more, now that he has Shangyang Luoshua and Xiaolong around him, they can both help him. Even if there is an old man by his side, will the old man watch something happen to him and remain indifferent? Anyway, Myukin felt that with the help of a few of them, everything should be fine. Looking at the sword in his hand, Myukin fell into deep thought. Although he didn't know the strength of this sword, there was no problem in giving it a try. Let's go! The monster should be right ahead. The old man suddenly said something from behind. They looked forward and saw a dark cave directly in front of them. No one knew what was in this cave, and Myukin's heart tightened unconsciously. The monster is in this cave. If you want to go, you have to be brave, the old man said lightly, and then he followed in. Seeing how he didn't care about life and death, Myukin couldn't help but laugh. Okay, it seems that I am quite timid and might as well be an old man. Chapter 386, No Retreat. After arriving in the cave, Myukin knew that he had no way out. So he simply started shouting into the cave. When he shouted, Shangyang Luoshua and the others huddled behind them, looking timidly at their surroundings. Not long after, the monster appeared. He suddenly appeared in front of Myukin in a black mist. The monster beast was very close to Myukin, staring directly at Myukin not far away from Myukin. At this time, his eyes were full of anger, and you could tell that he must be in a bad mood without looking at them. Myukin sneered at him. You're finally out? Today was supposed to be a very happy day for my wife to have a baby. But you guys ended up here. Without thinking, the monster roared at Mukin and the others. Originally, I didn't want to go out and cause trouble today. I just wanted to spend time with my wife. As a result, when they were having fun in the cave, Mukin suddenly turned around. This is really not a happy thing. At least that's what the monster thinks so far. Mukin came here to deliberately cause trouble, and he would not let Mukin go. Mukin listened to what this monster said and smiled lightly. You're right. I'm just here to cause trouble. What can you do to me? Do you think you can leave this place safely today? The monster looked at Mukin coldly, with mockery in its eyes. Since these people came to cause trouble for themselves, of course, there was no reason for him to let them go. Without thinking, Mukin took out his sword and planned to fight against this monster. The purpose of my coming here today was very simple. That is, to show this guy some color. Which of the two of us can leave here safe and sound today? We have to try to find out. The monster originally planned to fight Mukin and the others out directly. But when he saw the sword in Mukin's hand, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. You actually have this sword. Seeing the monster's reaction, Mukin knew that what he knew before was probably not false. It was obvious that he was afraid of this sword. So he restrained himself from attacking just now. It seemed that this sword was really interesting. Mukin smiled. The monster continued to ask, how did this sword fall into your hands? Tell me clearly. If there is anything to be said clearly, all that needs to be said has been said. Mukin shrugged helplessly. He really didn't know what else he had to say. What do you think? When he saw the sword in his hand, he immediately understood that it seemed that they had not done what he had ordered the gang to do. Those guys are really becoming more and more useless. They could still help me a little at the beginning, but these days they act like idiots. And they fail no matter what they are asked to do. If he had known earlier, he should not have given them such an important task in the first place. If you had done it earlier, you might have been able to finish it faster. When looking at the sword, the professor was still very afraid, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I advise you that if you are smart enough, you'd better leave here quickly. If you make me angry, I won't let you go. Mukin, however, didn't take this guy's threats to heart at all. If this guy really dares to come over, then he really thinks highly of this guy. This thing in my hand should be your fatal injury. Right. I don't believe you can still deal with me when I hold this thing. After Mukin said these words, the monster's eyes immediately became angry. Don't think that because you have this sword in your hand, I won't dare to do anything to you. If you make me anxious, I still won't let you go. If you really have this ability, then go ahead and give it a try. I want to see what face you have to say this. Listening to Mukin and Monster talking to the old man one by one, they couldn't help but start to panic. Mukin was born as a calf and is not afraid of tigers or something. Did he really not know the strength of this monster? If Mukin really didn't know the strength of this monster, he should at least be cautious. Is he a little too brave? You said that Xiaolong knew, and the others are not good at all. They have long been used to Mu Qin's personality. If some Mukin had put aside such a personality, they might not be used to it yet. But Mukin's courage is indeed getting bigger and bigger. Isn't he not afraid at all if something like this happens? Mu Qin is not a simple guy. Even if you have this sword in your hand, you may not be able to gain the upper hand. You'd better be careful. The first time Xiaolong saw this monster, she knew that its strength was not simple. Mukin smiled at Xiaolong. He also knew that this guy's strength was not simple. And he did not let down his guard for a moment. The reason why I say these words now is to anger this guy. After irritating this guy, he will naturally become confused. Mukin could tell that this monster's temper was not very good. So as long as he makes a little move at this time, this guy will definitely be fooled. When Xiaolong heard what Mukin said, she sighed helplessly. He didn't want to know what was going on with Mukin. Anyway, knowing that Mukin knew what he knew, Xiaolong felt relieved. He was very afraid that Mukin would accidentally do something bad. Mukin turned around and quietly looked at this guy with eyes still filled with scrutiny. If you are smart enough, you'd better tell me honestly at this time. Who are you? This guy didn't answer. Mukin just looked at Mukin quietly and mocked him. Are you asking me? I think I should ask you this question. If you are willing to tell the truth honestly, I will let you go. Now when he saw this thing in Mukin's hand, the monster did not dare to act rashly. He was quite afraid of this thing. So if there is a fight, you may not necessarily have the upper hand. But to be on the safe side, it's better to stay away from this guy. Therefore, even after talking to Mukin, The monster has not made a move for so long because it is worried about the sword in Mukin's hand. If it were in the past, he would definitely attack directly and let these people get away as far as they can. Chapter 387, Calm and Calm. When the time comes, he can go back and meet his wife and children. But it's different now. Mukin's courage to communicate with him calmly shows that Mukin's ability is not small. Moreover, Mukin still has his own nemesis in his hand. If he easily attacks Mukin at this time, he might suffer a loss. I think you'd better relax a little and tell me honestly what this thing is. Don't you know this thing? This is the sword that can kill you. Should we try it? I still want to tell you, but I don't know how long you can last in my hands. So let's forget it. The monster smiled coldly. Actually, I don't like to have disputes with others. How about we two make peace? How are you going to talk to me? How about you hand me the sword in your hand, and I'll let you go and say that I won't go out to harm anyone from now on. Before Mukin could agree to this guy, the old man on the side pointed at the monster angrily. Mu Chen, you must never believe that there is not a single word of truth in this guy's mouth. If Mukin calls the sword out now, this monster will definitely drive them all away. When the monster heard what the old man said, his eyes immediately narrowed. I think you are really looking for death. Do you really think you can do anything to me here? It's just wishful thinking. Even if you don't move anything and let these people attack you, you won't be able to accomplish anything. He still knew what he wanted to say about this, so he felt that the condition he gave Mukin was to give them a chance. I suggest that you'd better be smarter. Mu Chen, you should know what I mean by what I'm saying now. Right. Mukin nodded slightly. He indeed knew. But what could he do even if he knew? So, you want to bribe me with this and ask me to do anything for you? Don't even think about it. Mukin sneered. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? It would be really strange if he was so stupid as to hand over the things. Tell me, what's the difference between the promise you're making to me now and a white wolf with nothing? If I really give this to you, isn't it up to you to decide what to do? Mukin was not a fool, so he could naturally see that this monster did not have the integrity to deal with him. What's more, if this guy is not killed today, sooner or later this guy will be a problem. Even if he really knew that he would never hurt others again, Mukin would not let him stay. The monster's face immediately turned cold after seeing Mukin being toasted and not eating. You are truly the stupidest people I have ever met. I thought the terms I negotiated with you were good enough, but I didn't expect you to still refuse. The monster felt that these people were simply crazy. If it had been anyone else, they would have happily agreed when they heard such a request from themselves. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, even if you have this sword in your hand, you are still no match for me. Am I your opponent? Then we have to go through the battle before we know what's the use of just talking. Mukin did it for a moment, but he still knew these things in his mind. Since coming to this forest, Mukin has been invincible. Anyway, most of the animals here can't beat him, so Mukin has confidence in himself. He believes that this guy is no match for him. The little dragon girl on the side was very worried that Mukin still didn't know this guy's fighting ability. But she was different. The first moment she saw this monster, Xiaolong knew that this guy was not simple. Just thinking about it, he can stay in this forest for such a long time and even support humans. But Mukin didn't take this guy seriously at all. This situation was really too dangerous. Mu Chen, I suggest you deal with it carefully. I think this guy is not as easy to deal with as we thought. Mukin smiled faintly. Of course he knew. Don't worry. I know these things well, since I know that this guy is difficult to deal with. I just need to be careful when dealing with him. Xiaolong was still very worried. If something really happened to Mukin, he wouldn't know what to do. Okay, you don't have to worry about these things anymore. I will find a way to deal with them myself. Mukin smiled slightly at Xiaolong, and then continued to stare at the monster in front of him. Okay, it's useless to talk now. Otherwise, let's just fight. I won't give this sword to you. Mukin is a sober person in the world, and he knows that giving this sword to the monster will only allow him to continue to cause trouble in the world. This forest is already chaotic enough, so naturally we can't let this guy continue to add chaos to it. When the monster beast heard what Mukin said, it looked at Mukin defensively. He didn't want to fight with Mukin at this time, because he knew that if they really fought at this time, he might not win. Even after so many years, he still remembered how powerful this sword was. Although he didn't know whether Mukin could unleash the true power of this sword, he also knew that it should not be underestimated. So when he looked at Mukin, there was still a bit of panic in his eyes. Mukin didn't hold back at all. He took his fears to heart and couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong? Is that all you have? It's just such a gadget. Can it scare you like this? Nonsense. I am the most powerful being in this forest. Who dares to offend me? This monster became angry again when he heard Mukun say this. He would never allow his majesty to be violated in any way. Seeing that his posture seemed to be about to launch an attack, Mukun immediately stared at him defensively. Next to them, Shangyang Luoshua and Mu Le were also ready. If this guy really dared to take action, they would go together. Anyway, they don't need to talk about benevolence, justice and morality for this kind of guy. As long as they can kill this guy. Mu Chen, tell me, what should we do next? What else can be done? Of course, kill this guy. Only by killing him can we eliminate future troubles. Chapter 388, Helping People Get Hurt. Seeing that the monster was about to attack them, Xiaolongnu noticed it, and immediately stood in front of Mukun. When Mukun turned around, he saw Little Dragon Girl already standing in front of the monster. Little Dragon Girl was injured. In fact, Xiaolongnu had a big scar on her chest, which looked particularly scary. The monster smiled proudly after seeing the Little Dragon Girl being injured. I've told you a long time ago that you are no match for me. I don't want to cause trouble for you, but you are here to cause trouble. There was a hint of darkness in Yukin's eyes. This person dared to attack Xiaolongnu. I think you are tired of living. After saying that, Mukun directly took the sword in his hand and killed the guy. Before he heard Xiaolongnu, Mukun just wanted to compete with him. Now that Xiaolongnu was injured, Mukun could no longer endure him. Shangyang Luoshua on the side also immediately helped Xiaolongnu up, and began to help Xiaolongnu heal her injuries. How are you feeling now? Are you okay? Faced with Shangyang Luoshua's concern, Xiaolongnu just smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. Everything is fine on my side. The main thing is to see how Mukun is doing. Xiaolongnu didn't know if Mukun could defeat that guy. That guy's fighting ability was not simple. If this stalemate continues, I don't know what will happen. Shangyang Luoshua shook his head. He wasn't worried. Anyway, Mukun's explosive power was amazing. Most people couldn't hurt Mukun, so Xiaolongnu was naturally not afraid. Don't worry. Mukun will be fine. I think Mukun still has some strength. If Mukun didn't even have this ability, how could he still be here today? They had encountered so many dangers in the forest before, and I was afraid something would have happened long ago. Mukun also smiled. Shangyang Luoshua was right. He could still do this. Don't worry. I have to kill this monster today. Now this monster has completely touched Mukun's bottom line, and Mukun has no intention of keeping him anymore. Xiaolongnu began to become calm after hearing what Mukun said. How could such a powerful person as Mukun be hurt by this monster? No matter what, this monster is still quite powerful in combat. Mukun, you'd better be careful. Xiaolongnu was still worried about Mukun, so she couldn't help but give instructions. Mukun just smiled gently at Xiaolongnu. He still had this ability. Don't worry. I understand. Just wait there, and I'll go over and help you in a moment. When the demonic beast saw that they were still here when they were dealing with him, he immediately became angry. I think you'd better be smarter. Do you know what's going on now? Whoever dares to talk and laugh in front of me really doesn't take me seriously. Mukun sneered. Now that this guy is about to become his defeated general, should he still be afraid of him? You don't want to come back, but you can't blame me. Life or death is up to you. Mukun was now enraged by this monster, and he was not polite at all when he made a move. The old man looked at Mukun from the side, so he knew that Mukun was completely irritated now. Mu Chen, no matter how angry you are now, you need to calm down. Don't do anything again. Mukun smiled coldly. Was he kidding himself? Why did he do this? I have to kill him today. The sword in Mukun's hand was already able to restrain the monster. And in addition, Mukun was now in a furious state. This monster beast was no match for Mukun, and was quickly knocked to the ground by Mukun. Mukun looked at the monster and smiled coldly. He was simply looking for death. I've given you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, you can't blame me. After less than 2 blows, Mukun knocked this guy down to the ground and couldn't even stand up. Wong looked at Mukun warily and couldn't help but take a step back. Only now did he realize how strong Mukun was. But at this time, he realized that it was a bit late. Mukun would not let him go. At this time, the monster was already desperate, and closed its eyes unconsciously, looking at Mukun with a panic expression. Mukun smiled coldly. Just when he was about to step forward and finish this guy off completely, the old man suddenly stood up. The old man stood in front of this guy and looked at Mukin seriously. Mu Chen, what happened today is enough to teach them a lesson. You should leave him a way out. Everything has spirituality. Even this guy is no exception. The old man knows that he is also a group of people who are not bad in nature. Mukin felt that the things the old man did were very ridiculous. Was he kidding himself? Now that I have defeated him, why should I keep him at this time? If the old man really hated this monster so much, he would never persuade himself to keep him. The old man sighed. Although he hated this guy, he had to consider the overall situation. If this monster is really killed now, no one in the forest will be frightened. What should we do with the gangs who worked under this monster before? Anyway, I will never keep such a guy. He is doing evil by staying here. Mukin's expression was very serious. He would not hesitate at all. But the old man shook his head. He stood persistently in front of this guy and must protect him. Looking at his appearance, Mukin felt that didn't this pink guy persuade him to kill him before? Now that this guy has been beaten by you, he still says such things. Do you know how long it took me to defeat this guy? Now that you ask me to let him go, am I going to let him go? He was simply kidding himself. Mukin would never do this anyway. The old man sighed. It's not that he didn't know Mukin's current temper, but no matter what, he would always stop Mukin. Mu Chen, I know you must be quite angry with this guy at this time, but this is really the only way we can do it. Mukin sneered. I've already told you. I definitely won't do it anyway. He was not going to give the old man face. Chapter 389, Intercede. At this time, Xiaolongnu also came over, and he sighed softly to Mukin. Mu Chen, this old man is right. You really can't do anything to him now. If Mukin is really doing that well now, what will they do in the future? Mukin sneered. Did they just have to let it go? It took a lot of effort to get to where they are today. So before you tell me these things and make me give up, you let this guy go back for so long? What is the difference between this and letting the tiger return to the mountain? He didn't think this guy had realized his mistake. No matter what, the situation now is quite complicated. It's not like you don't know what's going on right now. Xiaolongnu smiled softly. Think about it. Hasn't this monster already told us? His wife gave birth today. If his wife really gave birth to a child for him today, wouldn't that child be born without a father? Xiaolongnu didn't want to see this happen, so he persuaded Mukin here. Mukin felt that it was extremely ironic. Even if this was the case, what did it have to do with him? But what about our people who were hurt by him before? Are they all forgotten like this? I definitely won't let it go like this. But it has to be dealt with anyway. Now that this monster has fallen to such a level, he has already received the price he should have paid. Xiaolongnu felt that this was enough. After today, this guy would not dare to cause trouble again. Just give him another chance. I think if you give him another chance, he will be able to repent again. Mukin didn't think this guy had the potential to repent at all. He just thought this guy was faking it. Forget it. I don't think this guy has realized his previous mistakes. If that's the case, why did he do it before? If there was no need to pay for such a thing, wouldn't it be ironic what he said now? Shangyang Luoxiu sighed. He knew what Mukin was minding now. He had to admit that he actually didn't want to see this happen. But no matter how much you don't want to see this happen, what should happen has already happened. There is no need to look into the past. The main thing is to see what they should do in the future. Xiaolongnu felt that they should be relaxed about this matter at this time, and should not be so nervous. Mu Chen, I beg you, please let him go. He also has his family waiting for them. To say that this matter was already on his deathbed. He was lying on the ground unable to stand up, and couldn't see clearly who was interceding for him. I could just vaguely hear a voice whispering something in my ear. When hearing this voice, the monster suddenly sighed inaudibly. Xiaolongnu felt pity when she looked at him, and he didn't want Mukin to change his life and kill Juju. Shangyang Luoxiu nodded. This time, he didn't want to stand with Mukin, but agreed with what Xiaolongnu and the others said. I think they are right. After all, this monster has its own family. Let's not go too far. Mukin still persisted, and was unwilling to put down the sword in his hand. He finally waited until today. We spent so long before. Wasn't it just to kill this guy and eliminate harm for the people? If they let this guy go now, what will they do if they harm others again in the future? What should they do at that time? Mukin still thinks that if he kills this guy directly today, he can get away with it once and for all. Can they keep an eye on this guy in the future to see if he continues to harm others? Just saying this made people feel quite ironic. since Mukun didn't intend to do it anyway. Xiao Longnu felt that there was no need for them to persist, as it would not be beneficial to them. Didn't Mukun already tell you? You have to be merciful and merciful. This sentence is always right. The old man on the side also thought so. After thinking for a moment, he pushed Mukun aside, and then he went over to look at the biting hand. This guy was still puffing away at the game before, and his performance was particularly exciting. Now he could only collapse on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Anyone who looks like this will probably feel sympathy. Anyway, no matter what others think, the old man can't stand it. He cares about these things very much. So when he saw this monster become like this, the old man still felt that he couldn't bear it. Mu Chen, why don't you want to listen to what we are telling you? What we are telling you is not harming you. But I think what you are doing is unreasonable. I don't think we should feel sympathy for this guy. Mukun knew very well what this guy was like. Not to mention that he had harmed so many people before. If this guy is let go now, what will happen to the people who were harmed by him before? Xiao Longnu kept comforting Mukun, hoping that Mukun could calm down at this time. He knew that Mukun had always hated evil, but they really shouldn't be too anxious at this time. I know what your purpose is in killing this demon master now. To be honest, I also think this demon beast is very excessive. If they were given a choice, they would not let this monster go. But now they had to think more. Think about it carefully. What if we kill this monster? What else can we do? Of course, it will be done once and for all. Otherwise? Mukun suddenly smiled. If we kill this monster, won't all our previous problems be solved? Only then will the efforts we put in before be truly rewarded. Then haven't you thought about it? What should his family do? The old man sighed. He didn't sympathize with this guy, but he looked really sad. Am I still going to take care of his family? Who am I? Mukun took this matter very lightly. He never felt that he had the obligation to sympathize with this person's family. Anyway, I think what I'm doing now is enough. It's not that I haven't given this guy a chance before. It's just that he didn't cherish it. What else do you think I can do? Now it seems all I can do is kill him. Chapter 390. Let others go. It took so long and hard to deal with this guy. But now both of them persuaded themselves to keep him. Mukun really didn't know what these two people were thinking, and it was hard for him to take action directly when they were next to them. Old man, since you have seen so many things, I think you should be able to understand what I am saying now. Not everything this guy says may be true. Haven't you seen it? This guy has always been quite cunning. At least in Mukun's eyes. This guy had been fighting with them for a long time, and his attitude was very obvious. If this guy was really that easy to compromise, he would definitely not adopt the posture just now. When the old man heard what Mukun said, he sighed slightly. He knew that what Mukun said made sense. What you saw may not be the truth. It may be what he wants to show us. So I think you better not believe it too much. At least so far. Mukun didn't think this person would say anything good. The old man sighed, not knowing what to say for a moment. The little dragon girl on the side said, no matter what, one of his children will be born into this world today. This is definitely certain. When this person was talking to them at that time, he had no intention of lying to them. And if this guy really wanted to lie to them at that time, there was absolutely no need to say such things. It's true that his child has just been born. You don't want to deprive his child of his father when his child is just born. Right. Mukun suddenly nodded inconspicuously. Just for this reason. That's right. No matter what this guy said is true. This fact cannot be denied. And now his wife is still at home waiting for him to come home. If he acted rashly at this time, his wife would most likely be in danger. Thinking that he had a wife waiting for him at home, Mukun also felt compassion. Shengyang Luoshua saw that Mukun had been persuaded by him, so he felt a little more hopeful. So I think we don't need to be too desperate at this time. As long as we let him live, their family will get better. Mukun shook his head. Will it really get better? He didn't think so. After all, this guy has done a lot of evil. It would be really strange if he could change for the better after being defeated by him. But no matter what, these things about his wife are also confirmed. So Mukun didn't know whether he should let him go or not. The monster suddenly trembled and said, you can kill me, but please find my wife and tell me. Tell his wife that he has already named the child. If he wanted to tell Mukun his name, he no longer had the energy. He knew that he was indeed being arbitrary. And he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did before. But now, he realizes that what he did at that time was indeed a bit too much. He no longer expected Mukun to let him go. I just hope that Mukun can give me a message. Tell his wife not to worry about him anymore. He has no way to see his unborn child now. The old man looked at the monster and felt a little unbearable. He knew that Mukin was a kind person, and would not sit idly by and watch these dangerous situations happen. Mu Chen, you also saw it. What is the situation now? Whether you can let this go or not is entirely up to you. Mukin sighed. He didn't know what to do at this time. If it was Yugong, Mukin would naturally not want to let this guy go. It would be right to let this guy disappear from the forest from now on. But thinking about his child, Mukin still couldn't calm down. Okay, if that's the case, then you can leave. But I can tell you clearly, never come to trouble me again in the future. And from now on, you can't bully anyone in this forest. Otherwise we will never let you go. The man nodded immediately when he heard them say this. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. After seeing him nod and say this, Mukin smiled with satisfaction. If that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. So you can leave first. The monster didn't expect that they would actually let him go. In fact, there was excitement in his eyes. Is what you said true or false? If it weren't for the sake of your unborn wife, I wouldn't let you go. Mukin sighed helplessly. This matter had violated Mukin's principles. If it weren't for hearing what they said, I wouldn't have let this guy go. The monster was a little nervous, then nodded immediately. Okay, I will remember all the things you did today, and I will be very grateful to you. After hearing what he said, Mukin smiled and said, Okay. On the second day, people from the gang came to see them, and they were stunned for a moment when they came. For a moment, Mukin thought they were still going to say they were looking for the sword. But soon, they had made it clear to Mukin. We were sent here by that monster, specially to thank you. He said he would like to give this thing to you. When he saw them saying this, Mukin suddenly smiled. It seemed that they were really ready. Okay. If that's the case, then I can rest assured and ask that guy not to cause trouble again in the future. And I won't trouble him if he gets into trouble. That monster didn't seem to be a bad person. Mukin was wary of him before, but now he's relieved. He has already told us that the things he did before were indeed wrong, and that he will be dedicated to doing good in the future. When she heard what he said, Shangyang Luoshua even smiled. It was actually the right thing for them to ban the guy yesterday. It seems I've told you before. That guy doesn't seem to be a bad person, and he has already received the lesson he deserves. He doesn't seem to be an excessive person lately. Presumably, he will get better and better in the future. At least Shangyang Luoshua still had confidence in him and felt that he would never be like before. Chapter 391, Gave a Gift. At this time, those people said again, This is the gift our boss asked us to send. It is for Shangyang Luoshua. This was a very beautifully packaged gift. Mukin raised his eyebrows when he saw the gift. Your boss is really thoughtful and knows how to send such a thing over. What's in it? We don't know either. He didn't tell us, but telling us this thing can help you. The more they said this, the more curious Mukin became. He really wanted to see what was inside. Shangyang Luoshua is also looking forward to it. If that's the case, let's open this thing quickly. I think there must be something in it. Mukin smiled softly. He thought so too. So he took apart the thing in full view of everyone. When he couldn't open the contents inside, Mukin's eyes suddenly lit up. He could see that this was a medicine to treat internal injuries, and it was a very good way to treat internal injuries. It seems like he really knows how to give this thing to you, which means he has realized his previous problems. Shangyang Luoshua smiled, and he felt quite touched. He really didn't expect the guy to be able to give him such a precious thing. If that's the case, then I really should thank him. Our boss said that he should be the one to thank you. It's just because of his family affairs that it's not convenient for him to come and apologize to you in public. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had been the king here for so long. He still couldn't do this kind of apology in person. Shangyang Luoshua didn't care anymore, as long as she knew the guy had really changed for the better. Okay, we all know this already. Don't worry. Let him not worry about these things. Mukin also smiled. And he really didn't need to worry about this matter. It had already passed. You go back and tell him that he'd better do more good things. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble him. After he applied these medicines to Shangyang Luoshua, the wounds on Shangyang Luoshua's body had indeed improved a lot. Before, Shangyang Luoshua felt that she had chest tightness and shortness of breath. But now she is instantly better after taking this medicine. This medicine is indeed a great medicine, at least in Shangyang Luoshua's eyes. Oh my god! This thing the guy came out with is really good. It must be worth a lot of money. Mukin also nodded, thinking the same thing. This thing looked like a good thing. Mukin was not prepared at all when he was using it for Shangyang Luoxue. He knew that the guy would not harm them again. Now it seems that is indeed the case. I knew it was actually a pretty good decision to let the guy go at that time. Aren't we all happy now? None of the things that Shangyang Luoxue was worried about before happened, which was good in Shangyang Luoxue's eyes. Mukin also nodded. From the current point of view, this is indeed the case. It would be good if everyone can be happy. I just don't know what is going on with that person and whether he would do such a messy thing. Although these matters have been resolved, I still will not take it lightly. If he dares to do such a thing again, I will still kill him. Okay, let me tell you. You are a real person. Don't fight and kill people all day long. It's so unpleasant to talk about it all the time. A lot of good things have happened outside these days. So now Shangyang Luoxue's eyes are smiling. The old man on the side also came over to take a look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shangyang Luoxue's injury had indeed improved a lot. Mukin has changed his view of the old man now. He knows that this old man is not all bad people. I'm sorry. I did have some misunderstandings about you before. Although I don't know the purpose of the things you did before. At least you are not a too bad person. What are you talking about? Of course I'm not a bad person. I just had some problems that I didn't deal with before. The old man sighed. He didn't want to recall what happened before. And he didn't want to explain it to Mukin. But now, these things have been resolved. And he doesn't need to worry anymore. Anyway, you just need to take care of your own affairs. And there is no need to tell me whether these things are available or not. Mukin smiled softly. He didn't want to explain anything to the old man. Excuse me. What are your plans next? Mukin asked the old man, and saw a look of fatigue on Shangyang Luoxue's face. He knew that Shangyang Luoxue was indeed tired these past few days. Shangyang Luoxue had been injured in the past few days. But she ended up following them around on big and small matters. Shangyang Luoxue. Otherwise you should go up and have a rest first. And stop chatting here. Shangyang Luoxue's health is not good to begin with. If she continues to stay here, she doesn't know what will happen. Shangyang Luoxue didn't feel what happened to her. She just shook her head towards them. Don't worry. What can happen to me? You people are really overthinking. Shangyang Luoxue just sighed. Mukin was always like this. The old man looked at the two of them, and couldn't help but smile. I said you two are really interesting. Flirting and flirting here all day long. Mukin sighed. Okay. Stop teasing us here. If there's nothing else, you'd better find a cool place to stay. The old man nodded, and he followed Mukin's words and found a cool place to stay, which made Mukin stunned for a moment. Mukin didn't react. Where are you? Mukin originally thought that the old man would definitely treat him right back, but he didn't expect that he would actually leave honestly. The old man knew that he was no longer suitable to stay here. All the things he should have done had been completed. There seemed to be no point in staying here anymore. So the old man had given up. I can't follow you all the time. I still have my own things to do. What does it feel like to follow you all the time? The old man suddenly smiled. He wanted to follow Mukin before, just to defeat this monster. But now his goal has been completed. If he continued to follow Mukin and the others, it would be bad for him. So he didn't want to follow Mukin and the others. Mukin felt that the old man was very strange. You are really interesting. Chapter 392. Leave no stone unturned. Regarding this old man, Mukin still felt very puzzled after he left, and did not realize why. He tried every possible means to be with her before. Why did he suddenly leave now? Little dragon girl, do you know that the old man is gone? Why did he leave suddenly? Did something happen? At that time, he spent so much energy just to be able to be with his team. Now that they can leave together, why does the old man evacuate? Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. Presumably because after solving that thing, the old man had nothing to miss. I guess it was probably because the old man felt that it was no longer interesting to stay here. So he left. Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other reason. Mukin sighed helplessly. Why did he do it in the first place if he had known today? If you had known earlier, would that old man not have come over in the first place? Why do you still get yourself into so much trouble? None of us know what the old man was thinking. But I think the old man must have some difficulties. This is what Xiao Longnu imagined. He felt that the old man was not a bad person, although they had a little misunderstanding about the old man before. Shangyang Luoxue also realized that they had indeed done something wrong at that time. If they had reacted faster, this problem would not have arisen. Shangyang Luoxue sighed helplessly. But since the old man had left now, there was no need for them to say anything else. Let's forget it for now. Maybe when they see the old man next time, all the problems will be solved. The old man has solved all his obsessions. I think he won't worry about it anymore. This is the most normal idea that Xiao Longnu can come up with. Xiao Longnu thought that it was probably because the old man had let go of all this. So it was like this. Otherwise, he didn't know why the old man suddenly became like this. But no matter what, it is a good thing that the old man can now let go of his previous thoughts. There is no way to live happily if you carry on the hatred of the past. Although there was some relay between them before, Xiao Longnu still hoped that the old man could be happy. Mukin couldn't help but shook his head when he heard what Xiao Longnu said. I found that you are really... Xiao Longnu just thinks too much. There is absolutely no need for them to think too much about it. If the old man leaves, let him go. If they are destined, they will be able to see each other again in the future. At this moment, Shangyang Luoxue came over. Shangyang Luoxue smiled gently at Mukin. Mu Chen, I know everything that happened to you during this period. It's good that the old man is gone. That old man can't always be with them. Now people suddenly leave because someone is doing their own thing. Mukin had expected this all along. So he nodded to Yang Luoxue. That's what I think too. Maybe he has some matters of his own to deal with. It's not good for me to keep that old man all the time. Shangyang Luoxue came here today because he told Mukin that he had almost recovered. Mu Chen, if not, why don't we two go out to watch the moon together tonight? It's a little foggy outside now. It would be nice if they could go out together. The moonlight outside must be very beautiful at this time. Mukin nodded immediately. He also wanted to go out with Yang Luoxue. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Xiao Longnu, do you have any plans? Xiao Longnu had already thought about it before. He wanted to go to the market with Mukin's sister. I heard that there is a lively market nearby. I plan to go there and have a look. If you're lucky here, you might be able to see something weird at the market. Xiao Longnu has always been interested in human explanations. So now she wants to join in the fun. Xiao Longnu has gone through a lot of things during this period, and he has long been bored. Mukin's sister is also like this. Now that they have the opportunity, of course they have to go and take a look. Mu Chen, you don't have to worry about us. If you want to follow Yang Luoxue and enjoy the moon, just go quickly. The two of them had been having a great time. So Shangyang Luoxue wanted Mukin to go, seeing that Xiao Longnu and his sister had already made arrangements. Mukin was no longer persistent. Immediately, he and Yang Luoxue went to the roof. It was indeed very pleasant to watch the moon on the roof. But Machinjio was also worried. The weather is slightly cooler now, and I don't know what's going on here in Shangyangluoxu. Shangyang Luoxue, how are you recovering now? The weather is quite cold now. You won't be in trouble anymore. Right. Hearing Mukin say this, Shangyang Luoxue couldn't help but smile. Is there nothing wrong? What are you talking about? I'm just worried that your health is not good. I don't know if anything will happen to your body. Mukin smiled sheepishly. He didn't even know what he was talking about just now. Don't worry. My body has almost recovered. It's nothing serious. Anyway, Shangyang Luoxue can't feel anything now. There should be no more accidents. After hearing what Shangyang Luoxue said, Mukin breathed a sigh of relief. After Shangyang Luoxue was injured some time ago, Mukin was really worried. Fortunately, these problems have now been solved. Looking at Shangyang Luoxue, Mukin smiled softly. Then the two of us will stay here for a while tonight. What happened some time ago was really too dangerous. Mukin felt quite panicked when he thought about it now. It would be best if it could be avoided. So Mukin hoped that he could stay here with Yang Luoxue for a while. If you stay here for a while, you will be able to feel more relaxed. When I recall what happened before, it's not too scary. Shangyang Luoxue thought so too. He really liked the feeling of watching the moonlight with Mukin here. Then we really have to stay here for a little longer tonight before leaving. Mukin smiled softly. He found that Shangyang Luoxue was really an amazing person. Too many things have happened during this period, and now we can finally calm down a little bit. Originally, Mukin wanted to say goodbye to the old man properly, but now it seems that it is no longer used. Chapter 393, already relieved. I don't know where the old man is now. I think he should live the life he wants. Although the old man's wife is gone, it can be seen that the old man has given up. There is no way to live happily if you dwell on the past. Now that the hatred in the old man's heart has been let go, he will naturally be happy in the future. It was really fun to be able to go and be with Xiao Longnu. The two of them bought various things at the market. No wonder everyone said that the human market is very lively. I didn't expect that I would see it today. Xiaolong felt very excited when he didn't see this market. He had always wanted to come to the human market to take a look. However, the ones I went to before were relatively ordinary, and did not have such a lively atmosphere. So when she saw so many people here today, Xiaolong felt very happy. Mulu also smiled. What's this? I've seen a grander fair before. Then when you have time, you must take me there to have a look. Don't try to whet my appetite here. Of course. If I have the chance, I will take you to see what our human world looks like. When the two of them went back, all the large and small bags in their hands were full of food. I plan to share these foods with Shangyang Luoxue and my brother, so that they can have a good taste. As a result, after entering the house, I discovered that neither Shangyang Luoxue nor her brother seemed to be in the house. Where are the two of them going? It's so late at night. When I came out before, Shangyang Luoxue told me that he was going to the roof to enjoy the moon with Mukin. He should go to the roof. Shangyang Luoxue was quite calm. He felt that it was quite comfortable for the two of them to chat together at this time. I guess they don't want us to disturb them during this period. Let's just stay here for a while. Hearing Xiaolong speak like this, Mula sighed helplessly. But look at the things we bought. Wouldn't it be wasted if they don't eat them? How can it be wasted? Why don't they just eat the two of us by then? No. I bought this specially for my brother. I have to let my brother taste it. Seeing Mula going up to look for Mukin, their little dragon girl pulled off a hood and pulled Mula back. Is Mula really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Doesn't he know what those two people are doing now? Say, what's going on with you? Didn't you see your brother chatting with Yang Luoxue? So what if we chat? Let's deliver the food to them first, and then we can chat after eating. But the two of them were chatting with great interest. It would be quite a sight for the two of us to suddenly go up there. Xiaolong sighed helplessly. Mula was still too young after all. Everyone can't understand it. Xiaolong guessed like this. I didn't see the two of them up there. You and I can be on the same page. If the two of us go up there, they will probably hate us. It was only now that Mula realized what Xiaolong meant when she told him. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and looked at Xiaolong in shock. Oh my god! Are you telling the truth or lies? Are the two of them flirting up there? What he said was a bit too unpleasant to hear, and Xiaolong couldn't help but hold her forehead. I told you. Can't you be more careful when you talk? What does flirting mean? It sounds a bit too emotionless to speak. The two of them are admiring the moonlight together. It would be embarrassing if the two of us went up there. And if the two of them were chatting at this time, and he and Mula suddenly came up, Mu Chen would probably be quite embarrassed. You can give them these foods at any time, but such good opportunities don't come often. Think about it. Your brother has such a good relationship with Mukin, and now they suddenly talk to each other, and you suddenly come up. What will your brother think? The pairing also reacted belatedly at this time. Fortunately, Xiaolong stopped her at that time. Oh my gosh! Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I really went up there just now? Everyone has a tendency to gossip, and it didn't surprise even the two of them. But she knew she couldn't disturb them at this time. But Xiaolong was still quite curious. What else could those two people talking about alone on the roof? Xiaolong found it interesting when she thought that Mukin was having a romantic relationship with another little girl. How about the two of us go up and listen secretly to see what they are talking about? Mula looked a little embarrassed when he heard Xiaolong say this. Isn't this inappropriate? Otherwise, let's forget it. What if the two of them were talking ordinary words? What if his brother and Xiaolong were talking about something else? If he had gone up with Xiaolong at this time, wouldn't he have caught him unawares? What on earth are you doing? Anyway, if anything happens, I'll take care of it. Xiaolong was very courageous. He knew that they didn't dare to do anything to him. With such a great opportunity, wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't know anything about it? I don't care. If you don't go up, I will go there by myself. I have to hear what they are talking about. Seeing Xiaolong like this, Mula sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to agree. In fact, from a certain perspective, Mula is actually very curious. He wanted to know what the two men above were discussing. Mula would feel pretty good if he could have a good talk with himself. If that's the case, then let's go up and check out the limelight. Xiaolong nodded immediately. Both of them were very skilled and climbed up quickly. Moreover, the two of them didn't make a sound. Not even Mukin noticed. In the past, when dealing with those monsters, the two of them might not have been so agile in their movements. At this moment, Mukun and Yang Luoxue were chatting happily, and did not notice that someone was already coming from behind. To be honest, I'm very grateful to you. I really troubled you some time ago. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Mukun smiled sheepishly. But what he said was indeed sincere. And he was really grateful to Yang Luoxue. No. No. Please don't thank me. Chapter 394. Appointment to watch the snow. Every time Yang Luoxue heard Mukun thanking her, she felt like her head was as big as two. To be honest, I can always feel that we are a team. And the things you do are also what I want to do. So there is no need for you to say thank you to me. Mukun nodded. He could understand Yang Luoxue's thoughts, and said he would not say anything anymore. The two of them chatted almost awkwardly the whole time, because they hadn't chatted in a long time and had nothing to talk about. But even such, Mukun didn't really want to leave. He thought it would be quite interesting to have a good chat with Yang Luoxue here. At least so far, Mukun still feels that way. He doesn't know what is going on in Yang Luoxue's mind right now. But he really hopes to have a good chat with you here. But no matter how much Mukun wanted to talk, it was already too late now. Mukun still had to take care of Yang Luoxue's physical condition. It didn't take long for Yang Luoxue's body to recover. And Mukun was worried that something would happen to Yang Luoxue. Yang Luoxue, I think today's weather is a bit late. Otherwise we can come out later. Right. Yang Luoxue hesitated, not wanting to leave just like that. I don't know when I will have such an opportunity in the future. It's not easy to meet you now. If I couldn't talk to Mukun properly for a while now, I wouldn't have this opportunity in the future. We can meet Yang and Luoxue. And he and Mukun will definitely encounter various difficulties by then. If they want to meet again then, it will be really difficult. Mukun nodded. He did not force Yang Luoxue to leave immediately. Just now I heard Yang Luoxue say that she wanted to continue chatting here for a while. And Mukun felt quite happy after that. If that's the case, let's just watch it here for a while. Seeing that Mukun agreed to his request, Yang Luoxue smiled softly. I knew you were the best. When listening to Yang Luoxue say these words, Mukun's face suddenly turned red. No. 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 It's better not to say these things to me. Mukun felt that he was a little too overwhelmed. What I saw today seemed to be a completely different Yang Luoxue from before. Looking at Mukun's extremely fast expression, Yang Luoxue couldn't help but smile. To be honest, I feel like you are a little different today than before. Are you a little different from before? Mukun didn't know that. He only knew that the Yang Luoxue seemed to be particularly beautiful today. Okay. You'd better not say such things to me. Mukun shook his head helplessly. If there's nothing else, it would be nice to stay here a little longer. Look at the scenery here is so tempting. Mukun had indeed not seen the scenery here for a long time. Just when Mukun was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself, he suddenly heard Yang Luoxue next to him suddenly say something. Honestly, have you ever seen the heavy snowfall at night? I don't. What Mukun said was true. The weather where he grew up was very warm. There was almost no particularly heavy snowfall. Not to mention the goose feather heavy snow that Yang Luoxue mentioned. This does not exist at all. Therefore, Mukun had almost never seen such a scene since he was a child. Yang Luoxue sighed with regret. But I've seen it once before, and those snow scenes were really beautiful. When I think about it now, Yang Luoxue still feels it is a pity. It would be great if I could see the heavy snow again. But Yang Luoxue didn't know if he still had this chance. Maybe we'll be able to see it when we get to the north. So you don't have to be too anxious. Mukun slowly rubbed Yang Luoxue's hair. He looked into Yang Luoxue's eyes. Yang Luoxue's eyes were bright, and seemed to be very beautiful. When Yang Luoxue heard Mukun say this, she also smiled softly. To be honest, I think so too. But I don't know when I can go back. It has been too long since Yang Luoxue left home. And he has not been back even once in such a long time. Do you feel like you have almost forgotten where you are on your way home? Hearing what Yang Luoxue said, Mukun felt quite sad. Don't worry. I will take you back one day. Even if they can't go back now due to various reasons, Mukun will not give up. If you say you want to go back, then you will definitely be able to bring Yang Luoxue back. Yang Luoxue glanced at Mukun gratefully. In fact, it didn't matter whether he went back or not. But he just wanted to see the heavy snow in his hometown with Mukun. I don't know if I've told you, but it's really beautiful when it snows over my house. Surprisingly beautiful. I only saw Yang Luoxue once when I was very young. We haven't seen him again for a long time after that. It would be great if Mukun could take him to have a good look. Mukun nodded when he heard what Shangyang Luoshua said. Don't worry. There will definitely be this opportunity again. I will take you to see it again. Then the two of us have made an agreement here today. You must take me there. And you are not allowed to go back on your word. Hearing Shangyang Luoshua say such words, the male Shangyang Luoshua couldn't help but laugh. How could he regret it? Mukun will not change easily if he agrees to something done by others. You know I've always valued commitments very much. Let alone this level of commitment to you. Shangyang Luoshua looked at Mukun's corner gratefully. He also felt that Mukun had taken good care of him since he came here. After arriving here, the sun and snow fell more than once. And I wanted to go home quickly. If it hadn't been for Mukun, Shangyang Luoshua really didn't know if he could have persisted until now. So now when she heard Mukun say this, Shangyang Luoshua felt particularly moved. I have remembered what you said. Mukun, don't worry. One day I will pay you back everything I owe you. After coming here, I have been protected by Mukun too many times. It was okay if the time was short. But Shangyang Luoshua felt particularly embarrassed if the time was long. Mukun shook his head. He had never felt that Shangyang Luoshua owed him anything. You told me just now that you don't need to say any more words of thanks to me. I think so too. Mukun smiled slightly. If we really want to say it, we have relied on each other along the way. Right. It would be too embarrassing if Shangyang Luoshua told herself whether to thank her or not at this time. Shangyang Luoshua also nodded. After all, we are all on the same team. Chapter 395. Talking about each other's concerns. Yes, that's what I meant. Mukun smiled softly, knowing that Shangyang Luoshua would definitely understand. We are all on the same team, so there is no need to talk about this anymore. The two people chatted awkwardly on the edge of the table for a while, completely unaware that the two people behind them had heard what they said clearly. He couldn't help but smile. He never thought that his brother would say such a thing. I have never heard my brother say love words before, but I didn't expect him to say them so beautifully. Mukun really felt that he could have such a happy conversation in front of Shangyang Luoshua. At least Mula had never seen his brother like this before. So he was very surprised. Xiao Longnu thought so too. At this moment, Xiao Longnu's eyes were full of interest. I really want to know what kind of person your brother is, and why he doesn't even blink when he says these things. If he had left himself alone, he would never be able to say that he was so happy. Mula nodded involuntarily. The two of them had to hide carefully here. Otherwise, if they were discovered by the two of them, it would not be easy for them to hear those two people talking. Okay. Let's not talk so much and listen here first. I think the two of them will definitely say something else. Mula previously thought it would be interesting to go to the market with the kitten to buy things. But now compared with what the two of them said, Mula realized that what he heard before was nothing. If I could come here earlier, I might be able to hear more fun and interesting dramas. But even now it's exciting enough for them to hear this. At least Mula felt that he would never hear such interesting things again in his lifetime. I just want to go back and talk to my brother and see what his reaction is. Xiao Longnu couldn't help but laugh when she heard Mula say this. You must not tell him that the two of us were here to eavesdrop on him. Otherwise it will be miserable for both of us. Mukun would never let the two of them listen here. Even if Mukun didn't say anything to them to save face, Mukun would never give them such an opportunity again in the future. Shangyang Luoshua also wanted to inquire about those two people here. So now he has to let Mula keep his mouth shut. Mula kept his mouth shut so that he could hear more about what happened between the two of them in the future. Mula could only nod after hearing this, although he was very much looking forward to seeing his brother's expression after knowing that he had eavesdropped on their conversation. But for the sake of long-term future plans, we still have to hide this matter better. Okay. I know everything. Leave this matter to me, and I will never tell anyone. Only then did Yang Luoshua nodded. You must promise that I will never tell this matter. If this little fool really leaks this matter, then they will be in misery. Mula nodded immediately. Who did Shangyang Luoshua think he was? Don't worry. I've always been very strict with my mouth. Shangyang Luoshua and Mukun may have lowered their voices, because it was already getting late. Xiao Longnu and the others gradually couldn't hear clearly when they were behind. What on earth were these two people talking about? I can't hear you clearly even if the sound you make is lower. What are they talking about? Do you still want to know? It's not my loud voice. It's clearly your fault. You should be the smaller one. The two of them were scrambling here, trying to figure out what Mukun was talking about just now. But now, Mu Chen and Yang Luoxue are not aware of this matter at all. Mukin was very grateful to Shenyang Luoxue for taking care of him before. There is no need to say thank you or not between the two of us. But I am still very grateful to you for helping Mu Le. She is her sister. And Shenyang Luoxue has always cared about them. Without Shenyang Luoxue's help during this period, it would have been impossible for his sister to be safe and sound. So Mukin is still very concerned about this matter. When Shenyang Luoxue heard what he said, she smiled sheepishly. Mukin continued, I know we are all on the same team, and you regard this matter as your responsibility. But it is actually unnecessary. Mukin knew that part of the reason why Shenyang Luoxue was so kind to his sister was also because of him. If it weren't for Shenyang Luoxue caring about him, there would really be no need to do this. Shenyang Luoxue smiled faintly. Okay, what's the relationship between the two of us? You don't need to tell me these things. I have to say it. I know that the relationship between the two of us is indeed very good. But if things get better, I have to let you know my gratitude. Right. Mukin smiled gently at Shenyang Luoxue. He was really grateful to Shenyang Luoxue. He also knew that if it weren't for this incident, Shenyang Luoxue would not be able to completely open up to him. I don't know if anything else will happen tomorrow, but I promise you, I will protect you no matter what kind of danger. Mukin has always regarded protecting Shenyang Luoxue as his own. No matter how gentle he is, he will not let Shenyang Luoxue be harmed. The more Mukin said this, the more Shenyang Luoxue felt moved. At this time, he felt as if his nose was almost sore. Okay, Mukin, why are you saying such things to me at this time? It makes people feel uncomfortable. There's nothing uncomfortable about this. Everything I said is true, and there is no adulteration at all. Mukin smiled softly at Yang Luoxue. He really wanted to let Shenyang Luoxue know what he was thinking about now. Otherwise, Shenyang Luoxue would never be able to fully open his heart. It was rare that they were alone here at this time. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. So Mukin planned to seize this opportunity and let Shenyang Luoxue understand what he was thinking. Shenyang Luoxue felt awkward. Awkward and a little embarrassed. There has always been an ambiguous stage between the two of them. Now that Mukin suddenly said these words to himself, Shenyang Luoxue felt a little at a loss. Chapter 396, Disputes Arise. Mukin, I have always regarded Mu Le as my biological sister. I think I would still treat Mu Le like this even without you. The reason why he was so kind to Mu Le in the first place was indeed because of Mukin. At that time, Shenyang Luoxue had a crush on Mukin, so she wanted to be nice to the people around Mukin. But later on, Shenyang Luoxue really liked this person's character. The special character is very lovable, and it is very interesting from any angle. So when Shenyang Luoxue and Mu Le were chatting together, they were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. I know, but I also understand that if it weren't for me, forget it. It might be a bit pretentious to say this, but he is already an adult. Mukin has always felt that although Mu Le is young, he is sensible. Moreover, Mu Le also has his own abilities, and does not need their care at all. If Shenyang Luoxue had been taking care of Mu Le, it would have been a bit embarrassing. Shenyang Luoxue shook his head. He had never thought like this. How little do you value your sister? Your sister is just a little girl. For such a young girl to come out and take risks with Mukin, it was enough to embarrass him. If they don't take care of her at this time, wouldn't she be a very wrong little girl? Even though he looks small, he is very clever. Mukin smiled. He was quite confident in his sister. He knew what was going on with his sister now. You believe that your sister can handle the things outside even without their protection. Actually, I don't think you need to care so much about my sister's feelings many times. The Mukin who said this didn't seem to be Mu Le's biological brother. When Shenyang Luoxue heard this, she glanced at Mukin in surprise. Oh my god! Mukin, do you know what you are talking about? She is your biological sister? I know she is my biological sister. But even so, it doesn't need to be like this at all. Mukin smiled helplessly. What he said was true. I don't think we can handle the crises that are happening outside. But after all, your sister is too young now. If we treat him like this now, how sad he will be in the future. If we don't let him come out and practice now, won't it be more dangerous in the future? Mukin was very open-minded about this matter. He felt that they should not indulge his sister so much. Okay, I don't want to argue with you on this matter. I think what you said is wrong. Shenyang Luoxue just glanced at Mukin lightly, and then looked away after saying that. So haven't I already told you, he's just a kid. When Mu Le heard what Shenyang Luoxue said, He looked at Xiao Longnu angrily. How can he call me a child? I've obviously grown up. Okay. So many things that happened during this period were all handled by themselves. Couldn't they see it? Mula was a little anxious. So when he spoke, his voice was a little louder. When she heard him say this, Xiao Longnu immediately covered his mouth. Does the previous ancestor have no idea what they are doing now? They are eavesdropping now. If those two people knew that they were eavesdropping, would that be okay? I said, little ancestor, can you calm down a little at this time? If they were discovered by those two people, neither of them would have a good life. Mula still seemed a little unhappy after hearing what Shangyang Luoxue said. Did you not hear what they were saying at all? They were calling me a child. This is what I care about the most. How can they say that? Aren't you just a child? And I think you are worse than a child. Seeing Mu Li's reluctance, Xiao Longnu glanced at Mu Lu. At least at this time, the children knew that they should remain silent and not let those two people find out. As a result, Mu Lu didn't seem to realize what was going on with them at all. After muttering a few words here, Mu Lu could only sigh. Forget it. Forget it. Why don't I give up? Mu Lu immediately shut his mouth. But I didn't expect that the two of them would actually talk about me like this. During this period of time, he was able to take charge of his own business, and Mu Lu felt that he had made a lot of progress. As a result, they are still saying that now. Shangyang Luoxue really felt helpless with Mu Li's attitude. Otherwise, do they still expect these two people to say anything? The most urgent thing is to get them to shut up first. If you are really dissatisfied with what the two of them said, you will probably find trouble with them in the future. Anyway, this is not something to worry about. If the two of them were exposed immediately at this time, wouldn't the consequences be disastrous? Let me tell you, if those two people know that the two of us are eavesdropping here, I will never forgive you. Xiao Longnu immediately shut her mouth and watched the movement over there with vigilance. Now Mukin is still having differences and conflicts with Yang Luoxue because of what Shangyang Luoxue said just now. You said that although your sister is very smart, she is still a child after all. You still have to think more about your sister. I haven't thought about him. And I feel like I've thought about him more. Mukin is usually an indifferent person. Now that he can do this, it is already good enough. He didn't even know what else he needed to think about. Shangyang Luoxue sighed. Mukin was really a little too indifferent to his sister. If it were him, he would never do this to his sister. When you see your sister in the future, you'd better take more care of her. Otherwise it will be very bad for her. Okay? Hearing what Shangyang Luoxue said, Mukin could only nod helplessly. Okay. I know all these things you said. Why don't I write them down? Shangyang Luoxue smiled and then nodded. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Don't go. Didn't you say you want to chat here for a while longer? Wouldn't it be nice for the two of us to discuss each other? Mukin became interested, and he didn't want Shangyang Luoxue to leave so quickly. Aren't they quite happy talking here? Chapter 397, a dispute broke out. Later, the voices of the two of them became smaller and smaller, and Mu Lu almost lost his hearing. Mu Lu felt very anxious when he couldn't hear the two of them talking. Xiao Longnu smiled at Mu Lu. Fortunately, she could read lips. Didn't I tell you before to be careful? But you just didn't listen. Mu Lu knew that Xiao Longnu could read lips. So he looked at Xiao Longnu expectantly, hoping that he could explain it to him. Okay. I get it. I get it. It's all my fault. Why don't I apologize to you? Please tell me quickly. What are they talking about? Mu Lu really wanted to know the conversation between the two of them. Just when I was excited to hear it, the two of them suddenly stopped talking. This made Mu Lu feel very disappointed. Now that he knew that Xiao Longnu could understand what they were saying, Mu Lu certainly wanted to inquire. Xiao Longnu smiled gently at him. Since you want to know what the two of them are talking about, then just be quiet and don't let them find out. If what the two of them were talking about was discovered, then whatever they wanted to do next would be useless. Mukin nodded eagerly after hearing this, and promised that he would never speak in the class again. You must tell me what they are talking about. I am really curious. After coming here today, Mukin was not sure when he would see the two of them together again. It's rare to have such an opportunity now. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't know what the two of them were talking about? Xiao Longnu smiled, and then began to watch quietly. If nothing else, his lip-reading skills are quite good. Even just by looking at their lips, he knew exactly what those people were talking about. Xiao Longnu can even see some modal particles clearly. Mukin is saying, I'll let you help take care of my sister after I take her with me. Anyway, I don't have the mentality anymore. Xiangyang Luoxue said, "This is what it should be. Did I regard him as my own sister?" Hearing the conversation between the two of them word by word, Xiao Longnu felt that there was something very interesting going on. When she saw these two people together before, Xiao Longnu had already noticed that there must be something going on with them. By now Xiao Longnu was almost sure what they were talking about. "I told you before. There must be something wrong with him." The more Xiao Longnu said this, the more helpless Mu Le became. Since he knew that that person had a problem, he should explain it to himself when the time came. "You didn't explain it clearly to me. How could I possibly know if they just made such random remarks about what the problem was?" Mu Le was originally very curious, but what Xiao Longnu said turned out to be very inexperienced. "You don't need to worry about these words anymore. Anyway, you just know that they are talking about some very interesting content." Xiao Longnu sighed helplessly. Why is Mu Le so curious about adults' matters? "I told you before. I have grown up and am no longer a child." He felt that the expression was full of solemnity. Or so he thought. When he heard what Mukin and the others said just now, Mu Le wanted to go up and explain to them. But if I went up at that time, I wouldn't be able to listen anymore. So Mukin had no choice but to give up. Now of course Mukin had to explain himself in front of Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu didn't take what Mu Le said to heart at all. They all agreed that Mukin was just a child, and had not yet matured. Mukin was the only one who treated his sister as an adult. "Anyway, what I said is true. That's what they said. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it." After saying that, Xiao Longnu also came, and she didn't want to continue explaining to Mu Le. It felt so good to watch him there by himself. Why did he have to explain it to Mu Le? The main reason is that if he doesn't want to hear it, forget it. He just doesn't want to explain it yet. This round is still waiting there, wanting to hear what the people over there are saying. Seeing that Xiao Longnu no longer wanted to express her position, she couldn't help but become more anxious. Okay. I'm sorry. I know that it was my fault. Isn't that okay? Good sister. Please hurry up and tell me what they are talking about. I want to know so much. No matter how much you want to know. You can't. Anyway, you have completely offended me now. Xiao Longnu's attitude was very calm, and he wouldn't say anything anymore anyway. Even if you tell this guy at this time, this guy is just a wolf-hearted person. He won't pay attention to it. Mu Le looked at Xiao Longnu expectantly. After a while, if the two people had finished talking, they would have withdrawn. By then, wouldn't the fun that I had finally found just be gone? Okay. I know everything. Just tell me. I like you the most. Xiao Longnu looked at him and smiled softly. The more he looked like this, the happier Xiao Longnu was. Anyway, I've told you everything I need to say. What else do you want me to say to you? I just want you to tell me what the two of them are talking about. I really want to know. The two of them are just saying that you are a child. What else can you say? Xiao Longnu smiled softly. If you don't want to know, then forget it. I don't want to tell you yet. Seeing Xiao Longnu deliberately teasing her like this, Sister T also started to get a little angry. Don't think that you can be great. I tell you that I can do it in the future. I will definitely be better than you. If you are really that powerful, why do you come here to beg me? Why don't you just go and ask them yourself? If Xiao Longnu really wanted to say something, there was absolutely no way for Mu Le to talk back. He had always been a good talker. When Mu Le heard Xiao Longnu say these words to him, he felt that his head was twice as big as his head. But he couldn't do anything now. He could only stare at Xiao Longnu angrily. Then what do you want to do to tell me? Then you shout to the sky right now that little dragon girl is the most beautiful girl in the world. Aren't you deliberately teasing me? If I shout to the sky, they will find out. No matter how hard Mu Le went, there was no way he wouldn't be able to tell that Xiao Longnu was deliberately trying to fool him. Chapter 398, Discovered. The sound of the two of them arguing here quickly attracted the attention of Mukin and Yang Luoxue. Mukin and Yang Luoxue were indeed having a great time chatting here. But even if the two of them were talking here, no matter how arrogant they were, there was no way they could not hear such loud noises nearby. When she heard these sounds, Yang Luoxue felt a little strange and didn't know what was going on. Mukin pressed his eyebrows helplessly. Even if he didn't see it, he had already guessed it. You two, come out quickly. What are you doing? Mukin glanced outside a little irritably. Those two people must be listening below. Zheng Huan, who was originally arguing with Xiao Longnu and Mu Le, was stunned when they heard the sound above. Xiao Longnu made some angry movements, and Mu Le glanced at them. If it hadn't been for Mu Le, they wouldn't have been discovered. Okay. Okay. We're coming. After Xiao Longnu said this, she ran online. And then Xiao Longnu and Mula stood in front of the two of them. Mukin's eyes were filled with speechlessness, while Shangyang Luoxue on the side smiled gently at the two of them. Why are you two here? Didn't you say that you two went to the market to buy things? The two of us started trying to buy things. But after we finished shopping, we wanted to come over and call you. Xiao Longnu smiled softly at the two of them. Anyway, they had already bought everything, and they were not lying. Shangyang Luoxue nodded, and then put on a meaningful expression. Then why did you two look down there for so long? If the two of them really want to buy something, why don't they come up if they are asked to go down? Looking at the two of them, Mukin knew that they had probably been here for a long time. I said you two are really interesting. Don't you know how to be careful? It's okay to eavesdrop there, but it has to be so loud that they can't even think about not paying attention. Xiao Longnu smiled sheepishly. If it weren't for Mulu, she would have been listening happily. If it weren't for Mula quarreling with me here, there would be no way you would have discovered my things. You still think you are reasonable? Mukin felt a little strange when he saw Xiao Longnu, and then looked away. He directly set his sights on Mulu. What was Mula doing? Crying and fussing here with Xiao Longnu. What are you doing again? Are you two gossiping about us? Mula smiled softly at his brother. If you two are really so innocent, it seems there is nothing to gossip about. This sounds really reasonable. Mukin suddenly laughed. The little dragon girl on the side shook her head helplessly. The two of them were really interesting. Did you see? Mukin, I have told you before. Right. Mulu immediately asked Shangyang Luoxue excitedly. What were you two talking about just now? I was telling your brother before that I thought you were a child. But your brother still didn't believe it. But now it's real. He's clearly just a child. If you had grown up, why would you still act like this? Mukin shook his head in embarrassment. It was because he looked down upon his sister. I always thought he could be a decent person, but I never thought he could do such a thing. Mulu also felt a little unhappy, as he was indeed an adult. Don't listen to my brother's nonsense here. I am really an adult. I didn't realize it at all. What are you doing here? Haven't I already told you? I told you to go back and rest quickly. Mukin immediately refuted Mulu. Mukin might have suspected that his sister had grown up before, but now this thought has been completely dispelled by Mukin. No normal person would do such a thing. Mukin even suspected that his sister would go back as she lived. Mukin planned to say something else, but looking at Mukin's impatient expression, he felt a little embarrassed. Okay, let's just be kids. Kids are better than facing Mukin like this. Anyway, I don't know what you are thinking. I have always thought that I am a pretty normal person. After hearing what they said, Mukin sighed helplessly, and didn't plan to say anything more. Okay. You go back quickly. It's already so late. If you don't go back, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Mukin glanced at the time. It was already midnight. Didn't the two of them still say they wanted to go out to eat? It will probably be early in the morning after eating. Don't the two of them plan to get up tomorrow? Seeing Mukin driving her away like this, Xiao Longnu could only nod her head, and then went down with Mulu. When he went down, he glanced at Mulu angrily. Didn't I tell you just now? I told you to keep your voice down. Why didn't you listen? If the guarding Mulu could keep his voice down, such an incident would not have happened. Mulu still felt a little reluctant. If you had told me honestly just now, I wouldn't have liked to quarrel with you. Otherwise, why would I have to have such a heated argument with him when I have nothing to do? If I had kept my voice lower just now, Mukin and the others wouldn't have discovered it. Now Mulu also feels a little annoyed. But no matter how upset he was, it was already too late. They had already been driven down anyway. Mulu and Yang Luoxue watched the two of them arguing from behind, and Mukin felt helpless. Well, Shan-Yang Luoxue, you are indeed right about this matter. He does not seem like a good person. This is also a normal phenomenon. How old is your sister? Isn't it quite normal to have this kind of mentality at such a young age this year? Shan-Yang Luoxue was quite open-minded about this matter, and he felt that Mulu was absolutely right to do this. Mukin didn't think so. He just felt that his sister was a bit too speechless. If I had known earlier, I would have spoken to him and asked him to come here less. Otherwise, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Only children at such a young age can be so happy. It's like they were so old that they didn't cheer him up. As I say, don't blame your sister here. I think your sister did a good job. Chapter 399, Problem Found. After the two of them went down, Xiao Longnu continued to blame Mula. Mula also felt a little regretful. Why did he have to quarrel with Xiao Longnu just now? If the two of them hadn't quarreled just now, none of this would have happened now. But he just glared at Xiao Longnu. Actually, you can't blame me for this matter. If you want to blame it on you. Why don't you blame me? Why do I have to explain it to you when I can handle it? You are so unreasonable. You would say that you haven't explained to me yet. Aren't you just trying to whet my appetite? Do you think I might not be curious? Paigia still had to take 3 points even if she was ignored here. And now she started to gain ground here. When Xiao Longnu heard him talking like this, she felt very speechless. I am completely convinced by you. You are really quite capable. I will never peep with you again. It's so boring to be with you. After Mula finished speaking to Xiao Longnu, he sat down on the ground again and began to think about the scenes they had just seen. It's boring. It's really boring. If only we could be more careful. If both of them had been more careful just now, this wouldn't have happened. You only know how to tell me these things now. What's the use of telling me now? Xiao Longnu was the one who felt that she should be the most speechless. The reason why Mula was changed was entirely because Mula took a huge amount of money for himself. But why do you have to take yourself down? Obviously, according to his own level, he can stay there well. Xiao Longnu believed that even if she stayed there until daytime, they would not notice it at all. This is where my level lies. However, after listening to Xiao Longnu's words, Mula just glanced at Xiao Longnu lightly. Stop showing off here! You are really not as good as me! If it weren't for what Xiao Longnu said to him at that time, he wouldn't have thought so much at all. Xiaolong, you couldn't help but roll your eyes when you heard what Mula said. He felt that when this person spoke, he was really annoying. Very annoying. Then tell me, now that we've reached this point, what else can we do? Can we just stay here? Wouldn't it be a bit boring if they just went back to sleep now? Both of us have been changed by them. If we go up again, we will definitely be discovered. Mula was now completely in despair over their matter. If he continued to eavesdrop, how could Muyukin have been concealed so easily? No need to think about it. They will definitely find my trace. Xiao Longnu could only nod her head. What Mula said did make sense. It's good enough that they can come down this time. If he went up there next and was discovered by Muyukin, the consequences would be disastrous. Okay, then let's go out and buy some delicious food as they want. Right. Xiao Longnu suddenly thought for a moment. Now only delicious food could comfort her. Muyukin also likes to eat delicious food. It happened to be so busy outside now. If they didn't go, wouldn't they be living up to the current situation? Well said. In that case, what are we waiting for here? Let's all act together. He nodded immediately and followed Xiao Longnu outside to buy some delicious food. Although it is getting late now, there are still many people in the market outside. Maybe it's because this place is so lively. After arriving here, Xiao Longnu felt that her mood had become much more relaxed. All the thoughts just now were thrown away by Xiao Longnu. I really didn't expect that there are so many delicious food here. Let's go buy those candied haws. The clothes are so tempting. When Xiao Longnu saw the candied haws on a stick, her eyes could not move, and she immediately ran to the candied haws on a stick stall. Mula kept chasing Xiao Longnu. Seeing Xiao Longnu like this, Mula felt helpless. Can't we be more careful when we go out at night? If the two of them continue to sneak out at this time, what if they get separated? I said you are too timid. What else can happen? With so many people standing here, Xiao Longnu didn't think there would be any problem. I remember that when the two of them were arguing, they suddenly saw some noise coming from the front. Mulu saw a very suspicious person running past him. When he saw that person, Mulu immediately frowned. Little dragon girl, do you think there's something wrong with this person? When Mulu pointed at that person, his eyes were still staring at that person. Xiao Longnu still felt a little strange. What happened to that guy? I just saw that man acting very suspiciously. What was he doing? Everyone is shopping here. But something is wrong with the person Mula pointed at. He has been closed here for a long time, without placing anything, and he is still staring around furtively. When he saw the scene, Mula felt very strange and called Xiao Longnu over. Xiao Longnu just shook her head helplessly. I feel like something is wrong. But what does this have to do with us? Mula sighed. In fact, what Xiao Longnu said was right. This matter really didn't seem to have much to do with them. At the beginning, Mula thought that person's behavior was quite abnormal. But now it seems like that's all. Then if that's the case, let's just go about our own business and stop saying low to them. Xiao Longnu smiled softly. But I think it would be nice if we could go over and ask, What if he really has any questions? They encountered a lot of dangers during this period, so Xiao Longnu was still quite vigilant. Mula gave Xiao Longnu a helpless look. Even if there is any problem, it doesn't have much to do with us, does it? If there are problems, let them have problems. It is more important to ensure their safety first. I think it's best for us not to meddle in other people's business at this time and let them do whatever they like. Seeing Mu Li's indifferent look, Xiao Longnu shook her head helplessly. Chapter 400, Going Out Alone. Okay, if that's the case, forget it, Xiao Longnu said. Although Xiao Longnu also thought this person was a bit strange. However, this is just a suspicion of Xiao Longnu, and Xiao Longnu had never known this person before. So naturally she couldn't talk about anything else. Now that she had agreed, Xiao Longnu stopped meddling in other people's business. They were eating candied haws together, and at this moment, Xiao Longnu saw that person appear again. Now Xiao Longnu couldn't sit still any longer. You know, Xiao Longnu was originally quite curious. Although Xiao Longnu didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, this person kept coming over. As soon as I thought about it, I knew there must be something wrong. And Xiao Longnu had an intuition that this person must be doing something bad. Although it was just intuition, Xiao Longnu's intuition had always been very accurate. So Xiao Longnu didn't let down her guard this time. Keep staring at that person. Xiao Longnu still wanted to take a look, but was stopped by Mu Lu. Didn't we agree to do whatever we want and not meddle in other people's business? What does he want to do? Just let him go, Mu Lu said. Mu Lu glanced at the man, but didn't think there was anything suspicious. Although that person has always been sneaky. But where they are now, there are quite a lot of people. And there are more and more sneaky people. They can't all pay attention. But I still feel something is wrong. Otherwise, let me go and have a look, Xiao Longnu said with a frown. Xiao Longnu didn't know why. She just felt that something was not right about this matter. So I never let go. Now I heard that Mu Lu stopped him. Even though Xiao Longnu agreed on the surface. But I always wanted to follow up and take a look. And Xiao Longnu is also a person with a very sense of urgency. Although their location is relatively safe now. But who knows if this will happen over time. So Xiao Longnu couldn't rest assured. No. Really. You listen to me, and you really don't need to go. Nothing will happen for sure, Mu Lu said. Mukin and the others haven't come back yet. And Mu Lu is having a great time. Of course, it's impossible to have a headache because of someone who doesn't know what it is. Only Xiao Longnu would have a headache because of this person. Xiao Longnu glanced at the person outside, and still felt that something might be wrong with this matter. You know, Xiao Longnu has always been a very sensible person. Especially the ability to predict danger. It's because every time Xiao Longnu sees someone suspicious, she will pay attention. So when Xiao Longnu saw that person now, she still felt a little relieved. At this time, Xiao Longnu wanted to catch up and take a look. But it seemed that it was too late. Because that person has gone far. Xiao Longnu had no choice but to give up. But I kept thinking in my heart, what does this person do? Most of the people coming and going here are here to have fun. But that person looked sneaky. And he kept looking around, not knowing what he was looking at. Just one look at Xiao Longnu, and she knew that this person definitely had evil intentions. Although it's not good to think about others like this. Xiao Longnu had such a premonition. So there is no way to relax. I have always wanted to find out this matter quickly. But I haven't had this opportunity yet. After a while, they returned to the house. Mu Lu had been playing all day, and was already a little tired at this time. Are you sleepy? Go back to the house and sleep, Mu Lu said. Mu Lu is a very playful person. So every time he goes out to play, Mu Lu can have a great time. But Xiao Longnu was different. Xiao Longnu has been thinking about what happened before. So I am still very energetic up to now. Even when she was outside, Xiao Longnu was still thinking about this matter. I'm not sleepy yet. You go back to sleep first, Xiao Longnu said. Mu Lu nodded. Okay. Then I won't accompany you. I happen to be a little sleepy. So I went back to the back room to sleep. Xiao Longnu also nodded. After Mu Lu left, Xiao Longnu returned to her room. I was still thinking about the back view from before. Although Xiao Longnu didn't see that person's true appearance. But just one glance at Xiao Longnu made her feel a little uneasy. If that person is really a good person, forget it. But Xiao Longnu felt that that person was not necessarily a good person. Although I don't know why I have such a premonition. But this premonition is very strong. No matter what. Xiao Longnu was worried. During the day, Mu Lu refused to let Xiao Longnu chase him out. But Xiao Longnu couldn't control her curiosity. You know, when Xiao Longnu is really interested in something, she will ignore it. Especially when this matter is so important to them. If you are not careful, you may miss important information. So no matter what, Xiao Longnu couldn't let this matter go. When I went out to take a look, I found that Mukin and Shangwan Luoxue hadn't come back yet. Xiao Longnu took a look inside Mu Li's room again, and found that Mu Lu was also fast asleep. After all, Mu Lu had been playing all day during the day, so he was probably exhausted by this time. So he fell asleep so quickly. Originally, Xiao Longnu planned to ask Mu Lu to go out with her. But looking at Mu Lu sleeping so soundly, it was definitely impossible to go out. And if Xiao Longnu called him, he would probably stop him. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Longnu went out alone. When going out, Xiao Longnu was thinking about that person's identity. I don't know what that person does. And he was so sneaky. It didn't look like he was doing anything good. But who is that person? Just the sight of his back made Xiao Longnu unforgettable. Xiao Longnu didn't know if she had seen that person before. But she felt something was wrong. After going out, Xiao Longnu went to the street to look for the figure from behind. Of course, it's getting late now. To find that person, it can be said to be looking for a needle in a haystack. Or it can be said to be searching for a sword. It probably wasn't that easy. Just when Xiao Longnu was feeling a little discouraged, she suddenly saw that figure again. He appeared in front of Xiao Longnu again. And the shadow that appeared was very clear. At a glance, he knew that it must be the person he saw during the day. Xiao Longnu had already been tired of looking for him all day. So when she saw this person, of course she walked over directly. Don't run! Who are you? Stop immediately! Xiao Longnu said. At this time, Xiao Longnu only thought about this back view, and could no longer care about anything else. Chapter 401, Finale. Mukin and Shangwan Luoxue on the other side also walked around. Seeing it getting darker and darker outside, Shangwan Luoxue yawned. It's already so late. Otherwise, let's go back. Otherwise Mu Lu will have to worry too, Shangwan Luoxue said. It was already so late outside now. And Shangwan Luoxue felt a little tired. After all, Shangwan Luoxue is also very crazy when playing. After playing all day today, Shangwan Luoxue felt that she had no energy at all. Mukin nodded. Since you are sleepy, then go back. I don't know what they are doing now. They separated during the day, and Mu Lu and Xiao Longnu were probably sleeping at this time. So Mukin and Shangwan Luoxue went back afterwards. After returning, I saw that the house was empty. Shangwan Luoxue was the first to come to Xiao Longnu's room, wanting to talk to Xiao Longnu. But it turned out that there was no one in Xiao Longnu's room. Shangwan Luoxue felt a little strange, so she came out and asked, I saw no one in the house just now. Isn't Xiao Longnu back yet? Afterwards, they checked the time again, and found that it was quite late now. No matter how crazy those two people played, they should be back by this time. Mukin felt something was wrong. I don't know. Logically speaking, since it's so late, they should be tired, Mukin said. Mukin knew that although Mu Lu was more playful, Xiao Longnu was definitely not a person who liked fun. So they should have come back earlier than me. How could there be no one there after they came back? That's strange. Did they go out to do something else? Shangwan Luoxue was a little surprised. They came back so late, and Mu Lu and the others hadn't come back yet. Of course Shangwan Luoxue was also a little worried. After all, they had encountered many dangers before. It would be terrible if the little dragon girl encountered danger at this time. Mukin shook his head. I don't think that's the case. Otherwise, even if something happens to them, they should tell us. There wasn't even a note in the house. But there were traces of people coming back. And the candles on the table have not been extinguished yet. It seems that they were lit not long ago. It means that someone must have been to this place just now, but just left again. Otherwise, just wait here for a while. I think Xiao Longnu and the others should be able to come back soon, Shangwan Luoxue said. Although Shangwan Luoxue was also a little worried. Shangwan Luoxue also knew that it was very busy outside today. It's also possible that Mu Lu and Xiao Longnu, Tan Wan, went out again. But Mukin had a bad feeling. Although I don't know where this premonition came from. But Mukin could feel that something was definitely wrong. I think something is wrong. Otherwise, go out and look for it, Mukin said. There seems to be a special telepathy between Mukin and Xiao Longnu. If one of them is very far away from the other, they will feel a little flustered. Although this feeling is not very strong. It is often ignored. But Myukin can still realize it sometimes. Much like now. Myukin felt that it was very possible that Xiao Longnu was in trouble. But if we go out early now, if they come back later and don't see them, we will go out to look for them, Changwan Luoxue said. This is what they are afraid of. They are worried that they will miss each other after meeting each other. If this is the case, things will be difficult to handle. So the two of them waited inside the house for a while. However, after waiting for almost half an hour, no one came out. Myukin and Changwan Luoxue were a little worried now. Even if those two people are really playful, it's time to go back at this time. But there was no sound at all outside. Myukin really couldn't sit still. Otherwise, it's better to go out and look for them. If they run into any trouble, we can help, Myukin said. Who knows if those two people may have caused some trouble outside and will not be able to come back. If you need help, it should be too late for the two of them to go over at this time. Changwan Luoxue was also anxious. Just when the two of them were about to go out to search, they noticed a sound coming from Mu Li's house. The two people hurried over and found that Mu Lu was sleeping soundly. And he even kicked something down next to the bed. Now Changwan Luoxue and Myukin were even more worried. Mu Lu is staying in this room. How come little dragon girl can still disappear? The two of them immediately couldn't sit still. Moreover, Xiao Longnu has not been seen for such a long time. Mu Lu is still sleeping here. Myukin quickly woke up Mu Lu. Stop sleeping. Where is Xiao Longnu? Myukin asked quickly. Myukin was also a little anxious. After all, it's so dangerous out there. And you may encounter any danger. If Xiao Longnu plays outside alone, she will definitely run into trouble. It's not that Myukin doesn't trust Xiao Longnu. It's because the outside world is troublesome. And even Myukin may have some troubles. Not to mention Xiao Longnu is a girl. Mu Lu woke up and saw Myukin and Changwan Luoxue, but didn't think anything was wrong. Why did you come back so late? Go to bed quickly. I'm so sleepy, Mu Lu said. Mu Lu said that he planned to continue sleeping. But Myukin called him out. Don't sleep yet. Where is Xiao Longnu? Isn't he with you? Myukin asked. Now Myukin was very worried about Xiao Longnu and couldn't sleep. Mu Lu was half asleep. No, we just came back together. She should be sleeping in the room as well, Mu Lu said. When Mu Lu spoke, he didn't realize there was anything wrong with what he said. But Myukin and Changwan Luoxue's hearts felt cold. Since these two people came back together, it means that Xiao Longnu may have gone out again just now. Didn't Xiao Longnu tell you where she was going? She was not in her room. Changwan Luoxue was also a little anxious. Mu Lu still didn't understand what happened. What are you talking nonsense here? Where have you been? Didn't we go out to play together? Mu Lu said. Myukin saw that Mu Lu still wanted to sleep. So he immediately pulled Mu Lu up. I told you. Don't sleep. Something seems to have happened to Xiao Longnu. There's nothing inside the house. Myukin explained the matter clearly in a few words. Only then did Mu Lu understand. He quickly ran to Xiao Longnu's room and took a look. As expected, no one was seen. How can Mu Lu sleep peacefully now? It shouldn't be. The two of us came back together just now, Mu Lu said. Just as they were wondering, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. They looked at each other, suddenly startled. Then he immediately rushed out the door. Squeak! As Myukin opened the door, the sight before them surprised them. They saw that in front of them was another Myukin. At this moment, everyone was confused. What's going on? Mu Lu said in shock. The next moment, Myukin on the opposite side smiled. Don't worry. I am Myukin from the future. And I am here to help you. I have gained the strongest power in the future. And now I will lose this power to you. While speaking, this Myukin instantly rushed towards Myukin. Boom! In an instant, Myukin felt an infinite power joining him. He felt like he had broken through this world. The field of vision began to become infinite. And finally I saw the author of the code. At this moment, he understood everything. It's all because you're so slutty that I ended up screwing up. Die! While roaring, Myukin waved his hand. The author's mouth was dry when he wrote it. And he wanted to pick up water and drink a glass of water. But just as he took a drink of water, he suddenly felt suffocated. Ah! He was suffocated.